From the stillness, a lotus begins to bloom. Sound awakens.
The flames rose, consuming the world in ashes. Cities crumbled, civilization fell into ruin overnight. Yet amidst the inferno, a few still fight, to survive, to endure, and to keep alive the final ember of humanity. Embers of humanity, when hope is all that remains at the end of the world.
Chapter 20. James Burton, East Lansing, Michigan. I see a way between the houses there. Jake pointed west at a pair of bi-level homes, one untouched by the fires, the other having survived with only a few black streaks across the siding, though its windows were smashed and the front door was lying on its porch, evidence of scavengers roaming through the area. The neighborhood they'd passed through had been brimming with chaos, two groups of survivors fighting in front of a house that had been set aflame. The focus of one of the groups seemed to be the defense of several homes, with lights in the windows, field fence and barbed wires stretched between the structures, keeping a motley collection of animals contained. They'd barely managed to avoid being spotted by the groups by skirting the edge of the neighborhood and crossing through the shallow edge of a lake, the sounds of fighting fading off into the distance as they'd moved forward, the evening sun at their backs. Good idea, James agreed, turning Amber in the direction of the houses, heading between two other front yards and into a long, open backyard. Keep moving. Just a couple more hours. Alice came up beside him. We'll ride through the night if we have to. Absolutely. We're sleeping in our beds. No more camping for this family. James pulled out a map he had tucked into his jacket, spreading it open as Alice guided her horse closer, their legs pressed between the horse's sides as she leaned in. He pointed his flashlight at the crumpled paper, finger resting on a spot off to the east of East Lansing. We're about here. We'll take this road up, cut through here, then we'll be home. Home, Sarah smiled. The streets and neighborhoods are starting to look familiar. Dad? Jake was staring toward the woods behind them. I think someone's following us. James rested his hand on his rifle and turned Amber around, watching as a pair of flashlights bobbed beneath corkscrew willow branches that drooped to the ground near the lake. Someone must have seen us come back here. Okay, let's get going before they take a potshot at us. Come on, Amber. The four took off, putting distance between them and the bobbing flashlights, running across open fields of swaying, overgrown grass and weeds, occasionally following or cutting across trails left by deer and other wildlife. The wind cooled their sweat as they rode across a wide, grassy field dotted with abandoned farm equipment, rusted marks on an otherwise unblemished landscape. Racing along the edge of the woods, James kept his focus forward, searching for the highway to take them home. He pulled Amber to a stop when they reached the fence line of an old farmstead, the main house 50 yards off, gutted by fire. The barn's still standing, Jake said, pointing to the back field behind the house. Don't tempt me, James laughed. We're not stopping for anything till we get home. A break in the fence line allowed them through, and they rode into the yard and along the gravel driveway that twisted between crouching trees, terminating in a two-lane highway where a pair of sedans had been crushed together in a head-on collision. Here we go, James said, drawing Amber up and turning her back to face the others. If we go east along this road, it should get us in the general vicinity of home. Yeah, Rick lives around here, Jake said, looking up and down the highway. A couple miles that way, I think. Home's this way. All right, then, James nodded. Lead on, son. Jake took off ahead, with Alice and Sarah behind them, James bringing up the rear, soon reaching the shoulder of a long bend where a stone retaining wall held a hillside in check. Deep-rooted oak trees stretched out over the road and broke through the wall in spots, pushing mortar out in crumbles. A few minutes later, the road straightened, and the woods gave way to open fields and a slope that they rode toward, finally reaching the top of the rise where they stopped. "Is that our house?" Jake asked, pointing north toward a faint orange glow in the distance. "I think it is," Sarah said, rising from her stirrups and grinning. "Yep, that's it." Alice gave James a crooked smile. "It looks intact. That's good news." "Come on, less dawdling, more writing." James reached for Alice's hand, grinning broadly. "I'd say another 20 minutes and we'll be home, guys." Jake took Rocky to the edge of the road and pumped his fist in the air. "We're almost home! We're almost—" "Hold on, Jake." James rode up next to him, staring off into the distance. "Oh, sorry, noise, right?" No, it's not that." James squinted. "Something doesn't look right. Someone hand me the binoculars." Right here," Sarah said, digging them out and stretching to give them over. James raised the binoculars and scanned the area around their property, his view obscured by the rows of trees along the property line. "The lights are on. Your dad's EV is parked in the back, it looks like, but there's another truck there, too. Is that a dump truck?" "A dump truck?" Alice replied, her expression darkening. "What would Mom and Dad be doing with a dump truck?" "I don't know, but I think I see people standing around it. 5 or 6, it looks like. I see flashlights around the barn and the yard, and what in the world?" Alice stood in her stirrups. "What is it? Are those tents? I think those are tents in an RV parked next to the house." "Tents?" Alice snapped angrily. "What are people doing on our property with tents in an RV? Where are my mother and father?" "That's what I'd like to know," James said, lowering the binoculars. "I think someone's taken over the farm." "Who would want to take our house?" Jake asked, Sarah starting to speak over him until James climbed off his horse and shushed them both. "Calm down. We don't know that something's wrong or that it's been taken over. It could be someone they teamed up with, the neighbors or something." James stared through the binoculars for another moment before handing them to Alice, checking that he was carrying ammunition for his rifle. "Where are you going?" Alice asked. James shifted the rifle on his shoulder, searching for his walking stick on Amber's back. "I'm going down there on foot to check it out." "You're not going alone." Alice reached across Amber and grabbed the walking stick. "No way, James. We talked about splitting up." "Someone needs to check it out, and it'll be easier for me on foot." "The only way down there is by taking the road or crossing through the fields out in the open." Alice shook her head and gestured. No, someone could see you." "There's that drainage tunnel that runs beneath the road and the ditch along the property line. I'll use that and the trees for cover. They'll never spot me." "I still don't like it." Alice was looking through the binoculars. "That's a lot of people." James grabbed a flashlight and took the binoculars back, hanging them around his neck. "I'll be back soon." "James, don't," Alice said. "Let's go down together." James ducked beneath Amber's neck and handed the reins up to Alice. "One person moves faster and quieter than two. Stay here. I'll be back shortly." "Dad, we just got you back." Sarah started to get off of her horse. "Don't go." "Guys," James pointed down at the house, "I'm going across the field, not the country. Trust me, I'll be fine. Just stay here." Before they could say anything else, James was off, jogging over the open field at an angle toward the nearby road. He followed it for a few hundred feet, staying on the opposite side to take advantage of the cover provided by the woods, then used the drainage tunnel to cross over, staying low in the deep ditch that ran along their property line. James moved carefully through the ditch, splashing through a shallow trickle of water and staying below the large bushes that grew on either side. Once he was halfway up their property, he pushed up the bank through the loose tangle of brush and crunched over dead leaves and brittle deadfall. Overhead, the sun had completely vanished over the horizon, and the moon was high overhead, its glow lending just enough light to see by. The woods on the property line quickly turned into the rich patch of evergreens and pines, angry shouts penetrating the wall of green, the sounds of a large group of people coming from near the house. James craned his neck, sidestepping over forest debris, picking his way slowly forward, finally catching sight of the house and lights in the windows. Slipping his rifle off of his shoulder, James pressed forward, angling east and steering away from a burn barrel sitting by the fence rail. One man stood near it, looking back toward the house, his whole focus on the fracas taking place. James paused and squinted, but couldn't make out who it was, so he continued east around the fence line closest to the barn, where the evergreens thinned out. The animals stirred beneath their shelter, grunting and bleating nervously, huddled close together in fear as the shouts from up near the house continued. Fingers tracing the steel field fence he'd installed a few years prior, James moved to his left, watching the people in the yard as they slowly came into view. One group was up by the barnyard gate where wood had been piled, appearing to be organized into teams. A rustle nearby froze him on the spot, two black eyes with moonlight glinting in them staring at him from a foot away. He started to recoil, but relaxed when the sheep bleated softly, ignoring him after deeming him not to be a threat, going back to picking through the deadfall for green sprigs. "You scared the crap out of me," he whispered. "Stupid sheep." Swallowing a lump in his throat, James continued left along the fence line, getting a better view of the people who were clustered around the barn and spotting several bodies lying motionless in a row by the barnyard gate, along with a stack of wood. A woman groaned loudly from nearby, out of sight, and someone else cursed loudly, in pain or anger, or both. "If you want this shard of wood out of your gut, Gil," a man shouted, "you gotta hold still." "What's going on here?" James murmured. "Why do I smell diesel?" Down by the porch, the EV started up, lights coming on, someone driving it in a circle until it faced down the driveway. People were at the chicken coop, bringing out baskets of eggs, one quickly shutting the door to keep the birds from getting out. The forms of others stood silhouetted in the house windows, moving in the kitchen or standing on the porch, some wearing military-style jackets, blending with the darkness. Almost all were armed with shotguns and rifles, bulges of pistols beneath their coats. "Somehow, I don't think Ryan and Helen teamed up with you people." James continued moving down the fence line, more of the property drawing into view. An older woman with combed-back gray hair stepped outside with a shorter woman, both heading over to the dump truck parked outside the front of the house. The property was littered with flimsy tents, burn barrels, and campfires in between the barn and the house, in addition to the RV they'd spotted. Motion back at the barn drew his attention, and he shifted a few yards back the way he'd walked, hunkering down where the fence met the forest, as the voices grew loud enough to hear. "I can't believe you idiots!" a man said, his voice rough and strained. "I warned you that Ryan and Helen were up to something, but you took your eyes off the ball, and look what happened. You screwed up!" Curious, James slipped a little more to his right, focusing on some people standing in front of the barn, facing the barn door. I left you in charge, and you let me down. You let all of us down. Look inside that barn. Did anyone see what they were doing? Did anyone notice the welding torch? But, boss, the old man was supposed to be working with the dogs, a baritone replied, and Helen was in the house most of the time. How could we know they'd beef up the tractor and break out? Shut the hell up, Hanson, the first voice snapped. But Red, another man started. Shut up with your excuses, Tyler. The man named Red yelled again. You were supposed to be watching the old man and the dogs. I got put on a different shift and figured someone was watching them. Well, you figured wrong! Red's voice had risen to the verge of hysteria, and the people off to the side of the barn that James could see flinched and backed up. You're all a bunch of screw-ups! I should have known better than to put you on point. Come on, Red, Tyler said. We did everything you asked. Not everything! Red paused a moment before starting up again. And you knew what was going on too, didn't you, Sandy? A woman with a boy in her arms recoiled. I swear, we didn't know anything, Red. You were with one of them the whole time. What? No, we weren't. Stephen was helping him with the dogs. The young boy said something that was too quiet for James to make out, then the woman continued. I tried to talk to Helen, but she acted like nothing was wrong. After you used Stephen to trick them, they didn't trust us anymore. Ryan was ready to kill me himself. They wouldn't have told me anything. Shut up. I'm tired of hearing you talk. James gripped the fencing hard, squeezing the field fence, bending it out of place. His home was, indeed, occupied. Helen and Ryan appeared to have escaped, not long ago by the sound of things, though where they were was anyone's guess. There's going to be hell to pay for this, Red continued his tirade. And don't be surprised if some of you get kicked out of here. I'm going to be watching all of you very closely. You idiots cost us good workers, the barn's torn to hell, and the damn tractor, the thing we needed more than anything, is gone. Not to mention the damn truck's out of commission until we repair the fuel tank. We still have that ATV they've got in that other barn, a voice whined. It's not a total loss. An ATV. Fantastic. We'll just till and plow with an ATV. Marvelous idea. I've got a better idea. Shut the hell up and get back to work. Guards back on duty and no screwing around or I'll turn you into fertilizer for the gardens like those others lined up by the gate. Red sucked in a lungful of air and let it out in a deranged, screeching shout. And I want Ryan and Helen and that tractor they took found! The group of people began jogging away from the barn in different directions, and James heard Red's voice again. Hanson, grab these dead bodies and stack them up with the others. Then put together a work detail to get them buried. Strip them down first. Okay, boss. Two guards appeared at the corner of the barn, walking almost directly at James, glancing back as they mumbled. Red's always on our backs, one said. Yeah, we're the ones who got shot at, replied the other. My friend died, man. James eased back into the shadows of the trees, turned and crept south along the fence line, dipping low back into the ditch to mask his movement. After reversing his course through the ditch and along the road, he sprinted across the wide-open field and climbed the short hill, where Alice and the kids sat on the ground next to the horses, greeting him with a wave. Alice stood and embraced him briefly. We thought you'd gotten stuck down there, she said in a shaky voice. What's going on? Oh, it's not good. I mean, The house is standing, and so is the barn, and the animals are all there, but there are people crawling all over the property. I got a good look at the place and heard a little speech by the guy who seemed to be running things. They were calling him, Red? Doesn't sound familiar. Yeah, never heard of him myself. James sat on the ground, catching his breath. But it's worse than we feared. These people, whoever they are, have taken over everything. They've got run of the property and are digging in. How many are there? I guess about 15 or 20, give or take. But I didn't see everyone. Could be a lot more inside for all I know. What about Mom and Dad? That's the kicker. It sounds like they escaped tonight, no less. Red was screaming at a bunch of people about Ryan and Helen escaping and taking the tractor. He's pissed about it. Alice gasped. Mom and Dad are alive? I think so. And this Red guy is pretty pissed off about it. James grinned. I'm guessing your dad might be the cause for that. Oh, no doubt. Alice stood, looking at the house. We need to find them. James nodded, standing and reaching for Amber. Agreed. After we find them, we'll decide what to do about the property. Shadows moved down at the house, the warm glow from the windows shifting as people walked through the rooms. Decide? Alice snorted. What decision is there? There are a lot of people there, and... Her expression darkened, voice lowering to a snarl. And I've dealt with a lot of people before, James. I dealt with them once, and I'll deal with them again. James held his hands up. Easy, I'm on your side, and I agree. I just mean our strategy. We're not abandoning our home. Good. First step is finding Mom and Dad. Agreed. James climbed into his saddle, the others following suit. Jake spoke. Maybe we should head down near the end of the driveway? See if we can find any tracks? Worth a shot. James looked at Alice, both of them nodding in agreement. They took the horses across the field to the nearby road and headed down until they reached a turn, taking a right and moving from pavement to a mixture of dirt and gravel. With the driveway up ahead, they moved slowly, weapons at the ready, spread out across the width of the road in case of an ambush. Okay, that's close enough, James said when they came to the edge of the woods at the end of their driveway, able to see all the way up the gravel track that cut between their ponds and red oaks. There's the front gate, Sarah said, pointing to a drainage ditch on the side of the road opposite their property. $5 says Ryan and Helen did that with the tractor. Come on, let's go before they see us. James led them back south, slowing down once they got a few hundred yards away. Alice named each family as they passed their neighbors. Well, there's the Willoughbys. I see some lights way back on their property. Maybe they've got a camp. I don't think they'd have stopped so close to the house. Agreed. And there's the Crenshaws next door. Looks like no one's home. I hope Sandy made it out okay. What, Sandy? James asked. Sandy Crenshaw? Yeah. I think Sandy was up at the barn. Red was giving her all kinds of grief for not ratting on your parents or something. You think more of our neighbors are up there? I don't know, but maybe. The way he was throwing orders around, he's set up more or less as a king there. Not for long. Alice shook her head, frowning. At least we know Sandy is alive. There was a kid with her, too. I think his name was, Stephen? Oh, yeah. That's her. Good to know they're okay. Maybe. The way that guy was talking, though, they might not be for long. Ryan urged Amber ahead, and they circled around to where they'd first come in on the dirt road. At the intersection, Ryan turned to Amber in a circle, squinting into the darkness in frustration. Any thoughts about which way they would have gone? I mean, did Ryan or Helen know anyone in town? Friends they might have sought out? Anyone we'd know? Not that I know of, Alice replied. Dad probably would have taken them south to get as far away from here as possible, especially if they thought those people were chasing them. Yeah, but there'd be more resources closer to town. Your father's resourceful. They might have gone that way looking for supplies and to find a place to hide the tractor. What about the park down in town? Sarah suggested. The park's a solid idea. Lots of space, plenty of trees. It's big, too. Alice looked over at James. I say we try down there. Now the dirt's all cut up with tire tracks here. James pointed his flashlight at the ground, flicking it on briefly. So they went at least this far. Yeah, let's try down there, see what we can find. Worst case, we'll bed down for the night somewhere down there by ourselves. They continued south, past the supply stores, following the long path toward the small town in the darkness, their flashlights off, navigating by the light of the moon and their memories of the area. Sweat trickled down James's sides and face, his shirt sticking to his skin, back aching from the long ride. Are you okay? Alice galloped beside him with her ponytail bouncing against her back. We came all this way for nothing. Not nothing. Everything's still there. Alice smiled. We just have some varmints to get rid of. True, and we know how to get rid of those. Yes, we do. James held up his hand as they approached town, forcing them to slow to a trot as they reached the intersection with the main thoroughfare. The single street lamp hung silent and dead, and the corner gas station no longer existed, its fuel tanks having set the nearby buildings on fire, debris scattered across the road and nearby fields. The park's this way, James said, angling off to the left, walking Amber down the street. No shouting for them, okay? We don't want to draw any unwanted attention. The other three nodded, and they continued for another 2 blocks. A laundromat, Chinese restaurant, and pizza shop sat on their right, their facades the only things remaining after the fires. A couple of old Victorian-style houses that had been built when the town was first established filled the next block, the remnants of one of their peaked roofs pointing upward into the sky. A small stone church followed, its exterior scarred with smoke, a large oak tree that had once stood out front having toppled over as it burned, lying twisted against the steeple. Here we are. They approached the park corner. I don't see any signs of them. No light, no voices, and no sign of the tractor. Alice flicked on her flashlight and pointed it at the ground, finding no signs of marks in the grass. Absolutely nothing. Don't, James said, turning to Sarah. Honey, why did you suggest coming to the park? Grandma and Grandpa loved bringing us here back when we were little. She pointed at the swings. Grandpa loved to spin us on the old roundabout before they took it out. Someone on the city council said it was too dangerous, but Grandpa only laughed and called them wimps. He said kids his days got their badges of honor on that ride and a few skinned knees, too. And there's a baseball field behind these trees, Jake said, and some barns and ponds off to the left. I used to love coming here with Grandpa, too. We'd walk around and look at ponds and throw frozen peas to the ducks sometimes. It is the perfect place to hide. Alice walked Buck a few steps into the park, stopping where the sidewalk ended and the grass started. Maybe we should check it out a bit. Camp might be good for now, James replied. Then we can start fresh and... Alice stood suddenly in her stirrups and pointed. Look! Huh? James rose to see what she was looking at, squinting, straining his eyes in the darkness. Finally, as the moon appeared from behind the clouds, he spotted a thin tendril of gray smoke rising above the tree line and drifting up into the empty sky. Smoke? Yep. Alice dismounted and handed the reins to James. You stay here with the kids. But no buts. Her face began to grow dark again. You went off by yourself last time. It's my turn this time. Just stay here with the kids, and I'll be back in a jiffy. I'll fire 3 shots if I get in trouble. But if you hear shots, come running. Alice jogged across the grass, ignoring James as he tried to protest again, slowing as pain pulled on her side, reminding her of her ribs, the bruising, and the shot she'd taken to the chest. Clutching her shirt, Alice stepped onto a gravel path cutting through the park, looking down to find it disturbed in a similar pattern to how it had been back on the dirt road. It has to be you, she whispered. She passed the playground and bathrooms and slipped into the woods, passing gleaming fences bordering the baseball field. Up ahead stood a long, squarish shape, a barn with smoke drifting between cracks in the roof. The rear section was demolished, but the front half was still intact, and a whisper of light leaked from split boards, the orange glow of a fire illuminating the blackened timbers on the fallen side. Alice worked her way closer, stepping through the knee-high grass, circling to her right to get behind the building. Nestled in the trees, covered with branches and leaves, stood a machine, a familiar-looking tractor and trailer, though they were covered with sheet metal on multiple sides. Alice took a path that wove through the crusted, scorched wood and collapsed roofing, creeping closer to the light, crouching, tilting her head as soft voices filtered through. Going to hit them hard anyway. Just drive back up in the tractor? Sandy said something in the barn that got me thinking. What was that? She mentioned a killdozer. Oh, yes, I remembered that. What on earth was she talking about? I had no idea at the time, but as we smashed through the barn doors, it came to me. It was this guy who, well, never mind the details. It's complicated. Suffice it to say that he got really, really mad and took a bulldozer, welded plate steel all over it, made some gun ports, and demolished a small town before the police were able to stop him. Alice stood with tears streaming down her cheeks, choking back a sob, swimming forward through the tangle of fallen wood as the voices continued. What are you going to do with it? Just roll up the driveway like he did in his salt truck to us? Ryan put his arm around Helen and stared into the fire, nodding slowly. You're damn right I am. As much as I love this idea, there are a few The voices stopped, and a growl came from the direction of the firelight, followed by the distinct whines of a pair of other animals. What is it, Duke? Her father's voice came again. Get it, boy. Go on, go get it. Who the hell is out there? You want to lose a limb to one of our dogs? Keep slinking around. Alice finally cleared her throat, laughing as she spoke, tears still streaming down her cheeks. Oh, come on. Duke's just a big baby, aren't you, boy? And anyway, I like that killdozer idea. Want a hand with it? She stepped from behind a pile of fallen timbers into the light to find her parents standing between her and the fire. Their pistols wavered in their hands as she smiled at them, dropping to their sides as recognition set in, her mother's falling to the dirt with a soft clatter as Helen reached out, eyes welling with tears, her tired, ragged voice whispering a single word. Alice? Chapter 1. The Burton Cooper family, somewhere outside East Lansing, Michigan. Ryan and Helen stood stock still, looked at each other, then back at the figures standing before them. Time slowed, the sounds of the crickets and crackling fire drawing out into infinity, their heartbeats thumping loud in their ears, dizziness overtaking both of them, as the sheer improbability crashed down like a wave. After several seconds, or hours, the difference was impossible to distinguish, time resumed its steady pace as both pistols slipped from motionless hands and dropped to the dirt with soft thumps. Ryan and Helen rushed forward, wrapping their arms around their daughter in a fierce, unhesitant, unrelenting embrace. "Alice?" Helen choked out the word again, running a hand across her daughter's head and back. The figure looked real, felt real, but reality was often a cruel mistress, and she couldn't trust that she wasn't somehow hallucinating what she saw, felt, and heard. "Is that really you, baby?" "It's me, Mom." Alice wept freely, tears pouring down her cheeks in rivers, squeezing tight to her parents. "I can't believe we found you guys." "You made it, girl." Ryan's eyes were tightly shut, face buried in his daughter's hair, arms tight around her. "Took you long enough." Alice laughed, pulling back just enough to wipe an arm across her face, clearing the tears and snot as she looked at her parents. They were the same as she recalled. Same faces, same wrinkles, same ferocity behind the eyes, but they'd grown thinner, more haggard, and had a look of desperation around them she couldn't quite pin down. Are you guys okay? Are you hurt?" Ryan squeezed her again, and she winced. "We could ask the same of you, girl." He held her by the shoulders, ignoring the three dogs as they bounced around the trio, nearly landing in the fire on more than one occasion. "What's wrong?" It's a long story, Dad. I'm fine, though, I promise." Alice looked to her mother, giving her another hug before holding both of their hands. "I knew you two would be okay. Somehow, I just knew it." "We're too stubborn to die." Ryan snorted, looking past Alice, his expression darkening. "Wait, are you alone? Where's—" "Oh, crap!" Alice turned, cupping her hands to her mouth, her voice cracking as she bellowed out into the darkness. "James! Jake! Sarah! Get over here!" "You all made it?" A hesitant smile formed on Helen's lips, broadening when three more figures stepped forward into the firelight, tears streaming down her cheeks again as Jake and Sarah ran forward, nearly knocking her over as they grabbed her from both sides. "Grandma!" They shouted in unison, laughing, Duke, Duchess, and Diana growing more excited as they wove between the figures, barking and pushing for attention. Setting his rifle down on a nearby crate, James watched the reunion, catching Ryan's eye with a brief nod and a wry smile. Ryan's eyes welled up again and he wiped them, nodding at James as he clung to Alice, hugging her tight before letting her go and stalking over to his son-in-law. "James?" "Ryan?" James looked at the older man bemusedly for a few seconds before they, too, embraced, laughing, Ryan slamming his hands against James's back, his tears dampening the back of James's shirt. "You brought her back," Ryan whispered into James's ear, clinging tighter, choking the breath out of James as he struggled to match Ryan's ferocity in his hug. "You brought our baby back to us. Thank you." Ryan? James put a hand on his father-in-law's shoulder. "If you apologize one more time, I'm going to have to kick your butt up one side and down the other. It's okay. Seriously." "Listen to him, Dad. Do you really want to get beaten up in front of your grandkids?" The group of 6 sat on crates around the fire, Jake and Sarah between their grandparents, with James and Alice close by on one side. Duke, Duchess, and Diana lay on the ground in front of them, long having exhausted themselves, content to receive a never-ending stream of scratches and belly rubs from their returned masters. Ryan stared at his daughter for a long moment, then nudged Jake, leaning in and whispering conspiratorially. "You got my back in this?" "Yeah, I'll go for the legs and you finish him off." "Now, hold on just a second." James laughed, holding his hands up in mock surrender. "You really beat up on your dad so soon after getting him back?" Jake's expression was flat as he looked at James, then at Ryan, then James again, before he shrugged. We've had you back for a few days. Grandpa's fresh and new." "Wow!" James chortled as Alice jabbed him in the side. "Betrayed by my own flesh and blood." All 6 laughed together, weeks of tensions slipping away in the face of the renewed bonds of familial company. After a moment, Ryan cleared his throat and continued, arm wrapped around Jake, squeezing him tight. "I know I've said this a million times already, but we're really glad to have you all back. And we truly are sorry for losing the house." Ryan's eyes glistened, his voice catching in his throat. "We did all we could, but in the end, it came down to our lives or letting those bastards in, so—" "Dad, it's okay." Alice patted her father's leg as he wiped his sleeve across his eyes. "You're safe. That's all that matters." "Stop apologizing, please. It wouldn't matter if the place had been burned to the ground. You two are what matter. Though, I'm kind of wondering why you didn't burn the place to the ground rather than letting them take over. Who are they? I got close enough to the house to see there were people there and could tell they were really pissed off at you guys, but—" There are, well, your neighbors. And ours." "Come again?" Alice blinked a few times. "Our neighbors?" Yeah." Ryan shifted on his crate, looking at Helen. "You want to tell them the whole story?" "You go ahead. I'll jump in if you forget something." Outside the barn, one of the horses whinnied in annoyance, and Sarah stood up. "I'll go get them fed. Be back in a minute." Ryan nodded. "Holler if you need help." Turning back to the others, he began. "Well, it started with everything going up in smoke. Your neighbors at the end of the driveway had their garage go up in flames. We helped them fight it and saw that things weren't looking too pretty around the rest of the area, so we figured we should probably go back to Grand Rapids and just check stuff out. I'm sure you can imagine how well that went." "Did you even get out on the highway?" Alice asked. "Oh, yes. We spent, what, an hour or two moving stuff out of the way to get down the road, didn't we?" Ryan looked at Helen, who nodded in affirmation. "I kept thinking things might clear up after a while, but once we figured out this was so big, we turned around and went back to your place. After that, we hunkered down for a while, and things were okay." "Until Jack and Barb and a bunch of others tried to break into the house." "I'm sorry, what?" James tilted his head at Helen. "Jack and Barb Willoughby?" "Those are the ones." Helen nodded slowly. "Their little raiding party shot Ryan, but we drove them off and killed a couple of them." She leaned down and patted Duke, stroking his back and side. "Thanks to your pups." Duke took center stage in that defense. Leapt straight off the catwalk and plowed into one of them, tore his throat out, or was it one of the women? Ryan asked Helen, who shrugged. "It's all a blur at this point." Hold on, Mom," Alice stammered. Are Are you seriously telling me that you guys killed people? In self-defense. Ryan's gaze was piercing. Though something tells me you four have seen your fair share of death as well. Well, more than you know, James answered. But finish your story first. You drove them off, I take it? Tails between their legs. Helen patted Duke again, chuckling darkly. No offense, boy. Things were fine for a day or three after that. Just trying to take care of things around the place. And that's when Sandy entered the picture, needing help for her boy, infection or some such. Her husband was one of the ones that died in the attack, and she seemed not to mind too much, so we gave her some of your antibiotics from the cupboard. I know Sandy, Alice interjected. She's good people. Sarah came back in and sat down, warming her hands near the fire. Ryan had his doubts at first, Helen added, but she turned out to be all right in the end. I get the distinct impression that her husband was, physically abusing her. Maybe Stephen, too. Oh, that's... Alice hesitated. Not surprising when I think about it. Sad, but not really surprising. Ryan took a drink from a jar of water before continuing. Yeah, we talked with her for a while, then the neighbors tried to use her to get to us. That failed, obviously. Then everything just kind of fell apart from there. We went from trying to get Sandy to get a replacement well pump. Oh, you've got a new well pump, by the way, James. Oh, it finally kicked the bucket, eh? Yep. New one works well, though. Solar's enough to run it and everything else? It is after I put in some new panels. Ryan winked. It's a damn good setup you've got there, son. Too good, really. It's the whole reason why Red and his posse of idiots wanted the place so much. Okay, who is this Red? Alice looked at Ryan, then James. Is that the guy who was shouting at everyone and giving orders when you spied on the house? I think so. Real mean-looking guy. Baseball cap, acted like God died and left him in charge. That's him. Ryan nodded. And he's a piece of work. How do you know him, Dad? Ryan stared at the jar of water in his hand for a long moment, silently watching the flames crackling through the liquid as he swirled it around, mouth opening and closing a few times in silence before he took a long breath, wiping away a tear forming at the edge of one eye. My biggest regret is that I opened my big mouth, hon. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault. Helen leaned over, wrapping an arm around Ryan and addressing Alice and James. Red's an acquaintance of your father's, from home. They played golf sometimes and a bit of poker. They were farmers in the area. Most of the people he brought with him were, at one point, way back in the day. Apparently, one of them remembered Ryan mentioning your place here offhand once, and they decided to make the trip out here. They traveled from Grand Rapids out to here? For our place? James was incredulous. Did you tell them we had stockpiles of gold bullion or something? James? Alice shook her head. Sorry, Ryan, I didn't mean... No, you should mean it. Ryan arched his back, sitting straight and looking at his daughter and son-in-law. My big mouth got your house taken. I never thought bragging about my kids would lead to something like this, but it's my fault, through and through. Dad, no, it's not your fault. Listen to your daughter, you old man. Helen squeezed Ryan's hand. You can't keep beating yourself up for the actions of a... Helen glanced at Jake and Sarah. Of a despicable, vile person. Like I said, James said, smiling, it's not your fault. Don't you remember what I said I'd do if you apologized again? A slight smile spread across Ryan's face. Just you try it. All right, before we make space for a fist fight, finish telling us about this red fellow. Alice said, looking to her father. What's he like? What are his people like? All that stuff. He looked like a dictator to me, James said, and he was really torqued off about you two escaping. As he should be, given we took what's probably the only working tractor for 50 miles around. Ryan smiled, looking over at the partially obscured vehicle. And yes, he's a dictator, to put it mildly. I think he's got some sort of military background, but I'm not sure. A couple of his people do. I'm pretty sure one's Marines, and I don't know what the other is or was. Is he working with the neighbors then? Like Jack and Barb and the rest? Alice asked. I don't know if working with is as accurate as lording over. He and the group he brought from Grand Rapids are the ones in charge, and without a doubt. From what Sandy told us, they rolled into town in the salt truck, parked in front of the house, and straight up shot one of the neighbors to get their attention. Then they all decided to pledge their fealty to him. After that, they drove straight through the gate and up to the house. Nearly killing Ryan in the process. Helen's lips were thin, her jaw working back and forth as she spoke. I think he would have, if it hadn't been for Martha. And she is, James asked. Red's wife. Ryan nodded, looking at Helen. There's some kind of weird dynamic going on with those two. Abusive, it seems to me. Undoubtedly. The man pointed a gun at her and threatened to kill her, and she barely batted an eye. I still think she might end up being an ally, in the end, Ryan replied. Okay. James stood, stretching his back and twisting gingerly back and forth. Before we start delving into the nuances of each person's personality, let me make sure I've got this straight. There's a group of your neighbors and our neighbors who have taken over our home, numbering in the couple dozen plus range if my head count was remotely accurate. The one leading them is borderline psychopathic, and I'm sure would have zero issues in killing us if we marched up there and asked nicely for the keys back. They're moderately well armed, too. Helen's smile was slight, casting a glance at Alice, who shared a similar wry grin as James continued speaking. Moderately well armed, too. Yes, thank you. Perfect. Wonderful. James looked around. And we have 4 adults, 2 children, a tractor, some horses, and a modest amount of supplies. Does that sound about right? Ryan nodded. More or less. Though it sounds too fatalistic when you put it like that. It's been a long ride, and I'm cranky. Sorry. Do you have a point with all this? Alice asked, crossing her arms and looking up at him. Or are you just trying to depress all of us? Oh, yeah. I guess I'm wondering what the plan is. Ryan raised an eyebrow, smiling. I thought you'd never ask. Gnats, smoke particulates, and dust swirled in the face of the narrow flashlight beam. Above, the moon passed behind another cloud, magnifying the light's effect, and James turned it slightly toward the ground, shaking his head in mock sadness. Ryan, what on earth did you do to my tractor? Saved our lives, that's what I did. Ryan pulled at the branches he and Helen had placed across the vehicle's frame, revealing the misshapen angles and rushed welding work that had gone into it. James walked around the tractor and trailer, examining a few places where bullets had snuck in between the steel plates, leaving small holes in their wake. Looks like a good job considering everything you had going on. I don't see any damage to any vital systems. A few holes in the tires, which don't matter. Nice work. Very nice work. I appreciate that. She's not done yet, though. You and Mom were talking about a killdozer before, Dad. Alice stood near her father, holding Helen's hand. That sounds familiar. I'm not sure why. I don't remember the names of the place, but there was a mechanic a long while back who felt wronged by his town. I think they cut off access to his building or something. Anyway, he covered a bulldozer with steel plating, turned it into a full-fledged tank with portholes for shooting out of it and everything, and made it so that it couldn't be broken into. He then proceeded to demolish half the town before the thing finally took enough small arms fire that it broke down. Holy! Jake whispered, a smile slowly spreading across his face. That's awesome! We're going to build something like that? I don't think we have enough steel to make a full-on tank, not to mention this little tractor probably doesn't have the horsepower to hold it, but that's the general idea, yes. You want to demolish our house? James knelt down, examining a bundle of hydraulic cables that peeked out from one of the steel plates, checking for damage. Nearby, hobbled by their leads, the horses ignored the conversation, chewing on tender grass near the trees. Absolutely not. But their little tent city out there? Yes. Plus, an impenetrable place to fire from will be an invaluable distraction. Pass me that blanket. James pointed to a lightweight blanket that had been stuffed into the trailer, and Alice picked it up and handed it to James, who spread it out on the ground under the tractor before crawling underneath. It's a good idea, Ryan. I'm all for it. Yeah, it was already a little sluggish on the drive over here. I know some of that was the trailer, but I'm not sure how much more weight we can put on it before the engine stresses too much. Oh, don't worry about that. James smiled, checking more hydraulic lines before crawling back out and dusting his hands off. Here, check this out. Popping the hood of the tractor, James squatted on the right-hand side, pointing at a small section next to the engine block. I can get us another 10, maybe 15 horsepower out of this sucker, easy. Won't take 15 minutes. Well, no, that's not true. If we had an angle grinder, it'd take 15 minutes. He tapped a small cylinder, spinning a cover with his thumb and forefinger. How do you expect to do that? Oh, this model's got 25 horses. One of the reasons I bought it was so that I wouldn't have to mess with all the stupid computer controls that are required for anything over 25. But the engine itself is the exact same one that they use in the 35-horse models. Ryan's brow was furrowed, then his eyes widened, and he grinned as realization set in. That's the fuel screw, isn't it? Exactly. James stood up, patting Ryan on the shoulder. Just need to remove that cover, and then we can get another 10 easy out of her. Maybe more if we're careful. That's genius! Ryan laughed. How on earth did you come up with that? James shrugged. It's a pretty common modification for this model. I was going to wait till she was out of warranty to do it, but somehow I don't think the warranty much matters anymore. If you can get another 10 or 15 horses out of this, then we can put some serious armor on it. Ryan walked around the tractor himself, looking over his work, taking note of each bad weld, gap in the plating, and area that could use more steel. Yeah, we can add gun ports, cover the whole thing halfway down the wheels, and, possibly even build some kind of extension off of the cab for someone to sit in and fire out of. That sounds like a dreadful amount of work, Helen said, glancing at Alice and the kids. Do you really think we can manage all of that? James shone his light across the supplies in the back of the trailer, then looked back at the tractor. Looks like we have enough steel. I meant more along the lines of food. Helen's tone took on an embarrassed air. We were barely able to get what we got, and I'm not sure it'll be enough for 6 people for more than a day or two at most, and we can't exactly eat horse feed. Well, scavenge and stretch things out, hon. Ryan put an arm around her, smiling at James, Alice, Jake, and Sarah. We've got them back. That's all that matters. Oh, you've got more than us back, Alice said, she and James grinning as they looked across at the horses, still saddled and fully loaded as they grazed in the darkness nearby. We didn't come empty-handed. Chapter 2. Red Fletcher, somewhere outside East Lansing. Dawn's early light peeked over the eastern horizon, casting rays through the thick line of trees bordering the edge of the Burtons' property. Shovels plunged into the earth and sweat dripped to the ground as long graves were dug next to existing ones, the manual labor made all the more agonizing by who the graves were for. Long shadows grew more distinct as the sun slowly rose, the animals milling about as they waited for their food, growing increasingly agitated as their anticipated feeding time came and went with no signs of their usual masters. A smattering of guards walked along the edge of the property, whispering to themselves as they cast wary glances toward the large house sitting atop a slight hill near the center of the 40 acres. From the direction of the house, on a flat part of the driveway out in front of it, the muffled sounds of cursing, metal striking metal, and shouts of annoyance echoed through the morning's mist, carrying with them a sense of dread and malaise that had settled over the place. This crap ain't bonding! Reynolds was on his back, laying atop a comically undersized creeper, half of his body underneath the front of the large salt truck's left-hand fuel tank. There's still diesel dripping out, and I can't get it to stay. Damn it! It almost went in my eye! Reynolds's wide stomach, chest, then shoulders appeared as he squeezed out from underneath the truck, sitting up and wiping at his cheek with his shirt sleeve. A gray, metallic-looking substance smeared across his cheek, and he winced, standing up and pointing toward the small group of people near him. Give me some water! Now! Jeez, it's burning! Hansen handed over a cup of water he had been drinking from and a handkerchief from his back pocket, and Reynolds doused the cloth with the water before swabbing his cheek, finally removing the substance to reveal a bright red streak. Told you should have worn goggles. Hansen chuckled, taking back the cup from Reynolds. Shut up or get under there yourself. What's the problem anyway? I told you it won't bond. Did you sand it down first? Did I? Of course I sanded it down, you idiot. Reynolds touched at the red streak on his cheek, wincing. There's still diesel dripping out, and I guess that's keeping the stuff from bonding and curing. He gestured to a few 5-gallon buckets at the edge of the driveway, speaking to the group of people watching him. Why didn't you get it all out, huh? You boys doing okay? A soft voice came from behind, and both men turned to see Martha approaching with several cups of coffee on a small tray. It looked like you all were having trouble, so I thought some coffee might help. Oh, thanks, Martha. Reynolds took one of the cups, sipping at it. It's a stupid tank we're trying to fix. The holes on the top are fine, but the ones near the bottom are giving me a fit. I hate to bear bad news, but Red's going to be coming out in a minute. Martha whispered as she finished handing out the coffee to the others. He's in a frightful state. I don't think he slept a wink last night. Great, Reynolds moaned. And I'm the one who's going to get his butt chewed out. Calm down. Hansen put a hand on Reynolds' shoulder. Take a breath. Don't tell me to calm down. Reynolds slapped Hansen's hand away, rubbing at the red mark on his cheek. How about you give him the bad news, huh? Bad news? Gentlemen, bad news is not a phrase I want to hear. Reynolds' shoulders tensed as a new voice came from behind him, and before he could turn to greet them, Red Fletcher was already at his side, arms crossed, looking him over top to bottom. What the hell happened to you, Reynolds? It's the liquid metal, Red. It won't bond to the tank. And why not? Red's voice was eerily calm. Because some people didn't do their job draining the tank all the way. I got diesel all over me and it keeps seeping out of the holes and keeping the stuff from sticking to the tank and hardening. The epoxy isn't working either. It's the diesel, Red. Red closed his eyes, rubbing them with his thumb and forefinger, chewing on his upper lip before speaking. Reynolds, your one job was to fix the tank. Are you telling me that you can't do that? Red, nobody can. It's not... I am so damned tired, Red's voice rose with each word, of people telling me it's not their fault. The last word exploded out of his mouth, and Red pushed Reynolds backwards, arms windmilling as his bulk crashed up against the side of the salt truck. The others around him moved back, including Martha, who stood near the rear of the truck. It's your job, so it's your responsibility, which means it's your fault. Get it? Reynolds nodded meekly as Red gave him another shove on the chest with his arm before turning to the rest of the assembled group, all of whom had gained a strong interest in gazing at their feet. As for the rest of you, do we really need 5 people standing around with their thumbs up their butts? He stalked over to the buckets of diesel and peered into them, shaking his head. Why the hell did you save this stuff? We've got a whole tank of it in the barn. You told us to... Hanson started. Shut up! Red turned on him. And aren't you supposed to be out on guard duty? No, that's later today after... Get out there now, Hanson! Unless you want my boot where the sun don't shine. As Hanson hurried off, Red turned to the rest of the group, gesticulating at them as he continued shouting. Get moving, all of you! Find something productive to do! We're down 6 people and a bunch of meds thanks to taking care of Jack before he kicked the bucket. If you don't have a place to be, I want you to get inside so I can give you new assignments. Move it! The crowd dispersed as quickly as humanly possible, and Red turned to Martha, his stern visage softening for a few seconds before he noticed 3 people at the top of the driveway outside the garage. Come here! He pointed at the figures, shouting at them, and they began walking down toward the truck. You need me, Red? Nancy Lively asked, standing behind Sandy and Stephen. No, go find something to do. Nancy turned and jogged off without another word, leaving Sandy and Stephen standing alone, Martha far off to the side, with Red facing them. You know, I had a lot of time to think last night, and I spent a lot of that time thinking about you, Sandy. Why? Sandy's mouth grew dry, and she licked her lips, trying to force a smile. Do you need me to do something? I was going to get breakfast going. Breakfast can wait. Red's voice lowered again, eyes narrowing. I want to talk to you about Ryan and Helen. What about them? Sandy still tried to force a smile. I was thinking, you and Helen were awfully close, it seemed to me. Nancy told me herself that you and Helen were like that. Red twisted his forefinger and middle finger around each other. If that were the case, I just think that you'd have known they were going to try and escape. And if you did know and didn't tell us, then it would be entirely Your responsibility that we lost 6 people plus a tractor and a pile of supplies to boot. Red, I swear. Swearing's not right, Sandy. Red stepped forward, especially when you know it's a lie. He looked down at Stephen, a cruel smile on his face. Isn't that right, son? Isn't lying wrong? Red? Martha came in from the side, laying her hand on his arm. I don't think Stephen would lie to you. Would you, Stephen? No, sir. I mean, ma'am. My son isn't a part of anything, Red. Sandy put her arms around Stephen's chest. And neither am I. Helen and Ryan were kind to me for a while, but after what you did with Stephen to get in here, plus what the rest did with me to try and get to them before you arrived, well, they didn't trust me at all. I had no idea they were going to do what they did. I would have told you had I known. This affects my son and I just as much as the rest of you. Red was silent, staring into Sandy's eyes as she fought to meet his gaze without blinking, until finally he shook his head and sighed. Get out of my sight and get started on the food. We'll continue this conversation later. Sandy nodded, taking Stephen with her as she turned, hurrying back toward the house. Martha headed after them, giving Red a slight smile, which he acknowledged with a frown and shake of his head before turning back on Reynolds, who was still standing next to the salt truck, watching the proceedings with wide eyes. Reynolds! Red tilted his head and neck back and forth until a slight crack finally sounded. How long until this truck is ready? It was a statement, not a question, and Reynolds swallowed hard, racking his brain for some sort of answer that wouldn't lead to a further tongue lashing. Honestly, Red, it's going to take a while. 2 days, maybe? 2? The word exploded out, then Red clamped his mouth shut and closed his eyes, jaw clenching and unclenching fiercely for a moment before he spoke again, calmer, but tone tinged with frustration and a dark anger. 2 days? Why 2, Reynolds? Why not 2 hours? I'm almost out of the liquid metal, Red, and this epoxy is dissolving on contact with the diesel. Reynolds half turned, pointing at the fuel tank. We need to drill another hole in the very bottom of the tank or find a pump or something so that every last drop can be cleaned out. We'll probably have to weld patches on the holes, so any fuel flames in there will be a very, very bad thing. I'm going to need help, too. They weren't just standing around, Red. They were helping, and I need them if I'm going to get this done. Someone's got to go find some welding gear, and someone else needs to drain the tank, and... All right, I get it. Red held up a hand, then shouted, Hanson, get over here. Hey, what's up, Red? What do you mean, what's up? Are you 12? Red rolled his eyes. I need a team put together. Go out searching for what Reynolds needs to repair this piece of crap. I want it back by the end of the day. Welding gear, steel to make a new fuel tank, whatever he needs. Understand? Yeah, no problem, Red. I'll get it done. Good. Red started to turn back to Reynolds. Red? Red sighed deeply at the sound of Hanson's voice. Oh, I swear, this had better be a really good question. I was just wondering something. Spit it out. Well, I mean, why do we need this truck back up and running so fast? Don't we have everything we need here? Hanson. Reynolds' eyes were wide, his head shaking slightly behind Red as he made a cutting motion across his neck, which Hanson ignored as he plowed on with his questions. I mean, we've got the ATV and that EV of theirs and power and food and everything, right? Why do... Hanson's barrage of questions were cut off as Red circled around the man before shoving him sideways, slamming him against the side of the salt truck, arm pinned across Hanson's neck. He choked and gasped, struggling meekly against Red, who ignored the man's flailing arms, slapping him on the side of the face and head, punctuating every other word with a blow. Ryan Cooper is out there. He's alive and he's going to want revenge. We lost people and we need all resources at top strength, including this truck. But Red... Hanson gasped for air, clinging to Red's arm, trying to pull it away from his windpipe. We've got all we need here. We have more people, supplies, everything. What can he do to us? Red let up on Hanson's neck for a second before slamming the man harder against the side of the salt truck. Hanson's vision went blurry and spotted with a variety of colors for a few seconds, Red's voice a bellow that cut through the visual static, his spittle flying into Hanson's face. And he has a tractor and supplies and apparently... Red gestured to the fuel tank, letting off of Hanson long enough for the man to take a few quick breaths. He has guns, too! We've got one lousy ATV, an electric car that's locked to Ryan and Helen's fingerprints, and a truck that can't do jack. We still outnumber him, Red. Hanson sputtered out a reply. You don't get it, do you? Red snorted disdainfully. Of course you don't, idiot. Red glanced around to see that a crowd had formed, both near the salt truck and farther away. Everyone stopped in their tracks and duties to listen and watch as Red berated Hanson. He looked back to Hanson and slapped him once more upside the head before releasing him. Hanson sinking slowly to the ground as Red turned to the assembled crowd, voice raising. None of you get it. This man is dangerous. He will be back and we need to get ready. But none of you are going to be ready, are you? No, of course you won't, because you let him get away in the first place. If you were any good at your jobs, you would have stopped him. Red paused from his gesticulating-laden berating of his crew, crimson-faced and panting. A woman, one of the local neighbors, approached him slowly, flanked by two other people whose eyes were downcast as they shuffled behind her. Red? She spoke quietly. What is it? Red bellowed at her. Just tell me what it is. We're back from the first search. The tire tracks stopped at the paved road. We kept going for a while, looking for any signs of where they went, but there was nothing. Oh, this is exactly what I mean. Red put both hands to the sides of his face, squeezing as he pulled down on his cheeks, groaning loudly. Ugh, none of you know how to do anything properly. Just get back out there and find him. With a final hoarse, cracked, spit-filled scream, Red stomped up the driveway. Martha meeting him halfway, whispering something to him that no one else could hear. He shook off the hand she tried to put on his shoulder, but she persisted, speaking to him and patting his back and arm as she walked next to him all the way back up to the house, following him inside and closing the door behind them. Reynolds and Hanson looked at each other, then at the woman and her search party, before everyone shrugged and shook their heads. They spoke quietly to each other as they resumed their tasks, the trio heading to get some food and water before going back out on another search, and Reynolds and Hanson resuming their work on the salt truck. An hour after the screaming and berating had stopped, there was a soft tick of a door being opened, then another of it being softly shut. Martha appeared at the top of the stairs a second later, descending them slowly, giving Sandy and Stephen a slight smile as she caught sight of them sitting at the dining room table, Stephen reading, while Sandy sat with a notebook and pen, writing down meal ideas for the next few days. Martha looked back at the top of the stairs and sighed, shoulders slumping as she sat down next to Sandy. He asleep? Sandy whispered. Yes, thank goodness. Martha took off her glasses, closed her eyes, and slowly massaged them. I'm sorry, Sandy. Martha put her glasses back on and took Sandy's hand, squeezing it. He shouldn't have threatened you again. He shouldn't be speaking to anyone like he is. Was he always like this? Sandy asked. The answer took a moment. Martha clung to Sandy's hand, gazing out the front window at the men working on the salt truck, the guards patrolling at the edges of the property, and the trees and broad gray sky beyond. Sometimes, she finally said, softly, not a whisper, but quietly enough that she couldn't be heard beyond the table. It was never this bad, though. And he'd been mellowing out the last few years. Quite a lot, actually, but it's driven him mad. Sandy rubbed at a series of yellowish marks on her arm, bruises that had almost healed, but still showed signs of their existence. It's not okay for him to treat you like this either. It's okay, Sandy. It's not, Martha. Sandy took Martha's hands, looking her in the eye. He pointed a gun at you, not by accident. He was considering killing you. Martha's mouth opened momentarily before shutting again, her eyes turning glassy. She wiped at them, taking a deep breath and summoning a smile before patting Sandy's hand. Don't worry about me, dear. You need to think about yourself and your son. Red's got his eye on you. That's not a good thing. I wish we had escaped with Ryan and Helen, that I had known about it and could have gone with them. As Sandy's voice was barely audible, she searched Martha's face for signs of surprise, but the older woman merely nodded slowly, patting Sandy's hand again. Try to stay out of Red's way, dear. I'll help you as best as I can. We'll help each other, Martha. I'm not alone right now, and neither are you. Martha's forced smile turned genuine at Sandy's words, and she nodded slowly. A silent thanks as they sat hand in hand, Stephen next to them, all three staring out the window as they contemplated what was to come. Chapter 3. Agent Harris, Site R, Pennsylvania. 7%? 7%. Burke rubbed his eyes wearily, tossing the paper he was looking at back onto the table with a sigh. It's a sad day when 7% of the electrical grid being operational is going to seem like a miracle. It's the state of the world, sir. Yep. Burke arched his back, stretching and cracking it before returning to the stack of papers. So, 3 weeks for that, then oil processing is 2% at this moment. Pulaski leaned in, pointing to a chart on the page. Old, out-of-commission refineries are producing all we have at the moment. We're currently pulling nothing out of the ground. We expect it to take 3 months to return domestic production and processing to 10 to 15% of pre-collapse capacity. 15%? Good heavens. I know that sounds low, but no, that sounds incredibly ambitious. Ambitious, but doable. Despite their proximity to many of the initial fires, we were able to pull out a sizable number of employees and contractors from the top 5 drilling and refinery companies. It's a matter of infrastructure at this point. The Corps of Engineers has it as their top priority still. I assume most of the production is centered around diesel production. Diesel and jet fuel. Gasoline is taking a back seat right now for obvious reasons. Good. Burke nodded. Good to hear. Sounds like some desperately needed progress. What else do you have for me? The background drone of Site R's air conditioning and filtration systems mixed with the buzz of the overhead lights, filling the silence left as Pulaski shuffled through more paperwork, still adjusting to his new, multi-purpose role. Normally strictly in charge of military affairs, he'd taken on the role of coordinator, briefer, and all-around advisor, as others in Burke's orbit had been forced to take on additional roles themselves, spreading through the Site R complex to collect information and deliver it to Pulaski and Burke. Sorry, sir. One moment. Relax, Pulaski. Take your time. Burke looked over and gave Harris a sly smile, the younger agent returning it before Burke spoke to him. How's your mattress treating you, Harris? It smells like a cross between mildew and urine. Other than that, it's fine. Mine too. Burke chuckled. I don't think they really expected to have to host anyone here in the overflow barracks. Here we are, Pulaski said, pulling a stapled-together collection of papers out of one of his stacks and thumbing through it. Updates on transportation acquisitions, civilian morale, and general, feelings of the country. He looked at Burke. Sir, I'm really not the one to try and update you on this. Could we get Miss Strode into... Nope. This is you and me, General. Nancy's got her own set of tasks to take care of. As you wish. Pulaski squared his shoulders. Methods of transportation are being acquired, organic and mechanical alike. National Guard posts, the ones that are still intact, that is, are taking point on this. Old vehicles are being turned around and repaired and refitted, and they're using any intact civilian vehicles, including electric ones as well. What do you mean by organic methods of transportation? Horses? Yes, sir. Horses are the main source of transportation right now in areas that aren't near the 3 main train routes that are operating. It looks like we're taking down information whenever possible so that the owners can be compensated or what's taken can be returned at a later date. Most of the time these resources are abandoned, but when they aren't, civilians aren't generally happy to be forced to give up their property. Understandable. Burke nodded. You'd think that the resource drops and aid camps and such would be helping them understand we're legitimately on their side. Not according to these report summaries, Pulaski replied. They're still suspicious of the camps and aid drops, and attacks on National Guard posts and train convoys have been increasing dramatically. If you'll forgive the frankness. General, just say what's on your mind. Stop asking for permission. People have lost their damn minds. Burke and Harris both laughed at the general's words, glancing at each other before their chuckles grew louder. I'll give it to you, Pulaski. That was frank. Any thoughts from either of you on what we can do? County, city, and state-level connections and relationships will only go so far if the people feel like they're on their own and don't have any sort of connection to their leaders. Have we released any PR campaigns, sir? Harris spoke first, the other 2 men turning to him. PR campaigns? Burke shook his head. Not to my knowledge. We've been focused on getting aid where it needs to be. Do you think that's what we're missing? Might be, sir. Explain, Mr. Harris. Pulaski's words were a statement, not a question, and he gestured to a seat next to him at the small table. Harris rose from his seat near the door and circled around to sit at the table. I guess I'm thinking of it from their perspective, and, well, I can understand some of their reactions. A major disaster has happened. A large percentage of the American public is dead, and their government is just throwing food and water and aid camps at the problem. We're doing far more than that. Pulaski bristled, holding up reams of paper. Have you been listening to what we've been discussing? General, you know we're doing a lot, and I know we're doing a lot, but does Joe Public know? Are they aware that we're going to be at 10% refining capability in 3 months? Do they know that power will be back on soon for sections of the country? Have they been informed en masse about what we're doing with their horses that we take and how we're ensuring they'll get them back? Of course they are. We tell anyone we see what we're doing. And Harris looked at Burke. Sir, you're a politician. Do you see what I'm saying? Burke's slow, steady nod during Harris's questions grew stronger as the agent addressed him directly. I do. I see exactly what you're saying. And you're right, dead on. We need a PR campaign, Pulaski. Sir? Pulaski, already out of his depths as an informal advisor and secretary to the president, appeared even more lost. Burke pushed back from the table, standing and starting to pace around the room as he talked. We're reaching individuals, but we're not reaching America as a whole. That's a huge problem in situations like this because if we don't reach the American people as a whole, the individual conversations are meaningless. We need to shift focus here. I need a dedicated team. The press secretary's gone, so find me someone who's got even a modicum of press or PR experience and get them ready for a meeting. We need videos, radio statements, daily updates for the public. Burke stopped at the pile of papers in front of Pulaski, jabbing a finger at it. This is what the public needs to know. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Sir, our adversaries do not matter one whit. We've already established that anyone with any capabilities were crippled just like we were. So let's be an example to our people and theirs of how you respond to a beatdown like this. Burke clenched the back of his chair, knuckles turning white, laughing derisively at himself. Son of a... I'm a damn politician. How did I not realize what we were missing? How did... No offense, Harris. A bodyguard figured this out. Harris smiled. None taken, sir. And it's pretty simple. You've been busy leading, not politicking. It's long past time to do both again. Pulaski, find me all the people you can who have backgrounds in PR and media. I'll also need to know how far we can push video and voice messages. Videos can be sent to aid cams and played on screens there at a minimum, but we can push voice messages out farther than that, surely. Pulaski nodded in understanding. Give me an hour, sir. I'll have an update for you then. Excellent. Thank you. Burke gestured at Harris. Come on, I'm going for a walk. Water cascaded down a man-made waterfall into a massive reservoir 1,000 feet long and wide, the echo deafening in the enclosed space in the back portion of the Site R facility. The fresh water, sourced from underground rivers and pumped from aquifers 1,000 feet or more underground, served to nourish both the humans living inside the facility as well as the twin nuclear reactors that provided the power necessary to maintain all of the site's infrastructure. As a well-known and publicly referenced location in popular media and general culture, Raven Rock's long-term strategic value had diminished over the years, leading to a declination in appearance and upkeep. The complex, once top secret and protected from all prying eyes, had, over the years, turned into a facility similar in nature to Mount Weather and even Cheyenne Mountain. While certain operations were still located at such facilities, and their internal workings secret to all but the privileged few, they were, nonetheless, deprioritized in favor of other complexes that received modern upgrades and amenities. God, smells like mildew back here, too. President Burke wrinkled his nose as he and Harris walked across the catwalk that extended across the reservoir, the swirling waters beneath their feet lit by dozens of bright yellow bulbs that hung from the rock ceiling. It reminds me of this little grocery store I went to all the time when I was a kid. Harris replied. You'd walk in and just get hit by this wave of mildew. I couldn't stand the place, but my mother liked going there over any of the bigger places. Burke stopped and gripped the handrail, peering over the edge into the dark, roiling waters just a few feet below. It reminds me of the basement bunker of the White House. They put new paint and carpets in there to try and cover it up, but it never helps. Glancing back down the way they came, at the group of Marines following at a distance, Burke raised a mischievous eyebrow. Come on, let's go see the reactors. Sir, I don't think we... Who's in charge, Harris? Harris sighed. I think they're past the reservoir, up a level. That's the spirit. Burke winked and continued onward, Harris rushing to catch up with them. The pair exited from the reservoir space through a large pair of metal doors, leaving the rush of water behind. Following signs marked with radiation warnings, they headed up a flight of stairs, the president saluted by various members of the military as he took the lead, nodding and returning each one he received. When he and Harris reached the doors marked with signs for the nuclear reactors, a man in a white lab coat rose from a desk and ran for the doors, blocking their way. Who are you? You can't be Wait, are you? I am. Burke towered over the smaller man, and I'm taking a little self-guided tour of the facility. I'd like to see the reactors. This isn't done. It's just not done. Dr. Kepler. Burke put an arm on the man's shoulder, giving him a soft smile. The gentleman standing behind me is my personal Secret Service agent. His job is to make sure no threats get through to me, and he takes his job very seriously. You don't want him to think you're a threat, do you? The man's eyes widened, a series of sputtering, stuttering words coming from his lips, though no actual words were formed in the process. Burke gave him a wink and gently pushed him aside, opening the doors with both hands. We'll be just a minute, Doctor. Thank you for your cooperation. The room containing the twin reactors was 50 feet wide by 200 feet long, with circular guardrails at either end surrounding twin chambers full of water. A blue glow emanated from both chambers, and Burke and Harris approached the nearest one, staring down into the water. The water was still compared to the rush of the reservoir they had walked over previously, but it nonetheless bubbled, the glow growing and receding in strength in a steady rhythm. So much power, Burke muttered, leaning over the rail, staring down into the water. Limitless power for destruction, or for good, all contained in the palm of our hands. Makes you think, doesn't it, Harris? The agent moved cautiously to the handrail, peeking gingerly over the side. Is it safe to be here? Burke chuckled. Perfectly. You need to go lick the reactor rods to get a dose that would hurt you. I didn't realize you knew anything about nuclear reactors, sir. I wanted to be a nuclear physicist. Burke looked around the room, elbow on the edge of the guardrail as he leaned against it. But I couldn't handle the math. E&M kicked my butt out of the room, and then I went with my backup. A JD wasn't my first choice, but it landed me here, so, not all bad. Burke's gaze returned to the water. That blue glow is Cherenkov radiation. It's caused when particles travel faster through a medium than light can pass through the same medium, like a sonic boom, but for your eyes. Is there something on your mind? Harris asked. I don't want to pry, but this isn't like you, sir. Burke's smile was more strained. I need your opinion, Harris. On? Burke gestured with both hands in large, sweeping motions. All of this. The new updates, what we're doing, our future plans, all of it. And don't give me bullshit. I want your candid opinion. I wonder how things are really going out there on the streets. I question the reliability of some of the reports you're getting. Mostly, I'm wondering how things will get resolved. I've seen this sort of rebuilding that goes on during and after wars, and that seems like a walk in the park compared to what we have to do here and now. Burke pointed a finger at Harris, narrowing one eye. And that's why I keep you around, Harris. You know, Pulaski and Crow both tried to get you replaced a few times since this mess all started. Said they wanted to assign someone more experienced. I told them that if they tried, they'd be out in the streets. Harris opened his mouth to speak, but Burke waved him off. I'll save it. Good intentions, but those two are hammers and anvils. Weapons to be pointed in the right directions. I need thinking. Like what you did back there in that conference room. We've all been so worried about doing the right things that we haven't paid a lick of attention to telling people what we're doing. The message is just as important. Hell, it's usually more important than the actions. So in answer to your question, that's what's on my mind. Getting creative, figuring out our blind spots. What have we missed? What are we overlooking? What are we screwing up? You keep helping me with those things, and we're going to do just fine. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the vote of confidence. Damn straight. Burke looked back down in the water. You know you can swim in that, right? Swim? In a reactor chamber? Yep, it's perfectly safe. Sir, Relax, Harris. I'm not going to put you through watching me jump in. Burke laughed, turned from the rail, and slapped the agent on the back. Come on, let's do some more sightseeing, then get back. We've got a country to save. Yes, sir. Chapter 4. The Burton Cooper Family, somewhere outside East Lansing. Dawn's first light crept up over the eastern tree line behind the park, and for the first time in weeks, it was not accompanied by sadness, grief, exhaustion, or worry, but with joy, laughter, hope, and the smell of bacon and eggs. 4 horses grazed lazily in the grass outside the dilapidated barn where the smells and sounds emanated from, their burdens having been relieved from them the night before, saddles hung from the barn's walls and coats given a hasty brushing. Their leads were long, giving them the freedom to escape from some of the merriment that went on from inside the structure, but it was not far enough, and they snorted and chuffed when the voices grew in pitch, annoyed by events beyond their understanding. Hot, geez, give me a cloth or something, quick! Bacon's gonna burn! Ryan blew on his fingers as he pulled them from the piece of sheet metal set atop the fire. Helen jumped from her seat and took a dish rag from one of their duffel bags, throwing it at him, and he used it to move the metal from the fire to the top of a nearby crate. After sliding the bacon off onto another, smaller piece of sheet metal, he put the larger one back over the fire and waved at Alice and Helen. Okay, your turn. If I have to touch that stupid thing again, I think I'd rather go hungry. Ryan's daughter giggled as she pulled out eggs from one of her parents' bags, cracking a dozen of them into the bacon grease as her mother used a spatula to stir and scramble them. Hang on, James said, rooting through one of their bags before he pulled out 2 small wooden cylinders. Yep, I thought they gave us salt and pepper. Here, Helen. They gave you salt and pepper, too? Helen twisted the tops off of the cylinders, revealing coarsely ground pepper and thick flakes of sea salt. You 4 really got the royal treatment, didn't you? Yeah, well, when you save a whole family from certain death, they tend to be thankful. James grinned as Jake poked him in the side. Sheesh, Dad. Finally taking some credit for what you did? James shrugged. Just a little bit. Hey, you know we have some mix for bread and biscuits, too, right? Clara made them up for us. Amish bread? Sarah groaned, looking up from the trailer just outside the barn where she was busy organizing the supplies that Ryan and Helen had brought with them. Tell me they gave us butter and jam, too. Ugh, please. Yep, a few meals worth, even if we stuff ourselves. More like one meal worth if Sarah stuffs herself, Jake called out, grinning as his comment had the desired effect. Shut up! Cool it, you two, Alice warned. We spent weeks without you two getting at each other's throats. The least you can do is wait until we're back in our house before you start up again. Speaking of, James raised an eyebrow at Jake, who nodded. After we eat, we need to get started on that plan. We've got supplies here for at least 2 weeks, if we ration and stretch everything as thin as we can, but I don't want to wait that long. I didn't go through hell and high water just to give up at my own doorstep. I agree, Ryan replied, accepting a stack of thin aluminum army trays from James. We probably have enough gear here to do most of the work, but depending on what you want to do, we might have to scavenge for more. You're the one who did all of that to the tractor. James nodded over his shoulder in the direction of the heavily modified vehicle. I figured you had some ideas. I'm not the engineer here, or what was it Alice said they called you? Hero of Kansas City, I think, wasn't it? Helen shared a smile with Alice as James groaned. Oh, knock it off. I unjammed a firing pin. Now, the smallest action can have the greatest consequences. Ryan finished divvying up the bacon and eggs onto the plates and began to pass them around. And I'm not wrong. You are the engineer. One look at those welds will tell you I don't have the foggiest notion about what I'm doing. A slight smile played at the corners of James's mouth as he took his plate. Thanks for cooking this up, Ryan. James looked upward, closing his eyes. And thank you for carrying us this far. Bless this food in our hands and deliver our enemies into them. A chorus of amens went around the group, followed by sporks scraping against the metal trays. Once everyone had a few bites, James continued. No, you did a good job with the tractor given the pressure you were under. I'll redo some of the welds, but that's mostly because I have some ideas for additions to it. I'm all ears. Half an hour later, mugs of steaming coffee in hand, Ryan, Helen, James, and Alice stood around the tractor while Jake and Sarah continued organizing their supplies and tended to the dogs and horses inside the barn, keeping them from getting underfoot and in the way outside. James knelt down and looked beneath the rear of the tractor, using a piece of charred wood to draw black lines on both the steel plating and the tractor body itself, mumbling to himself under his breath as he went. Handing his cup to Alice, he leaned down underneath the front of the vehicle, then stood back up and lifted the hood. Is he okay? Helen whispered to Alice. He's thinking. Alice smiled, her husband's hand motions and murmurs at once so familiar, yet so strange for lack of togetherness over the past weeks. Just give him a minute. Closing the hood of the tractor, James stepped back and looked at it from the front, eyeing the steel plates Ryan had installed that covered the windows, his hands rotating back and forth at 45 and 90-degree angles to the steel plates and the curves of the tractor's chassis. Alice silently held out his coffee cup, which he accepted before circling the tractor once again before heading to the trailer. Squatting down next to the pile of steel plates Ryan had loaded into the trailer, he looked between them and the tractor several times before standing and draining the rest of the coffee in the thin metal mug. Yep. James looked at Ryan. We're going to need to scavenge. Not a lot, but we'll need another tank for the welder and at least 3 more pieces of steel plate plus some poles for structural support. And do any of you have any string? Slow down there, Tiger. Alice laughed. Care to explain to us what you have up your sleeve? Well, we're going to do what Ryan was talking about, what with making a killdozer, but we're going to take it a step farther. James walked to the side of the tractor and opened the door. Instead of just plate steel over the windows, we'll build compartments off of the sides of the tractor. We're also going to fully enclose everything, stem to stern, and add gun ports in the main cab and in the side compartments. Side compartments? Helen was the first to ask the question on everyone's minds. Are people going to sit in them? I thought about it, but no, too risky. James tapped on the tractor's door window. But they won't know that. See, my thought is that the tractor is going to be the distraction, while the rest bring the fight to them from behind. But in order to do that, we have to make them think that we're committing ourselves fully to the tractor in the assault. Grabbing one of the rifles from one of the bags given to him by the National Guard, he hefted it. We've got enough rifles and handguns that I can rig up some stands for them, and with the help of some pulleys and string, we can make it look like there are 3 or more people inside this thing, firing through multiple gun ports. Holy Toledo! Ryan whistled, long and low. That could work. Red would freak if he thought there were a few of us in there. He'd divert everyone to attack the tractor. And that was my assumption based on what I saw and what you were telling us about him. James swung the cab door closed again. We can use plywood for the underside to save on steel, but we need solid steel for the sides of it, so rounds have less of a chance of penetrating through into the cab from the sides. So, where do we source the materials? Alice asked. There's that strip of businesses back down the road a ways. The well place and an electrical contractor, We can start there. They're bound to have welding gear. That's where Sandy got the well pump, isn't it? Helen looked at Ryan. I think so, yeah. Ryan scratched his chin. That'll take us dangerously close to the house. Are you sure you don't want to search farther out? And Red's bound to send people out looking for us. He's not stupid enough to think we tucked tail and ran for good. And James snorted. Let them search for us. By the time they find us, we'll be geared up and ready to go. No, we're not moving farther away. We're going to have this ready in a couple days, maybe 3 at the most. And we're taking the fight to them. Someone should do recon on the house. Sarah's voice came from behind the group, and they all turned to her. Grandma and Grandpa killed several people on their way out, so maybe they changed how they're doing things there. She's not wrong. Alice looked at James. I can do that one night, and don't you argue with me, James. James held up both hands, taking a step back from Alice. Easy now, I'm on your side. I think that's a good idea, but I'll need all hands on deck for getting the tractor ready. Once it's done, let's run recon on the place if at all possible. Well, what do you need, James? Ryan rubbed his hands together. Anyone got any paper or a pen so we can make a list? Right here. Jake called before Sarah could answer, holding up one of the pads of paper they'd received on the train from the National Guard. James took the pad, along with a pencil, nodding in thanks. Excellent. Here's what we need. The sun's higher position in the sky did little to alleviate the chill in the air, particularly as another strong breeze swept across the park, finding each and every crack in the old barn's walls, worming its way through to the inhabitants within. The fire, temporarily abandoned after breakfast, had been refueled in light of the cooler weather, and was soon roaring again, though its hunger meant there was yet another task that had to be added to the list of must-dos. Said list was already uncomfortably long, even with 6 people available to tackle it, though needs, as the saying went, must. I want you two to keep your eyes open. Yes, sir. I'm serious. These people are dangerous. Dad, no, listen to me. If something happens to us, well, nothing's going to happen. But if it did, you'd probably be best making your way back south to Eli's. Honey? A gentle hand rested on James's shoulder where he sat with Jake and Sarah. Alice squatted next to him, patting him on the back. Jake and Sarah can handle themselves. I know you mean well, but... Alice's smile was warm, and James's shoulders slumped as understanding flowed through him. Sorry, kids. I'm still having trouble dealing with some of these changes. I keep forgetting what you two have gone through with your mom. It's gonna be okay, Dad. And Sarah looked at Jake. Trust us, after everything that's happened, we're just as prepared as you are. Uh-huh. They're not wrong. Alice couldn't keep a grin down. The pair of them could probably kick your butt. Yeah, well, still. They're going to be here by themselves. That makes me nervous. We won't be alone, Dad. Sarah wrapped an arm around Duke's wide, floofy neck and squeezed. We've got these three here. Grandma says they're bona fide killers and protectors. Plus, we can always use the horses to get away in a hurry if we have to. We'll be fine. I think they get the point, hon. Alice stood up, holding out a hand and helping to pull James to his feet. He dusted off his pants and sighed, rolling his head backward and stretching his shoulders. Yeah, I get it. Lay off. Message received. Just be careful, okay? We will. Keep the dogs and horses hidden inside, and don't go out of sight of the barn. Alice looked down at the pair. And if you even think you hear someone, get back to the barn. And don't hesitate to shoot. Mom, geez, we're just going to be gathering firewood. Sarah rolled her eyes. We're going to be fine. Jake, you locked and loaded? Yep. Good. Alice exhaled deeply before looking at James. Oh, you ready? Nope. Doesn't matter. Alice and James headed out of the barn to the trailer, where Ryan had laid a long piece of plywood across the back half of it. The duffel bags that James and Alice had brought with them were loosely piled in the trailer proper, having been emptied of supplies. The fresh food, MREs, and water filtration equipment were stacked in the front of the trailer, while the rifles, handguns, and shotgun that Alice had managed to hold on to were laid out across the plywood. Ryan and Helen stood side by side on the right side of the trailer, loading rounds from thin cardboard boxes into polymer magazines, filling every single one of the dozens that the military had provided them with. Ryan? James nodded to his father-in-law, coming up with Alice to stand on the opposite side of the small trailer. Helen? Things going okay? Excellent. Ryan nodded. You got a ton of equipment from those folks. They must have really liked you. They owed me a favor or two. James grinned, and I made sure to phone them in. Good man. I wish we had a couple more rifles, but 4 pistols minus 1 for the kids, 2 rifles, and a shotgun aren't bad. Kind of puts a damper on my idea to have multiple guns firing inside the tractor, though. James mused. I bet we can find a few during our runs today and tomorrow, Alice said, hefting the shotgun, losing herself briefly in the memory of shooting the pair of men at the train before shaking it off and continuing. There's bound to be a few cars or homes with pistols or rifles in them. Hey, that's a good idea. Just look for the ones with the manufacturer stickers in the back windows. James chuckled. Helen, you're a natural with that loading. Oh, don't you worry about me, dear. Helen's gray-stained fingers moved swiftly from the box of 5.56 to the magazine in hand, scooping several rounds up and clacking them into place, her left thumb red from constantly pushing down on the top round. I prefer mixing up something in the kitchen, but I can handle myself with one of these. After loading the last magazine, she picked up one of the rifles, slammed the magazine in, charged the handle, and ticked the safety on. In case you can't tell, I'm just a wee bit pissed off. Alice and James exchanged a glance, both of them chuckling before Alice answered. Yeah? I can see that, Mom. Spring-loaded, I'd say. Dad, I think we're good here, yes?
And what about the horses?
Ryan asked, casting an eye toward the barn.
Are they going to be part of our plan?
Alice and James both answered at the same time. No.
Okay. Care to fill me in on why we wouldn't want to?
Ryan raised an eyebrow and James nodded at Alice to go first. 3 of those are Wilford's horses. If they were injured, I'd never forgive myself. And, James continued, I'm not risking Amber either. We're never going to win on firepower and bravado. We're going to have to sneak in. Horses are going to be the opposite of that. Way too obvious. They'll slow us down and make it impossible for us to do what we need to do. Even while we're patrolling or going around looking for supplies, horses are going to be too big and obvious. If we can use them to haul something, maybe, but I'd still rather use the tractor. Alice finished. Ryan nodded as he stacked up several pistol and rifle magazines, dividing them into 4 equal piles before pushing a box of shotgun shells across the plywood to his daughter.
Makes sense to me. You know, this reminds me of that time back on the old farm.
With the dogs? Alice's question received a nod from her father and a raised eyebrow from her mother. That's the second time in the last week I've thought about that night. The camp? Her mother asked. Yeah. Alice paused, hand half full of shells she was transferring to one of her pockets, her voice a faint whisper. That was something else.
I'm so sorry, sweetie.
Ryan reached out and took her hand, squeezing it.
When you're ready to talk more about it, we're all here for you. I know it had to have been so hard.
That's what scares me, Dad. Alice looked at James, who nodded slightly. It wasn't hard at all. I did what had to be done. And saved our children, and hopefully many more in the process. James put an arm around Alice, pulling her toward him. Why wasn't it hard, though? It should have been so much more difficult for me to do that. Killing so many people. Alice's expression twisted, eyes filling with tears. Am I a monster? I said it the first time you asked me that, and I'll keep saying it. No, you're a hero. Alice dropped the shells from her hand into her pocket, then held both hands out, turning them over. I don't feel like a hero. James turned, twisting Alice around with him to face the barn where Jake and Sarah were talking as they pushed each other while petting the dogs, giggling and laughing quietly. Those 2 are alive solely because of you. You made that miracle happen. Another magazine slammed home into the second rifle, and Ryan charged it, ticked the safety on, and shouldered it.
We're going to make another miracle happen.
Remember our time limit? 3 hours, no more. No going more than a couple miles away from camp here, and no heading in the direction of the house. James picked up the pair of radios and handed one to Helen. Keep the volume low and keep in constant contact. Every 15 minutes, even if you have nothing to report. If we hear 3 shots, we drop everything and come running back here. Do not overload yourselves. I'm talking to you in particular, Ryan. We're going to figure out where everything is first, then we'll take the tractor and trailer around and do a fast pickup later.
Take care of yourselves.
Ryan looked at Helen as she picked up one of the pistols from the trailer.
Ready?
Ready. Kids, James called, we're heading out. Get the rest of these guns tucked away in the barn and cover up the trailer and tractor. Now remember, 3 shots. Got it? Got it, Dad, Jake called. Stay safe. After a brief round of hugs, Ryan and Helen headed off through the trees while James and Alice went back through the park and open areas, sticking to the edge of the trees whenever possible, angling for the main road. While Ryan and Helen searched primarily for firearms and some of the materials needed for the tractor outfitting in a nearby neighborhood, James and Alice's job was to find the plate steel, filler rods, and another tank of argon gas. Once out to the main road, James and Alice paused, looking back and forth down the abandoned stretch of pavement. The road was still as cracked and pothole-laden as it had been for years, the small town's finances unable to keep up with the maintenance required to fight against Michigan's harsh winters. A few cars were in ditches on the sides of the road, but it was clear for the most part, and the pair headed in the direction of the town's outskirts, where the small strip of maintenance businesses sat. Under normal conditions, heading into town meant that the rush of traffic from Interstate 69 would be audible, as would the sound of trucks and passenger vehicles from around the town proper. The silence was intense, at least in the artificial spectrum, and though birdsong, insects, and the rush of breezes filled in many of the gaps, the lack of sound had a nauseating quality to it. Things were more natural and, arguably, more at peace, but that peace had come at a terrible, unshakable price that was impossible to completely push out of one's mind. "It's way too quiet," Alice finally said, speaking just to fill the void. "You realize that by saying that you've condemned us to some sort of horrible fate, right?" James elbowed her in the arm, grinning. "Oh no, something horrible. However will we survive that?" Alice rolled her eyes. "I missed your sarcasm." James grinned. "And I missed this place too. Can't say how much like walking down this road, though. It's nearly as bad as driving it." "Uh-huh. So much for getting any more road repairs ever. Not unless folks do it themselves." "At least the feds are clearing the highways. Dad said there were 2 convoys they saw. Think we could get any help from them with our house situation? Call in that favor again?" James chuckled. "I think 2 rides and 4 horses completely expended our favors with the guard. My fixing up some vehicles only goes so far." "Yeah, you're right. Plus, if we need them again in the future, we want to be on their good side. And I don't want any blowbacks on Eli's family." "Oh, yeah, that too. I didn't think about that." Alice sighed. "Oh well. Hey, there's Peterson's place. Think he'll have what you need for the welding stuff?" "Yeah, he should. Might not have the right type of filler rods, but anything'll work in a pinch." "Huh, tubing or T-post would be good too for structural support. Not as great as solid steel made for the job, but I can't complain too much." The pair entered the parking lot for Peterson Plumbing Services, LLC, continuing to turn in full circles as they went, checking for signs of anyone that might be lurking around. The building itself was intact, though the parking area out front had 2 vans, 3 pickup trucks, and a sedan that had all burned down to their core. The windows on the front of the plumbing store had been broken from the outside, and James entered first, stepping high to avoid a jagged row of glass at shin level. "Careful," he whispered, rifle at the ready. "Go left." Alice nodded, shotgun to her shoulder as she headed to the left of the store, glancing down each darkened aisle as James did the same to the right. Several seconds later, a loud whisper came from his direction as he called out an all clear, and she did the same in return before meeting him back near the entrance. "Keep an eye while I search?" James asked. "On it. This place doesn't look like they took much, does it?" James shrugged. What's the average person going to get from a plumbing store that'd be useful right now besides, like, water filters? I bet those are gone. Most of the rest is probably still intact. "All right. Well, get to searching. Don't load up with too much." "Only what we can carry." James slipped an empty duffel bag off his left shoulder and slung the rifle across his back. Heading down the nearest aisle, James clicked on one of the small flashlights he'd received from the guard, scanning the items before switching to another aisle, then another. On the fourth, he finally found what he was looking for: welding filler rods, thin rods of metal used in the welding process to help bond together what the person was welding, as well as fill in any gaps that might need it. Ideally, the type of filler rod would match the material being welded: copper rods for copper, steel rods for steel, aluminum rods for aluminum, but, try as he might, James could only find copper rods. He looked over the package, hemming and hawing as he mumbled to himself. It's better than nothing. It'll bond reasonably well, but just not ideal. Oh, whatever. James stuffed 3 packs of the rods into his bag, then continued down the aisle, searching for tall black cylinders filled with argon gas. Nodding to Alice, who was standing near the front of the store, watching out the broken window, James scoured the rest of the aisles before heading behind the broad counter. There was still no sign of the cylinders, so he continued through the double doors behind the counter that led to a small storage area with tall steel shelving units covered in thick pieces of wood. It didn't take long to cover the storage area, and soon James found what he was looking for: a dozen cylinders with varying labels on them, including 2 marked as argon gas. At 50 or so pounds each, the steel cylinders weren't very heavy, but their length made them awkward to carry, and James had to throw the duffel on his back and carry the cylinders with both hands sideways through the double doors back into the shop. "Get back!" Alice was at his side as he pushed through the doors, and he nearly dropped the cylinders as he stumbled backward, barely hanging onto them. "What are—" James started to shout, but Alice clamped a hand over his mouth and shook her head vigorously, eyes wide in panic. He raised both eyebrows in question, looking over toward the doors, and she nodded. "3 of them," Alice whispered. "We need to hide." Still carrying the cylinders, James rushed back to where he'd found them and placed them among the others, then unslung his rifle and whispered to Alice. "Where are they?" "Right out front by now. They snuck up on me. I barely heard them in time to sneak behind the counter. Then you were coming through." She peeked out from behind a shelf to look at the double doors leading into the shop, trying to get a view through the rectangular windows set into each door. "Damn, they're out there." A loud voice drifted from the front of the store, confirming what Alice said, and she spun to James. "I think we can take them." "And what happens when they don't return? They'll send more people out to where these ones were sent." James shook his head. "Come on, farther back into the shelves. There's some boxes we can hide inside." The pair moved forward, Alice following after James into the far corner of the room, where large boxes, crates, and pallets were haphazardly stacked atop each other near a locked and chained rear door. Slipping behind the pile, they quickly pulled some of the cardboard atop themselves and stayed crouched low, still able to see through cracks in the pile. "See why we have to search this place? It's for friggin' plumbers!" A male voice grew suddenly louder as the double doors swung open, loudly crashing against the walls as the 3 figures threw them open, looking into the darkened storage area beyond. "Why would they come here?" "Red's gone crazy." A woman spoke next. "You want to try to lie to him and tell him we searched everywhere when we didn't? That's on your head. I'm not getting killed for you." A dissatisfied grunt was the only reply as the 3 sets of footsteps clomped down between the rows of shelving units, each accompanied by a flashlight beam that swung around in fast, wide arcs, indicative of a half-hearted search effort. James slowly reached for the radio clipped to his waist and turned the volume knob all the way down as the figures reached the back of the storage area, their backs to the pile of refuse as they gathered together again. "Satisfied?" The original voice spoke again. "Or should we take a picture to show Red that we did our job?" "Both of you shut up," or Red's going to hear from me that neither of you did your jobs." A third voice, another man, spoke, cutting off the woman as she started to reply. "Like he'll believe you over the both of us?" The woman spoke harshly. "He will because I'm with him, and you two were just picked up along the way." The third voice spoke disdainfully. "And you'd better stop insulting him, or I will tell him what you're saying." The original two voices groaned and grumbled but said nothing more, and the three pairs of footsteps retreated as the third person spoke again. "Two more places to check, then we're moving down a street. Get moving." The voices grew indistinct once again and faded altogether, though Alice and James remained where they were for a few moments afterward. Moving slowly through the cardboard and wood pile, James emerged after holding up an index finger to Alice, rifle at the ready, as he tiptoed across the back of the storage area, ensuring they were truly alone before finally relaxing. "Oh, we're good. Man, that sucked. I guess we know who they were with, huh?" Alice came out, still standing behind the end of a row of shelves, peeking out at the double doors at the front of the room. No kidding. James headed up to the doors and watched through the windows for a moment before pulling the radio from his belt. He turned the volume knob back up and thumbed the transmit button. "2, this is 1. Come back." James repeated his message 2 more times before there was a click and a voice. "We hear you. Anything wrong?" Ryan's voice was barely recognizable through the static and compression used by the radios, and though none of them thought that Red's group had any radios in their possession capable of picking up on their transmissions, not using names or specific locations was deemed to be the safest course of action regardless. "We encountered 3 a while ago. No contact, but they're actively searching. Any signs at your end?" "Completely dead. Do you need help?" "Nope. We found some of what we need, but we're going to keep searching and stay well clear of them." "Well, we'll keep our eyes open. Thanks for the heads up." "Stay safe." James clipped the radio back on his belt and turned the volume knob down to the halfway mark. "Okay." He turned to Alice. "They're safe, thankfully." "Good. Let's finish up here and get back to the kids. I don't like being out here if there are people actively searching for Mom and Dad. You have those gas tanks in your arms. Do we need to take those with us?" "No, they're too bulky. Let's just get them out and put them in the back of one of those cars in the parking lot so we can quickly pick them up with the tractor tomorrow when we do the final run. Here, grab the doors for me and I'll grab them." James retrieved the pair of cylinders again, carrying them across both arms through the double doors and the broken front windows of the store, with Alice close by his side, watching in both directions. Heading to the sedan in the parking lot, James put the cylinders down near the rear and pushed open the blackened trunk, pieces of it falling off and coating his hands in rust and ash. He pushed both cylinders into the trunk and let the lid fall down, the spring tension that once held it open completely gone, then stepped back and nodded. "Okay, we're good here." "Where to next?" James pointed down the road toward the other businesses. They said they were moving to a different street after they check a couple other places, so I'm guessing they went that way. We should go after them, but slowly, and see if we can find the plate steel." "Let's go." They skipped the next building, a combination dental office and accounting firm, and headed directly for a squat, wide brick structure that housed a boat repair, servicing, and storage business. The parking lot of the boat repair company was similar to that of the plumbing supply company, with all of the vehicles having been turned to scrap. Pausing behind a blackened, rusty shell of a van near the front of the store, James watched the storefront for a moment to ensure it was empty, while Alice was next to him, looking at the van's paneling up and down. "Why couldn't we use this?" she asked, and James turned to her. "What?" Why couldn't we use the sides of some cars, like this van? Ah, James turned back to look at the building. Too much work and too thin. We'd have to cut everything, which would take a while, and the fire and rust will have compromised the already thin metal. It might stop at 22, but anything larger would punch through. Oh, I have a good feeling about Bert's here, though. Come on, let's hurry. James and Alice jogged toward the front of the store and passed through the broken windows that were once again broken from the outside. The inside of the store was largely intact, like the plumbing supply store had been, the people who'd broken in having not known what to do with the contents of the place, much like a dog catching a car. What about this? Alice pointed to a nearby wall that was covered top to bottom and side to side with samples of materials used in building and repairing boats, from interiors to exteriors. 2-foot by 2-foot sections of cloth, aluminum, plastic, vinyl, and other materials were all labeled, and James skimmed them over, shaking his head at each one. No, nothing here'll work. Come on, let's check him back. Once again, they walked through a double set of doors and entered a warehouse-like environment, though it was one that was far more open and larger than at the previous location. A few sets of tall shelves containing supplies sat off to one side, but most of the space was taken up by boats and boat trailers in various states of repair. A few were suspended by chains, some were up on lifts, and a handful were on trailers, awaiting their turns for repair that would never come. The space was empty, most importantly, and if the men who'd come into the plumbing store had entered the boat shop, they'd already left, leaving no trace of their presence. James passed by the row of boats, glancing them over, running a hand along their sides as he whispered to himself, moving quickly to where a trailer was half disassembled by the far wall. A grinder, welding torch, and pieces of scrap metal were on the floor next to the trailer, and he picked up one of the pieces of metal and examined it, turning it over in his hands. You find something? Alice appeared and crouched down next to him. This is steel. James hefted the piece of metal, looking at the trailer. Someone had a steel trailer? Why would they have that? Aluminum's what most of them are made out of. Maybe it's old? Doesn't look like it. Are we arguing about you finding something that we need? Alice smirked and James snorted at himself, shaking his head. Yeah, sorry about that. I got lost in my own thoughts a bit there. James put the piece of scrap back down and stood up. This means they've got steel here somewhere, though. Hopefully some big pieces. Come on, let's check their storage shelves. The pair passed through the rows of shelves until James found what he was looking for on the bottom of one of them. 2 large, bulky, impractically heavy pieces of 3/4-inch steel plating. James stood over the pieces, grinning from ear to ear as he kicked at them with his foot. Shoot! This is exactly what we need. I just don't know how we're going to get it out of here, though. Can't we just bring the tractor in? Alice asked. Maybe. James walked to the end of the aisle, looking at the large row of roll-up doors where the boats and trailers would be pulled into and out of the repair bays. Good grief, though, we're going to make so much noise doing this. How long will it take to finish the tractor up once we have all of the supplies? Oh, a full day's worth of work? Maybe a day and a half? James kicked at the plating again. I'll have to cut these to size before I can weld them, and then there's the whole getting them installed. James left the steel plate behind, walking toward the repair bays with Alice trailing behind him. What are you thinking now? Well, for one thing, I'm glad they were smart enough to drain the tanks on the boat so they didn't go up in flames. But it's these hoists, the ones they have these boats on, they'd make the work on the tractor go a lot easier. You want to bring one of those back to camp too? Alice raised an eyebrow. I don't think they'll fit on our little trailer, not to mention how much they weigh. No, I'm thinking we bring everything here. James motioned to the room at large. Look at all this stuff. They've got welding equipment, the hoists, the steel, and plenty of tools. It's perfect. It's also on the beaten path where that red fellow has people searching for Mom and Dad. True. Maybe we should go find them and kill them. What? Alice was incredulous, and James turned to look at her. What do you mean, what? My husband just casually suggested that we go kill people. That's what? James shrugged. Nothing casual about it. They took our home and want to kill us. Alice let out a long, exasperated sigh. I guess that's true. Still sounds very weird coming from your mouth. Oh, believe me, there are a lot of things I've said and done the last few weeks that are weirder than that. James shook the chains of a hoist standing empty off to the side and nodded. I still think this might be better than the camp for putting everything together, but we should talk to Ryan and Helen about it, see what they think. You ready to go back? James looked around, patting his duffel bag. I've got the only thing we can really carry for now that we need, so yeah, let's head back and see what they found. Thumbing the radio's volume knob up, James depressed the transmit button. 2, this is 1. All is good here. Found what we need and we're heading back. We'll talk once we're there. Chapter 5. Red Fletcher, somewhere outside East Lansing. It's, safe! How can it be? From upstairs, sitting in the dining room, looking through the newly repaired windows out at the long driveway, Martha flinched at every screamed, unintelligible word that filtered through the floorboards and up the staircase in the other room. Her fingers tightened around her mug as more shouting followed, her lips pressed tightly together, eyes closed as she breathed deeply in and out. Hey. A soft voice came from next to Martha, and a hand patted her arm. You okay? Martha didn't open her eyes. You should make yourself scarce. He's in a bad mood again. It seems like that's more common than not. Sandy sat down next to Martha, taking the older woman's free hand in her own, squeezing back as Martha gripped her hand fiercely. You sure you're okay? It wasn't supposed to be like this. A tear slipped from Martha's left eye, running down her cheek. First it was that couple, then the family, then those soldiers, and now... Martha inhaled deeply, opening her wet eyes to look at Sandy. Go on. He'll be up any minute. Go be busy. Hurry. Sandy stayed seated for a few seconds until another shout was followed by heavy clomping on the stairs. She squeezed Martha's hand once more. Martha nodded in response. Then Sandy got up and hurried through the kitchen into the laundry room. The clomps on the stairs grew louder until the door to the basement was finally thrown open by the human maelstrom that had emerged from beneath the earth. Dressed in dirt-covered jeans and a long-sleeved flannel shirt stolen from Ryan's belongings, Red Fletcher stormed through the living room and into the kitchen, turning on the tap and grabbing a plastic cup from a pile near the sink. He filled it with water and swallowed noisily, spitting some back out, rinsing his mouth, then swallowing more. Throwing the cup back down onto the counter, Red took a hand towel from the counter next to the sink and stalked through the kitchen into the dining room, circling around Martha to stand directly in front of her, blocking her view as he looked through the window. Things aren't going well, I take it? Martha spoke quietly, closing her eyes and gripping her mug tight again. Damn straight it's not going well. Red turned, throwing his arms in the air, the built-up tension and desire to rant finally letting loose. Those idiots can't get a freaking safe open, even with power tools and days to work on it. Oh, it's too hard. Oh, it's just not working. Oh, we can't. No, I just can't with them. They're useless, Martha. Absolutely useless. I'm sorry. Red flopped into the chair next to her, grabbing her hand, nearly spilling her coffee in the process. This was supposed to be easier than it's been, you know? And then those two assholes had to go and ruin everything. How are we supposed to get food in the ground in the spring without a tractor? And the barn's all torn to hell so the animals can get out whenever they want to. And people died. Martha's voice was still quiet. Yeah, we lost some good labor. Maybe we should have just stayed where we were. Less trouble that way. Red sighed and picked up Martha's coffee, sniffing it. Then again, we wouldn't have this if we'd stayed put. Nope. A slight, forced smile appeared as Martha turned to look at her husband, then back out the window. Well, you keep up your good work. I'm going back down there to kick their butts some more. Red stomped on the floor, yelling at it. Hear that? I'm on the way back down. Red took a drink from Martha's coffee cup, put it down, and stood, tromping his way through the dining room and living room back to the basement door, before throwing it back open and heading down the stairs. At the table, Martha looked at the coffee cup for a long moment before closing her eyes and sighing yet again, fist clenched so tight her knuckles and fingers were white. The normally semi-dark basement was aglow, with half a dozen flashlights and lanterns, and the smell of body odor was deep, permeating into the concrete walls of the small room where three men were crowded around together, grumbling and shoving as they worked. Two stood shoulder to shoulder near the entrance to the room, one holding a lantern while the other held a flashlight, both of them pressing a hand to one ear, tilting their other ear against their shoulder. The third man, on his knees in front of the two, had a set of shooting ear guards on, and he wielded a cutoff tool that smoked as he pressed it against the safe, a dozen broken cutting wheels scattered on the ground in front of him. Sweat flowed from the third man's face as he pushed in with the cutting tool, the alloy wheel glowing shades of red and orange as it progressed down a long, slender trough in the metal, extending the cut millimeter by agonizing millimeter. A shower of sparks flew across the plastic shield covering his face and the thick leather jacket he had on backwards to cover his chest, and every once in a while one of the men behind him would grab a spray bottle filled with water and use it to douse a spark that landed on cloth, hair, or a nearby wooden shelf. Even with the high-pitched wailing of metal upon metal blocking almost all sound, Red Fletcher's reappearance was unmissable, his form darkening the glow of lanterns that were set up in the adjoining room, the smell of rank coffee breath coming in low, shallow wheezes behind the three men. He stood silent for a few long moments, hands over his ears as he watched the man work at the safe with the grinding wheel until it, too, finally shattered. Son of a... the man exclaimed, turning in frustration and catching sight of Red's boots through the legs of the other two men. Red? Look, man, I'm sorry, okay? I get about 2 inches from each of these damned things before they break. Get out of the way, Red growled. The two men shuffled past Red, avoiding his gaze. You too, Tyler. As Tyler pushed himself up off the floor, he spotted a long steel tube in Red's hand, 7 feet tall and covered in paint and stains. You got a plan, Red? I always have a plan. Red glared at Tyler. Get out of my way and pass me that pry bar off the workbench. Handing Red the long red pry bar, Tyler stood out of the way with the other two men, none of them daring to leave the basement without an explicit dismissal from Red. As they watched, Red looked the waist-high safe over, pushing back and forth on it, though it was rock steady, not moving so much as a hair's breadth. This isn't right, Red grunted, pushing on the safe again with all his weight, but it still didn't budge. Huh. Frowning, Red ran his finger along the L-shaped cut that had been made in the safe's door at the upper left corner, approximately 1 foot long on each side. He and the others had tried to get a look at the safe's contents through the crack, but nothing was visible, and it was unknown whether or not the cuts were deep enough to even pierce all the way through the door or not. Taking the pry bar in hand, he jammed it into the upper corner of the cut at an angle, getting it a couple of inches deep before the increasing thickness of the bar's end prevented it from penetrating any farther. Once the pry bar was secured, Red moved the steel pipe in place over the end of the pry bar, sliding it down until the pipe itself was touching the body of the safe, effectively extending the handle of the tool by an additional 7 feet. Get over here and help me push. Red called over his shoulder as he began pushing up on the pipe, flexing the pry bar against the steel of the safe. Tyler came to his aid and they pushed together, maneuvering the pipe around the ceiling joists and cabling that ran between them. Working from the far end of the pipe, they were easily able to begin prying the cut corner of the door outward, first by an inch, then by 2, then 3. Before long, the pipe was hitting the ceiling subflooring atop the joists, and they were out of room to continue leveraging the pry bar against the safe door, so Red called for a halt and let off of the pipe, the pry bar sliding out of it and clattering to the ground. Holy cow, Red! Tyler whistled. It's open! Not hardly. Give me a flashlight. Red held out his hand until one of the other men slapped a light into it, then he handed the pipe to Tyler and leaned in over the newly created hole in the safe, peering inward. Just what I thought. Look. Tyler stood next to Red, examining the couple-inch gap to find a space inside the door and another piece of steel on the backside of the space. Double-walled? Looks like it. Red nodded. Come on, let's pry this open more so we can get at the mechanism in the middle easier. What for? You'll see. Red looked over his shoulder at the two men standing in the next room. You, go get a roll of aluminum foil, grate it through a cheese grater, then run it through a food processor in the kitchen. I want aluminum powder. Needs to be no coarser than coffee grounds. Understand me? The first man nodded, and Red turned his attention to the second man. Get a putty knife or something in a jar or jug. Go around and collect up rust. Rust? The man stammered. Rust. Where do I find rust, Red? Red's eyes widened as the volume of his voice raised. We live in Michigan, you idiot! There's rust everywhere around here. Get it off of cars, buildings, your ass. I don't care. Just give me a couple of soda cans worth of it. Understand me? Yeah, Red. The second man looked at the first, and they both nodded in unison. Yeah, we got it. You two have half an hour. Make it snappy. Red? Tyler asked after the two men fell over each other to escape their leader's wrath. What? You making thermite? Crude thermite, but yes. Red grinned as he directed his attention back at the safe. Now come on, let's get this thing pried open some more. Just under 30 minutes later, after an intense amount of effort on the part of Red and Tyler, the safe's front door panel had been peeled outward on the upper left-hand side like a soup can top, revealing a steel box near the center of the door that penetrated through both layers, containing the locking mechanism. The two men leaned against the walls of the room, sweating and panting as they looked over their work, waiting for the other pair to come back with the ingredients Red had demanded. Why don't we just burn it open from the top? Tyler panted, the pry bar in his hands bent in multiple places, most of its red paint gone. I'm going to let you think about that one for a hot second and let you tell me why that's a bad idea. Tyler narrowed his eyes at the safe for several long seconds before widening them in realization. Oh, it might burn through and damage what's inside. Red bopped Tyler in the head a few times with a fist. Exactly. Speaking of burning, where are those two idiots? Those stairs are playing hell with my knees, and I do not want to head back up there. The sound of multiple feet stomping through the house was followed by the throwing open of the basement door and the owners of the footsteps' rapid descent down the basement stairs. The pair who'd been there with Tyler before emerged, each holding out a mason jar, one filled with an orange powder and the other filled with a silver powder. Oh, here you go, Red. The one holding the iron oxide panted. I got most of it from piles of junk around the backwoods, and the rest from some cars at the neighbor's house down at the end of the driveway. Red took the jars and shook them, nodding in approval. Good work. The aluminum could be finer. Red, I've had the food processors, both of them, going nonstop. The blades are dull and they don't have any spares. I swear this is the best we can do. It'll have to be enough. Red nodded. Get out of here, both of you. Find some fans and start getting some air circulating down here. We're about to make a lot of smoke. Placing both jars down on top of the safe, Red grabbed a spoon sitting on a nearby shelf, glancing over the jars of food with a raised brow before turning to Tyler. Find me some matchbooks. I need a couple dozen matches. Matches, right. On it, Red. Tyler hurried out into the basement proper, heading up the stairs to ask around for matches. Using the spoon, Red measured out a small amount of aluminum and approximately 3 times as much iron oxide, mixing it together in one of the jar lids until the powders were thoroughly blended together. By the time he finished, Tyler had returned with a large box of matches, which Red took and retrieved a small handful from, breaking most of them off at the head. He first spread thermite on the box inside the door, placing several match heads atop the pile, with one intact match sticking out of the top of the pile, then made a larger pile on the far right front corner of the safe, above where the bolts would hold the door in place to the frame of the safe. Red, why are you putting it on the edge? Belt and suspenders, Tyler. I think we'll be just fine burning through to the mechanism so we can turn those bolts and open this sucker up, but just in case that doesn't work like I think, we'll just burn this entire corner off so that the door will swing freely. Ain't that going to burn through to the inside of the safe? It might, which is why we're going to do that after we see if burning through the mechanism works first. You ready? Tyler nodded, taking a step back and nearly bumping into a fan that had been set up on the floor outside the room. Yeah, give it a rip. I'll get the fans turned on. Red grunted in affirmation, then took a single match from the box, striking it on the side and holding it to the one sticking out of the pile of thermite sitting inside the door, atop the mechanism's sheath. One open safe, coming up. The match atop the pile flared to life, then died down, the flame making its way across a couple of centimeters of wood, with no sign of fanfare. When it reached the match heads sitting atop the pile, though, they whooshed to life, and their ignition started a chain reaction in the aluminum and iron oxide that seemed brighter than the sun itself. The entire pile glowed a brilliant white, sending off waves of heat, sparks, and smoke that drove Red back, waving his hand in front of his face as he coughed violently. Backing out of the room, Red turned the fan around so that it began pulling air out of the enclosed space, and Tyler went ahead of him, doing the same to the rest of them until a chain of fans was pulling smoke into the basement at large and through the open windows and doors near the walkout section. The hiss of the burning thermite was loud even through the 3 walls separating the men from the chemical reaction, and Tyler shouted to Red to be heard. "How long's it gonna take?" "Couple of minutes at most. Go find a fire extinguisher, just in case the shelves catch fire." "Okay." Tyler ran upstairs to find an extinguisher while Red lingered near a window, leaning in to glance down the hallway every few seconds to check and ensure that nothing else in the room was aflame. By the time Tyler returned with an extinguisher from under the kitchen cabinet, the thermite reaction had all but burned out, though Red refrained from entering the small room until the fans had run for several more minutes. Smoke still hanging heavy in the air, he and Tyler ventured in, covering their mouths and noses with the tops of their shirts. "Nothing's burning." Tyler looked around the small room. "That's good." Red ignored the man, kneeling down in front of the safe with a flashlight to look inside the peeled open door. The boxy covering over the center mechanism had been turned to slag where the thermite had been the thickest, much of the metal dripping down to the base of the inside of the door, though some of it still hung suspended where it had re-solidified, resembling silvery droplets of water suspended in midair. Most importantly, the internals of the protective casing appeared to have been thoroughly destroyed, and Red held a hand up, wiggling his fingers at Tyler. "Water." Tyler ran out of the room, returning a moment later with a cup of water which Red took and poured over the damaged mechanism inside the safe's door, the water hissing slightly as it made contact with the heated metal. After cooling it down, Red reached in and felt the rod that extended from the back of the safe's door, gingerly gripping the jagged end and turning it. It resisted movement for a moment, then gave way with a soft clunk. Red smiled and stood up, handing the cup back to Tyler before gesturing to the safe with a flourish. "I present to you," he said, pulling on the door, "one opened safe." Creaking as the damaged corner rubbed against the side of the safe's body, the door opened without hesitation, revealing a deep, tall space inside that brightened as an internal light clicked on, revealing the contents therein. "What the hell kind of safe is that?" Tyler asked from behind Red, both men cocking their heads at an angle in simultaneous confusion. While most safes were symmetric in design, designed to be bolted to studs, joists, or concrete flooring, the safe in the Burton household was neither symmetric nor bolted to the concrete floor. From the outside, it appeared as though it was a small, 4-foot-high steel box, when in actuality the safe's interior extended another 4 feet below the floor, the lower half surrounded by concrete, which kept it safe and virtually impossible to remove without demolition equipment. The door to the safe was located on the top half of the structure, which helped give the impression that it was smaller than it actually was. "I have no idea," Red said, looking the safe over from the left and right before shrugging. "Clever design, though. You couldn't get that out of there without a jackhammer or dynamite." "Good thing the door lock sucked, huh?" Tyler chuckled, giving Red a light punch on the arm before the man's stern glare cut Tyler's laugh off in his throat. Kneeling down in front of the safe, Red looked inside, his trademark insidious smile growing. He reached down into the safe, grabbing boxes of ammunition and handed them to Tyler, who shuffled out of the room and placed them on a workbench before coming back for more. Once the ammunition was out of the safe, Red retrieved an antique-looking revolver and a double-barrel shotgun, both of which Tyler took to the workbench as well. "That it, Red?" Tyler said, hands on his hips as he watched Red continue to fish around inside the safe. "I don't know. Seems like an awfully small arsenal to keep in here. Maybe they have another one hidden in the house?" Probably, but I can't help but think this one... Ha!" Feeling around on the velvety interior of the steel box, Red finally located a small string and pulled it. One of the soft walls of the safe collapsed in response, revealing a small, hidden interior compartment, separate from the main one. Grabbing at the pocket, Red pulled out a long tan barrel weighing about 25 pounds, then a receiver and stock assembly in the same color, weighing another 15 pounds. "Geez, these are heavy," Tyler complained as he hauled the pieces to the workbench, followed by Red. "That it?" "Yep, safe's empty." "Not much in there besides ammo, huh?" "Uh-huh." Red pushed the shotgun and revolver aside. "Take these upstairs, figure out who needs a gun, and distribute them." What about that?" Tyler pointed at the two pieces of tan metal lying side by side on the workbench. Red grinned. "This one's mine." Sandy hummed quietly to herself as she stood in front of a sink filled with soapy water, allowing the rhythmic back and forth of the scrubbing to take over her mind and distract her from the worries that threatened to consume her. Each plate received 12 scrubs with the sponge in the left sink, 5 back and forth in one direction, then 5 more perpendicular, then 1 swirl on the top and a swirl across the bottom, before it was dunked into the right sink for a quick rinse, then handed off to Martha, who dried and stacked things up. As Sandy was passing a plate to Martha to dry, the windows of the house all rattled as a small explosion went off out front, and Martha fumbled the plate, dropping it to the hardwood floor where it shattered, making both women jump a second time. Another explosion followed the first, and Sandy nearly slipped on a large piece of broken ceramic as she whirled, heart thumping. "What's going on?" Martha shouted, grabbing Sandy's hand, both women looking at each other, then out through the front windows. Another explosion rang out, followed by a faint shout from someone, not of pain, but exhilaration and joy. I don't know." Sandy finished her sentence. Both she and Martha ran to the front windows in the dining room, stepping over the largest shards of plate on the floor, both still thankfully wearing their shoes instead of just being in socks or bare feet. A fourth explosion rattled the glass again, both women covering their ears as they looked through the windows to find the source, spotting Red lying in the front yard with a large rifle on his shoulder, aiming at the pond several hundred feet away. He fired for a 5th time, fire erupting from the tan barrel of the Barrett M107A1, the shock wave rippling through the air, visibly moving the hair and clothing of those around him and causing the windows in the house to all rattle again. Out at the edge of the pond, a pile of feathers and splotch of red indicated that one of Red's initial shots had landed, turning one of the ducks into nothing more than a fine mist. The rest of them had scattered, though, taking to the sky to circle the house while they quacked frantically. The barnyard animals were responding more violently to the disturbance, though, with a 6th shot at one of the colorful koi swimming in the pond, sending the sheep bumping against each other and the fence, bending one of the fence posts over a few inches before they panicked in a new direction. The chickens circled amongst the sheep, a few of them getting stepped on by the larger animals as they clucked and flapped, and from inside the barn, Bessie's lowing was long and loud. "Red Fletcher!" Martha pushed down the window and shouted, her voice cutting through the coarse laughter of the men assembled out front. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Red pushed himself up off the ground, lifting the rifle and grinning as he walked toward the front of the house. "Just testing my new toy out. What do you think? The scope is good. Only took me 2 shots to hit a duck and a few more to hit one of those fish. I'm gonna turn Ryan and Helen into some fine pink mist with this sucker. Just you watch." "Are you out of your mind?" Martha's normally quiet, acquiescent manner was temporarily gone, fire burning in her eyes and voice as she pointed at the barnyard. "You're killing things we might need to eat one day, and scaring other parts of our food supply half to death."
Red looked over at the cluster of animals and shrugged, dropping the butt end of the rifle to rest on his foot, pushing the hot barrel back and forth between his hands. "They'll live. Who pissed in your cereal this morning?"
"You did! Knock it off with that thing. Go shoot it in the back field if you want to waste your time and valuable ammunition playing around. Stop jeopardizing what we need to survive."
Martha shook her head and slammed the window back down, rubbing her eyes with the palms of both hands.
You okay?"
the Sandy asked, putting an arm around Martha to lead her through the dining room and back into the kitchen.
"You want something to drink? Coffee?"
Martha sighed and nodded.
"Sure. Thanks, Sandy. I shouldn't yell at him like that, especially not when he's so irritable, but we might need those animals to survive, even the ducks."
"I don't think there's a might about it." A new voice came from the direction of the basement stairs, where Nancy likely emerged, holding a notebook in her hand.
"Oh, no," Martha groaned. "Don't tell me there's more bad news. I don't think Red can handle more of that right now."
"Bad news? No, this is awful news." Nancy circled to the far side of the tall counter opposite Martha and Sandy, eyeing the younger woman suspiciously before slapping her notebook down with a sharp crack.
"You have a problem with me, Nancy?"
Sandy stirred some milk into a cup of coffee before handing the cup to Martha.
"I think it's Red who's going to have the problem."
Nancy pushed the notebook across the counter.
"Our stores of food are not matching what you and Helen wrote down before. We have maybe a couple weeks' worth of food left."
Sandy picked up the notebook, looking at the two columns on it. The first appeared to be the numbers that she and Helen had made note of previously, though many of them were scratched out and replaced with different numbers in Nancy's handwriting. All of the replacements were smaller than the original numbers, and a few were circled several times and had exclamation points off to the side.
"I don't know what you're getting at, Nancy."
Sandy put the notebook back down, meeting Nancy's stern gaze head-on, ignoring the rapid increase in her heart rate.
"Helen did the writing. I just counted things and reported them to her."
"Uh-huh. We'll see what Red has to say about that." Nancy glanced at Martha. "Where is he, anyway?"
"Out front, playing the fool."
Martha sipped from her coffee.
"If you want to accuse people here of doing something wrong, just come out with it. Otherwise, go away and let us get our work done."
Taking the notebook back, Nancy marched off toward the front door while Martha and Sandy exchanged a look.
"Red's not going to be happy."
Martha spoke first.
I really didn't."
Martha held up a hand.
"Despite appearances to the contrary, I'm no fool. Please don't treat me like one. What you did or didn't do is of no concern to me. The only thing I care about is making sure Red doesn't threaten or, God forbid, harm anyone else here again. This mess has gotten far too out of control for me to care about anything else." "Thanks, Martha." "Don't thank me yet."
Martha patted Sandy's hand.
"Come on, let's get some food started before he comes storming in here."
Storming was the appropriate descriptor, for a veritable hurricane blew through the door 10 minutes after Nancy likely had gone outside. Red Fletcher slammed into the door as he twisted the handle, releasing it to send it flying back and bounce off the drywall with a crunch, leaving a half-inch dent in the wall and a slight crack in the wood of the door itself. Nancy followed after him,
along with a couple of stragglers who had been with Red out front as he fired the Barrett, one of them taking the gun as he half-handed, half threw it at them. "Where is she?" Red bellowed as he stomped through the dining room, pointing a finger at Sandy and Martha as they stood at the counter, large mixing bowls in front of them. "There you are, you snake!" "Red?" Martha started, patting his arm with a flour-coated hand. "I don't know what's going on, but please calm down. Some of the kids are sleeping upstairs. We don't need to be yelling, no matter what it is." Red glared at Martha for a few seconds, then spoke slightly quieter. Teeth clenched, words spat through them in a hiss. "Nancy just told me about our food situation, about how we have far less than we thought." He pointed at Sandy and thrust the notebook forward. "It's your fault. You were with Helen tallying up the supplies, weren't you? You wrote in this book, didn't you?" I wrote some numbers down, yes, but I didn't write down most of the stuff, I swear. Helen did that, and I told her what numbers to write down." She pointed at a few lines that hadn't been crossed out by Nancy. "I counted these and wrote them down, Red. That's why they're correct. I swear I didn't write the others, though. She must have written down the wrong numbers on purpose. I'm sorry, Red." "Ignorance. Really? That's the excuse you're going with?" Red turned from Sandy, shifting his ire to his wife. "And what's your excuse, huh? Why didn't you catch this?" "Red, These are huge discrepancies, Martha." Red's face began to flush as he started to shout again. "Look at this! 200 cans of soup! We have 12! 12! 65-gallon jars of glassed eggs turns out to be 20! Martha took the notebook, casting a wary glance at Red as he whirled, continuing his rant as he paced between the kitchen and dining room. "We don't have anywhere near the amount of food we all thought we did. Those lying sacks of—" Red put his hands to his face and groaned. "How much do we have?" Sandy asked. "About 2 weeks or so, give or take." Nancy answered from the other side of the counter from where she'd been watching the goings-on. "That's if we just eat 2 meals a day, a couple thousand calories per person." "Under normal circumstances, that would be fine." Martha flipped through the pages of the notebook. "But, given we're all expending a lot more energy than we otherwise would—" "Exactly." Red rolled his neck back and forth until a sharp crack finally came from it. "Now you see the predicament we're all in, thanks to the damned Coopers." Red looked over at Sandy, then Martha. "Don't think you're off the hook. Both of you should have caught this." "This is bad," Martha agreed, closing the notebook and putting it on the counter. "But I think it's time we focused on solutions, rather than pointing fingers at people who aren't here anymore." "And what sort of solutions do you have in mind?" Nancy snorted, continuing as Red nodded in agreement. "The bit of scavenging we've done around here hasn't turned up much so far." "We can expand outward," Sandy suggested. "Once the truck is fixed, a group can head out and about. Maybe even to the city? There's that tank of diesel in the barn, right?" "We'd be lucky to get anything from the city," Nancy answered before Red could, again receiving a nod of agreement from him. "We need to focus on the long term. That's why you came here, right, Red?" "Yes, it is," he growled. "Stored food will only take us so far. We need to get crops planted and more animals rounded up, but that takes time, which we don't have, since we need stored food to get us through the winter and into spring. And if there's none around, then we're up a creek without a paddle." Red sighed and strode to the front window, looking down at the barnyard. "Oh, we may need to think about slaughtering some of those animals sooner rather than later." Slaughtering the animals? Martha came up beside him. You want to kill our food sources.
What do we get out of the sheep?
Milk, used to make cheese. The chickens give us eggs and the cow gives us milk. How is our long-term outlook going to be improved if we start killing our meager supply of food providers right now? Maybe in a year or two, once we have a lot more chickens and sheep, we can start culling a few here and there for meat. But look at them. Martha pointed out at the flocks. Not all of them will survive the winter or predators as is. And you want to kill them too? Contrary to his usual reaction, Red was quiet for a few minutes as he watched the people and animals milling about outside. Okay, he finally replied, calm and collected in contrast to his previous outbursts. You might have a point. Might. But we still have a major problem of too many mouths to feed and way too little food to go around. I'm sure we can figure a way through it. Martha took his arm, smiling thinly. Wider scavenging runs, perhaps? Trying to find some more animals in the surrounding area to bolster the flocks. Maybe we can find some cattle and butcher and freeze them.
All well and dandy, but we gotta think short-term too.
Red pointed out at the small tent and RV collection in the side yard, off to the side of the house and barn.
All those people are eating off of what we've got here. We need to figure out who's critical and who can be cut loose.
If you do that? Sandy spoke up from in the kitchen, nervously glancing at Nancy. People are going to be pretty mad. Don't you think they might fight you on that? Red walked over to the front entry where the man had placed the rifle, hefting the 40-pound gun as he moved back into the dining room. His arms strained as he examined the weapon, turning it over a few times before he looked up at Sandy, mouth twisted into a maniacal grin.
Let them try. Let them try.
Chapter 6. The Burton Cooper family, somewhere outside East Lansing. James and Alice stayed off the roads the entire way back to the campsite, preferring the depths of the trees and thick brush and tall, browning stalks of cornfields to anything that was paved with asphalt, dirt, or gravel. They neither heard nor saw any signs of more search parties from the people who occupied their home, and after a short time, finally arrived back at the old ramshackle barn. Sarah, Jake, Helen, and Ryan were nowhere to be seen until they were practically inside the barn, at which point the dogs leapt up and greeted their masters, followed by the people who'd been lurking in the shadows, guns at the ready to deliver a measure of harm upon any who would seek to do the same to them.
Were you followed?
Ryan asked, looking past his daughter and son-in-law. No, we took the woods and fields. Alice looked at James. Neither of us wanted to risk being spotted walking in this direction.
Any idea who it was who was there with you?
None. James shook his head. They didn't say any names other than Reds, and I'm guessing there's only one Red around here worth talking about. How about you two? Any signs of people?
We heard voices a couple of miles from here, around the neighborhood, but no idea if it was Red's people or not. After that, and what you said on the radio, we stuck to the trees as well.
Oh, good. James and Alice both visibly relaxed, and James took the duffel bags off his back, throwing them to the ground.
I thought you said you got all you needed.
Ryan raised an eyebrow, looking at the bags.
Is that all you need?
No, the rest was too heavy to carry. All I've got in there are the welding sticks. The gas and steel plates are at the plumbing shop and the boat repair place. That's actually what I wanted to talk to you all about. Here. Helen circled around the fire, 2 mugs clutched in her left hand by the handles, which she held out to James and Alice. Before you all start talking again, take these. Coffee with some hot chocolate powder mixed in. Poor man's mocha. Drink up, both of you. Thanks, Mom. Alice smiled and James nodded in appreciation as they both took their steaming mugs and took a few sips. All right, out with it, boy. Ryan put his mug down on a cinder block near the edge of the fire to keep the drink warm. What's this you wanted to talk about? I think we should move camp. James looked at Alice, who shrugged, and Helen and Ryan both gave each other a look before Ryan responded. Move camp? To where, exactly? The boat repair shop. Why? Jake asked. Isn't this safe here where we are? Yes, this is safer. James conceded. But hear me out. We need to get a move on with our plans. A day or two max to finish up armoring up the tractor and then taking the fight to Red before he can recruit more people or hunt us down. We can spend a few hours trundling along in that thing to pick up the supplies, lug them back here and start working, and hope we don't need to do what you always have to do for a home improvement project, go back to the store 15 times. Or we can just take everything to the hardware store and save all that hassle. And it's not safer because... Helen gave James a pointed look. Because the boat repair shop's on the main thoroughfare. Oh, thanks much. That was shockingly good. James smiled at Helen as he finished his mug of coffee and put it down. And the main thoroughfare is where the plumbing supply store is, which is where that group was when they nearly tripped over us. Much higher chance to be found by Red. I don't like it. Ryan's jowls jiggled slightly as he shook his head. Nope, I don't like that at all. To be fair, we don't know that this place is really all that safe. Alice shrugged. But I kind of have to agree with Dad on this. Sorry, hun. Don't be. James dismissed her with a wave of his hand. If you guys think it's safer to stay here and work, then we'll do that and figure it out as we go along. Speaking of work, though, did you two find what you were looking for? Ah! Ryan stood up from the crate he was seated on and smiled, pointing to a duffel on a makeshift table in the corner. Yes, indeedy we did. Come look. Unlike James's duffel bag, Ryan's was misshapen and overflowing to nearly bursting, with hard protrusions in multiple places on its sides and the zipper only halfway closed. Opening it, Ryan began to hand its contents to James, who laid them out on the large piece of plywood that served as a table. 3 handguns, 2 rifles, several boxes of ammunition, and a dozen magazines for the weapons came out first, followed by some shelf-mounting brackets, balls of twine, screws, a cordless screwdriver, and a small toolbox with screwdrivers and a few common sizes of sockets, along with a large and small ratchet. What you said about putting extra guns in the tractor got me thinking that you'd need something to mount them with. So, I figured you could weld these steel shelf brackets to the inside of the compartments for a makeshift set of mounts. Nice thinking, Ryan. James picked through the pile of supplies. This is perfect. Looks like there's plenty of ammo for the rifles, so we'll use those. It'll be more intimidating to have the rifle barrels poking through the metal anyway. Do you think that'll really matter to these people? Helen asked. I don't think they'll be easily frightened. It's not about scaring them, Ryan answered before James could. Psychology's half of warfare. Anything we can do to make them think they're at a disadvantage bumps up our chances of success. Make no mistake, Mom. This is war. Alice picked up one of the pistols, hefting it and ejecting an empty magazine before clearing the chamber and looking inside for signs of wear and tear. Oh, I know it is, sweetie. And it's one we're going to win. Helen's thin smile chilled James to the core. You're a frightening woman sometimes, Helen. Come on, Let's get the trailer uncovered and get the tractor ready to go on that salvage run. Oh, Ryan, did you find any kind of steel bars for supports? Yep, couldn't fit them into the bag, though. How far away are they? Ryan wagged his head back and forth. 3 miles, maybe, give or take. We'll leave those for the time being, then. The boat repair place has some that I think will work, and they're closer. I don't want to be out and about with an engine running for longer than we... Dad! Jake ran into the barn from where he and Sarah had been standing outside with the dogs, keeping watch. Someone's coming! The 4 adults glanced at each other before dropping the items they'd been poring over and grabbing their weapons that they'd put down earlier. Alice gestured for Jake and Sarah to hurry inside, and they were followed by the 3 dogs, who kept looking behind and growling out at the open field of the park beyond the barn. Where are they? James took to one knee and shouldered his rifle as he stared out in the direction his children had pointed when they came in. Jake stood behind him, gesturing to the outline of park equipment in the far distance. We saw someone moving out there by the swing sets and stuff. We waited a minute because we didn't know for sure if we really saw someone, but then we saw 2 more of them. Crap. James glanced at Alice. What are the chances it's not those yahoos from the store? Slim to none, I'd say. What do you want to do? I don't exactly want to get in a shootout, but if they come over here and find us, then we're going to have a shootout on our hands. James leaned out, looking over at the tractor and trailer, the former of which was parked in a thick stand of bushes, and the latter of which was covered in a tarp, branches, and piles of dead leaves. I don't think that concealment's going to work if they get up close. We can spread out. Ryan stood on the other side of the doorframe, also watching for the people Jake and Sarah had seen. In the trees and in the barn. When they get close, we take them all down at once. Easy as pie. We're close enough to the house that they might hear the gunshots. If they come investigating... Did you recognize them? James asked Alice. Who? The 3 from the store. Did you recognize them? Because I didn't. No, but... Okay, I know what to do. Kids, stay in the barn with the dogs. Do not let them out unless a fight breaks out. Alice, you and your parents spread out. Stay well hidden. I'm going to meet these people and see if I can talk my way out of them coming closer. James nodded out toward the open area of the park. There they are by the trees. I need to go. You're going out? Helen hissed at him. Are you crazy? No way. You're not going out there. Alice grabbed at his shoulder. James leaned his rifle against the door and unbuckled the holster from his belt, taking his pistol and tucking it into his pocket before scooping some dirt and mud from the ground and rubbing it on his face and clothes, smearing it on his shirt and pants on both the front and back. They don't know me, guys. Will you just trust me? If anything goes south, I'll drop flat on the ground and you'll have a clear target to taking them out. Slipping out of Alice's grasp, James adopted a slight limp as he ran out of the barn, hands up in the air, shouting at the trio of men. Behind him, the others looked at each other before scrambling to spread out in the barn and behind the tractor off to the side of it, forming a wide firing arc, all while Alice silently prayed that her husband hadn't just run headlong to his own demise. I still don't see why we need a search out here. A man in a long, dark coat gestured to the park as he and 2 others walked past the playground equipment. There's no tire tracks, not that you could see 'em even if there was. And why would 2 old farts pick a park to hide in? They're probably long gone, one of the others agreed, but if we don't search... Yeah. Will you 2 shut up and just keep your eyes open? The 3rd man, older than the pair and one of Red Fletcher's original group from Grand Rapids, admonished them. Do you want to let them know we're looking for them? Oh, come on. That old man can't hear worth anything, and his wife's the same way. I said shut up. The older one clutched his rifle to his shoulder and pointed ahead. I hear someone coming. The sounds of something crashing through the undergrowth in the woods nearby drew the trio's attention, and a shape soon emerged. A man staggered out, covered in dirt and grime, hands held up as he caught sight of the three men, eyes wide in fright. Oh shit, please don't kill me! The man dropped to his knees, hands still up, voice cracking as he sobbed. No, please, I'm just trying to find some food. Please don't kill me. Who the hell's that? The older man asked the other two, who both shrugged. Never seen him before. Same. Dunno, he could be anyone. Who are you? The leader of the group kept his rifle at the ready, though it wasn't pointed at the filthy man in front of them. Carver! Jimmy Carver! I'm just trying to find some food, man. That's all. Where'd you come from? Back there. James pointed in the direction of the dilapidated barn, hands shaking in an exaggerated fashion as he kept his gaze low, avoiding the men's eyes in a deferential pose. Found a bar I've been squatting in. Oh man, I'm so hungry though. You guys have anything you can spare? I haven't had anything to eat since I found a couple garter snakes a couple days ago. You seen an old man and lady? One of the two locals stepped to the side a few paces, craning to see the barn in the distance. Would have been driving a tractor with a trailer and 3 dogs, too. Dogs? James's eyes widened, and he slowly stood to his feet, gaze occasionally flicking to the older of the 3 men, watching for signs that he might grow aggressive. I wish I'd seen some dogs. Oh, that would be some good eating. Please, though, you gotta help me. Don't you have any food? You boys look really well fed. We don't have any food, so stop asking. The other local growled, and the older of the group nodded in agreement. Just answer the question. Did you see an older couple in the last day or so? Or hear an engine going? Maybe we should check the barn over. The one who'd stepped off to the side suggested, just to make sure. No, man! James addressed the original question. I haven't heard a damn thing, but that's probably on account of all the diarrhea and throwing up. I had a couple of frogs from a pond, but I think they had something wrong with them. Each of the trio took a step back, lips twisting in revulsion as they all looked James up and down before exchanging worried glances, and James pressed his advantage, taking a step forward, hands clasped. Anything you got would help. An energy bar, or piece of fruit, or anything. Get the hell back! The leader shouted, raising his rifle. Stay away from us! Sorry! James put his hands up, stepping rapidly backward and making a show of nearly tripping over his own feet. I'm sorry! We gonna go check his barn out? The one wearing the long coat whispered to the taller man. Because if you want to do that, I volunteer you to go step in whatever messes he made. Ugh. The man rolled his eyes, then spoke to the one who'd sidestepped to look at the barn from a distance. You see anything over there? Tractor or people or anything? Nuh-uh. The man shook his head. It's half collapsed and looks like the other half will fall down any day. Hopefully it'll take him with it. Let's go then. The leader pointed across the park. We'll cut through to the neighborhood and search there before we head back. As the group began to walk away, James took a few steps toward them, hands outstretched. Oh, please don't leave me. I can help you, honest. I'll help you find whoever you need. I just need some food. Please. Back off. The older man raised his rifle, and once again James moved back a few places. One more move toward us, and you won't have to worry about being hungry again. James backpedaled, nearly tripping and falling as he protested with hoarse cries of sorry and please, though he made no further moves toward the men as they cut perpendicular across the open space, each of them giving a final glance in the direction of the barn before they moved into the woods toward a neighborhood on the opposite side, where Ryan and Helen had been searching earlier in the day. Once the three were out of sight and earshot, James straightened and brushed some of the dirt off his shirt and pants, smirking in the direction the men had traveled. Idiots. That, a voice from behind him whispered, was way too close. You think so? James turned and smiled at Alice, who was walking through the woods toward him, shaking her head in disapproval. I thought it went pretty well. You're insane. You know that, right? James laughed, heading back in the direction of the barn with Alice by his side. Well, those guys certainly thought so. What did you even say to them? It looked like they were eyeing the barn, then they started backing off. I told them I ate some frogs and crapped myself. They became very uninterested in checking the barn out after that. Ew! Alice punched him in the arm and laughed. You're insane and gross. Hey, whatever works, right? James grinned, though it quickly faded. But we've got serious problems even with them gone. They said they were going to check out the neighborhood on the other side of the park before they headed back to our house. That's good, right? Nope, not really. It means we can't do any work until tonight without risking them hearing us. And who knows if they'll have more people searching out nearby tomorrow, too. You want to move to the boat shop, don't you? It's enclosed, so less chance of being seen or heard and more protection in case they do find us. We can barricade the doors, keep someone on lookout duty, keep the horses in the outbuilding behind it so they're out of sight and sound. It's way better all around. I'm starting to agree with you on that. Alice sighed. Oh, it's going to be a pain to move everything there. Nah, a few hours to load everything up while those idiots are out searching. Then we make our move tonight and work through the night and all day tomorrow. James? Ryan stepped out of the barn, looking around, rifle clutched to his chest. You good? Yep, all good, but we need to talk about what to do next. After a brief explanation of what the trio had said while encountering James, Ryan slowly began nodding in agreement. I don't like moving, but I like it less out here knowing that they're actively searching for us. You're a fool for what you did, James Burton. But you did good. Helen admonished him with a smile. And I agree. This place is too open and exposed. So, we're agreed we should move tonight? James looked around, all of them nodding. Good. Then we should discuss our actual plan of assault on the house. I don't like that word. Assault? Helen wrapped her arms around her, shuddering. We're not an army. We're going to have to become one. James looked at them all in turn, including Jake and Sarah. All of us are going to have to play a role in this, like it or not. I think the first thing we should do is call your military friends and ask them for help. Alice held up a hand before James could protest. I know we already talked about it, but hear me out. I don't think there'll be any blowback for Eli. And what's the worst they can do or say? Sorry, we can't help you? We say thank you if that's the case and continue on ourselves. I just really don't think that's the best idea, hon. Will you just listen to me on this? They were really nice. They couldn't stop talking about you and what you did for them. I think you've got more deviant credit than you realize. James sighed, rubbing his eyes with his thumb and forefinger before groaning and holding out his other hand. Get me one of the radios. Thank you. Alice gave him a kiss before hurrying to the table in the corner of the barn, grabbing one of the radios they'd been gifted and bringing it back to him. You realize that these might not reach them, right? James hefted it, switching it on and unfurling the long, flexible antenna from a snap on the side of the device. Jake, take this and hold it up as high as you can. Yep, I think it's worth trying, though, Alice said as Jake grabbed the antenna and stretched it out. After punching in one of the frequencies from a note taped to the back of the radio, James stared at it, thumb over the transmit button. Do I use my real name? Why not? If someone else is listening... Red's a lot of things, but a possessor of a military radio is not one of them, Ryan answered. All right, here goes nothing. James took a deep breath and pressed the button. This is James Burton calling for Colonel Hawkins. Please respond. Digital static was the only answer, and he tried again. This is James Burton. I'm trying to reach Colonel Hawkins about an urgent matter. If anyone in the National Guard can hear me, please respond. More static came, and James was about to transmit again when a booming voice burst through, instantly recognizable. Burton! How the hell are you doing, son? Colonel Hawkins? Is that you? In the flesh, James. Didn't expect to hear from you so soon. We just departed the guard post an hour ago. You'd have missed me if you'd called any later. What's going on? I didn't want to call you, Colonel, and I fully expect you to say no to this, but we're having some trouble. What sort of trouble? Speak fast. We're going to be out of range in a few minutes. We found my wife's parents, but our home's been taken over by a pretty big group. They tried to kill my wife's parents and killed other people along the way. Alice thought that you might be able to help, but I don't want to bother you after all you've done for us. James, if you need anything, I don't want you to hesitate to call me. Understand? Alice raised an eyebrow as she crossed her arms, giving James an I told you so look. Sorry about that, Colonel. I know we've been in imposition already, though, and I would love to help you, but we've been tasked with moving equipment back down south. We wouldn't be free until... Captain, when will we be up in this area again? There was some garbled mumbling and shouting in the background, then the colonel came back again. Won't be for another 2 weeks. Can you hold out that long? I might be able to get some armor up there to give you a hand at that point. I'm not sure, Colonel. I'll have to talk to my family and see what they think. Our supplies might stretch that far, but we're being actively hunted. These people are really pissed off that my wife's parents escaped them. Understood, James. Listen, I'll give you the frequency of the post we dropped you off at. If you get in a real bind, you give us a call, okay? You probably won't get a response, but someone's always listening, and they'll relay the message to me. My hands are tied right now, but if I can pull any strings for you, I will. Thank you, Colonel. We appreciate that greatly. Here, the captain will give you the frequency. Good speaking with you, James. Stay in touch. After receiving the frequency, James switched the radio back off and folded the antenna back up as Alice spoke. That went well, huh? What'd I tell you? Yeah, I wasn't really expecting that sort of a response. It's not much use, though, is it? Ryan growled. We can't just cool our jets for 2 weeks. Feeding 6 people off of our supplies and keeping below Red's radar isn't going to work. He's right, James said, looking at Alice. As good as it was for him to offer to help, I don't think we can wait 2 weeks. We need to start getting ready now. I agree. Alice nodded. We tried them, and they can't help us, so now we know we have to do it on our own. What we really need, Ryan intoned darkly, is a plan. Seeing as we're going to be waiting here till it gets dark to really do anything, we should be discussing that. Agreed, James affirmed. I have thoughts on that very subject. Somehow I figured you might. Ryan grinned at him. Should we make some more coffee first? Yeah, and I want us all to stay clustered in the barn with the kids keeping watch from the windows on either side. If those guys change their minds and head back in this direction, we need to be ready for them. We're on it, Dad. Sarah and Jake looked at each other. Can we have a scope or some binoculars or something? Yep, check the duffel bags. Stay out of sight and get us if you see anything, understand? Oh, we will. Sarah nudged her brother. Come on, let's go. James watched the pair head off to get the equipment they needed before they split up into opposite sides of the barn, settling down in front of broken-out windows to begin their watch. Having his children in harm's way, even if it was something as simple as keeping watch, was enough to make his stomach churn. They're going to be okay. Helen squeezed his hand, smiling at him and Alice both. I promise. I sure hope so. James looked at Alice. I'm starting to wish we could have known about this. Maybe we could have left them down at Eli's or... Nuh-uh. Alice shook her head. Nope, you don't get to pull that kind of nonsense. We didn't know, and even if we had, there's no way I would have left them anywhere except right by my side. I'm just worried about them. Surprisingly, I'm not. Alice snorted as she spoke the words. That feels weird to say. Like I'm a bad mom or something. I watched those kids survive that hell at the camp they were at, and the train, and all the stuff before it, and they are just as capable as you and I. Probably more so, to tell the truth. So stop worrying about them. We're not putting them on the driveway with guns and marching them in. At least, I hope that's not your plan. James chuckled. No, I haven't gone quite that crazy, but it's still a bit of a crazy plan. Well, stop keeping us in suspense. Ryan handed out mugs of fresh coffee that he'd poured. Tell us what we're going to do. Based on what you've told me about Red, he's an angry man. Paranoid, too. Yep. So we're going to lean into that. James nodded in the direction of the tractor and trailer. The tractor's the linchpin. Without it, I don't think we have a snowball's chance of doing this. There are going to be empty steel-plated compartments on both doors with gun ports on the front of each one. Someone's going to drive it straight up the driveway when the time comes, and you'll be firing from the guns with strings tied to the triggers. The goal of the tractor isn't to actually do much to anyone, but more to provide the biggest, noisiest, most intimidating distraction that we can muster. And by all means, you should be in high gear at the start and run over anyone you can. During his talking, James had shifted from speaking to the group at large to addressing Helen directly. James, why are you looking at me? Helen asked, eyes narrowing at him in suspicion. Don't take this the wrong way, Helen, but as far as I know, you've got the least firearm experience of the four of us, right? Yes, but I don't know how to drive a tractor, Helen protested, raising her voice as she looked between James and Ryan. I mean, I did back in the day, but not anymore. They haven't changed, hon. Ryan patted her hand. They're easier to drive than most cars, honestly. Don't tell me you agree with him. Ryan shrugged sheepishly. I kind of do. I never. Helen sighed heavily, then rolled her eyes. You think you're done raising kids, and then they expect you to go and drive a tractor into battle for them. Dad and James are right, Mom. Alice put an arm around Helen. If James or Dad were in the tractor, we'd lose a good gun in the fight. Exactly. James nodded. So, you okay with that, Helen? You'll be safe, I promise, unless they've got an RPG or something else which I can't imagine they have. James's smile faltered for a split second, then he continued. You'll just need to drive around and into things, tearing stuff up and keeping them occupied. That I can do. Helen sighed. What I'd like to do is take Red Fletcher by the... Anyway, James grinned. Okay, so the tractor will go up first. The rest of us adults will split up and come in from the sides of the property. Our first goals will be to take out guard patrols from behind as they approach the tractor, as well as any other stragglers that might be lurking around the outer edges of the property. We want to be as quiet as possible. If you can get the drop on someone and use a knife, do it. Otherwise, fire sparingly unless your life is on the line. What about the kids and the dogs? I assume you're keeping them together? Yeah, that was my plan. Give them plenty of protection. James rubbed at the back of his neck. Beyond that, I'm not sure what to have them do. I don't want to leave them here, necessarily, but having them out there, even at a safe distance, sounds risky. Alice lowered her voice so that Jake and Sarah couldn't hear her. I don't know either. Here feels safer in some ways, but up there feels better in others. Well, it wouldn't be here. They'd be at the boat shop, which would provide them with some protection. James scratched absently at the stubble growing in on his chin. I guess we could leave them with one of the radios. That would impact us, though, and how we can communicate. Will it? Ryan asked. If we're in 4 separate groups and only have 2 radios, are they going to be all that effective? Yeah, good point. James sighed. Maybe we should leave one with the kids and I'll hold on to the other, or Alice can? So we're going to leave them at the shop? Alice asked. If we do that, we could just leave Duke with them and take Duchess and Diana with us. Oh yeah, smart. I like that. James nodded emphatically. I like that a lot. Okay, so we'll leave them at the shop and one of us will keep the other radio. If something happens, they can call Hawkins. I'm pretty sure he'd move heaven and earth to take care of them and get them to Eli's family. They won't like that at all. Too bad. James glanced over at Jake and Sarah, both of whom showed no signs that they had heard the conversation. So we approached the house, subdue anyone along the way, then what? Ryan took a sip from his mug. We won't have the kind of leverage they had when they approached. We'll be outnumbered and outgunned still. Someone needs to get inside that house. Ideally, you or I, Ryan, and then we need to take out Red. Though, I guess that's a question I should have asked. If we kill him, will they give up? Helen shuddered next to Ryan, pulling her coat tighter around herself. This talk of just killing people, like we're going to the grocery store, all casual-like, it's disturbing. It's necessary. Alice's voice was cold. I suppose. Helen sighed. In answer to your question, Ryan continued, yes, I think they will. Jack, if he's alive, will put up a fight, as will Barb. Maybe a couple others. The rest are following Red and kowtowing to him. If he's gone, they won't know what to do. Hopefully we can keep the bloodshed to a minimum then. James stood, putting his half-filled mug near the edge of the fire as he walked to the barn entrance, staring out over the wide-open space beyond. If they don't, then we use our position inside the house to kill anyone else who tries to visit harm upon us. We give them one chance for mercy. James turned back to the group. Just one. After that, it's fair game. Agreed? Alice, Helen, and Ryan all nodded in agreement, and James arched his shoulders back, stretching his neck to crack it and his back. All right. Let's get started gathering everything up to get to the shop later this evening. Ryan and Helen nodded and moved off together toward the trailer to start working on it. James and Alice lingered near the door to the barn for a few moments, Alice waiting until they had left before she spoke to James, voice barely above a whisper. The kids are going to hate being left behind. Yeah, they'll probably try to come after us or something. James sighed, looking over his shoulder at his son and daughter. Not that I blame them if they did. I'll see if I can have a talk with them about it. Won't do much good. Hey. Alice stepped closer to him, crossing her arms. What was that hesitation about? What hesitation? When we were talking about who would ride in the tractor, you didn't seem very comfortable with it for a second. Oh. James leaned around the doorway, watching Helen and Ryan as they pulled branches off of the trailer and began to organize the gear in the back. It's nothing. Just tell me. If this guy is as messed up as they say he is, I wonder if he'll manage to get through the safe in the basement. The safe? It's hidden behind a false wall. No, not that one. The one in the little storage room. Oh, right. Oh. Realization dawned, and Alice nodded slowly. The Barrett? Yeah. If they got that out... A chill ran up James's spine at the thought. That would really complicate things. No point in worrying about that right now. Alice patted his arm before starting off to the trailer herself, calling out behind her as she went. We'll deal with whatever happens when it comes along. Yeah, James murmured. He stayed at the entrance to the barn for a few more long minutes, watching his wife and her parents working together, memories of the time they'd all spent together flowing through his mind. Shaking off the reverie, he looked around the barn at the duffel bags and other equipment, then at his two children, steeling himself for the unpleasant conversation that was yet to come. Guess I'd better get this over with. With a sigh, James headed back into the barn toward Jake and Sarah. Chapter 7. Red Fletcher, somewhere outside East Lansing. I don't want to go up there. Well, you have to. Why me? Because. Nancy Likely's eyes narrowed. I told you to. He never put you in charge. The woman Nancy was speaking to, one of the neighbors that had glommed onto the group the day after they'd taken it from Ryan and Helen, shook her head vehemently at Nancy, walking away from the base of the stairs. You go up there and talk to him if you're so important. I'm going to get some eggs or help milk the cow or something. Nancy Likely reached out after the woman, but she slipped out of Nancy's grasp, quickly hurrying through the back door. Looking around, no one else in the living room or kitchen, including Sandy and Martha, would meet her eyes. She groaned as she looked up the stairs, each step stretching out before her into a warped, infinite pattern. It wasn't that the journey was particularly long or that she cared that much about how much her knees hurt. It was more about the fact that Red Fletcher had grown more erratic and paranoid by the hour, and checking on him seemed to yield worse and worse results. Fine, she grumbled, planting a boot on the first step and hand on the rail, pulling herself by the slick wood as much as she pushed off of the horizontal surface beneath her foot. I'll do it myself. At the top of the 16 stairs, she had been up and down enough in the light and dark that memorizing how many there were was a necessity. She took a right, heading for the far bedroom, a large open space above the garage. Ryan had fired at her friends from the space when they'd initially stormed the house days, weeks, months, however long ago it had been. Time was growing more indistinct, the days blurring into each other since they lacked rigid structure and definition. Regular sleep schedules, going to work, picking kids up from school, paying bills and grocery shopping had been replaced with catching a few hours of sleep at irregular hours, scavenging for scraps of food while facing down a dwindling supply, waiting in line with a dozen others for a few minutes' worth of a hot shower, and chasing chickens around to find any eggs they'd laid outside of their nests. Her old problems couldn't compare. No one's could, even when measured against the relative safety and security she had found within Red Fletcher's group. But that safety was dwindling, slipping out of her hands like droplets of water, splashing to the ground and evaporating in the sun. His obsessions had grown reckless, and his focus was on the wrong things, at least in her mind. Steeling herself at the half-closed door to the bedroom, she took a deep breath before giving a slight rap on the door as she pushed it open. Red sat in a folding chair at the window overlooking the front driveway, the same spot he'd taken up residence in shortly after the accusations he'd leveled at his wife and Sandy about the food supplies. The window was cracked, and the imposing 50s folding bipod rested on the window frame, barrel sticking out the window, with the stock of the gun resting on a card table. Red's right hand sat on the back half of the gun, thumb and forefinger stroking the metal, while his left hand held a monocular that he swept to and fro over the front of the property. He muttered to himself as she approached, the name Ryan distinct amidst the unintelligible mumblings. Red? Nancy coughed slightly, but he still didn't stir. Red? She asked again, reaching out to touch him on the shoulder. Who? Red jerked to the side as her fingers brushed his shirt, jumping out of his chair, hand reaching for a pistol strapped to his hip. Nancy backed up a few feet, raising her hands as she spoke louder, trying to calm him down. It's me! It's just Nancy, Red! I'm sorry! Red stood stock still for several seconds, hand on the pistol half pulled from its holster, his eyes wide as he looked her over until recognition registered. His body relaxed, shoulders sagging, as he released the gun and shook his head angrily at her. Damn you, Nancy! Knock when you're coming in the door! I did knock. And I said your name, too. You were talking to yourself. I don't think you heard me. Of course I didn't hear you. Would have said something if I did. Dropping back into his chair, he spat at the open crack of the window, the saliva hitting the glass instead, bubbly as it slid toward the lift. What do you want anyway? I heard the yelling earlier when the boys came up to talk to you. Just wanted to make sure things were okay. Okay. He spat again, missing the gap a second time. How do you think things are, Nancy? Her name came out between clenched teeth, hissed instead of spoken. We lost good people. Our food's running out, and Ryan and Helen are still out there. I wanted to ask you about that, Red. About them. What about them? Red put the monocular back to his left eye, twisting the focusing knob with his index finger. Should we really be putting so much effort into finding them? Yes. But why? Red held up his right hand, extending his fingers in rapid-fire fashion as he spoke. They have a tractor that we need. They took supplies we need. We need to kill them before they can try to carry out some revenge. They killed our people. They lied to us and stole from us. I mean... Nancy shifted back and forth on her feet. We have enough people still that we can get the fields ready by hand. And they wouldn't dare try anything here on their own. It's bad we lost what we did, but we can make up for it if we put the manpower into more scavenging instead of searching for them. Red lowered his monocular and inhaled slowly, and while his back was to her, Nancy had the distinct impression that his eyes were screwed shut. I've given my answer already. His voice was low and quiet, barely audible. I don't want to hear any more arguments. Understand? Oh, okay. Sure thing. Nancy's head bobbed up and down fiercely. What can I do to help you? Can I get you anything? Red stood suddenly, monocular at his eye as he peered down at the end of the driveway. He put it down and sat back in the chair, shouldering the large rifle and swiveling it to aim in the same direction he'd just been looking. After a few seconds of looking through the scope, he put the rifle down and turned to her, smiling. Yes, run down and tell that patrol I want to see them in the kitchen now for a report. Martha and Sandy paused from their cooking to watch Nancy take the stairs 2 at a time on her way down, clutching the banister as she swung around and headed for the front door, throwing it open and closed again without as much as a word or look in their direction. Stepping into the kitchen, Sandy looked at the window as Nancy jogged toward a group of 3 men who were heading up the driveway. Then she headed back into the kitchen with Martha. Looks like another patrol's back. Red probably sent Nancy to bring them inside. Martha sighed. I don't know if I want to be around for the conversation they're going to have. Is it a conversation if it's one side doing all the yelling? Sandy glanced at Martha, trying to gauge how the comment landed when Martha snorted and smiled. No, it's not. Martha, don't you think we should do something about this? The older woman lifted the spoon she'd been using to stir the vat of chicken noodle soup, tasting a bit of the broth before shaking in more salt and resuming her stirring. What part? I don't want to overstep, but he's been up there all day yelling at people while he sits next to that gun. Every time someone comes down, they're whispering about how unhinged he sounds. Sandy winced slightly as she finished her sentence. I'm sorry, I shouldn't talk about him like that. He's your husband. Martha was quiet as she stirred, staring into the pot at the carrots, noodles, celery, chunks of chicken swirling around, steam rising up around her face. When she spoke, it was barely a whisper, and Sandy had to move closer to hear. I don't think he's been that in a long time. I'm sorry, Martha. I shouldn't have... Martha turned, eyes glassy, as she patted Sandy on the arm. No, sweetie, it's not your fault. Looking upward, in the direction of the room Red had sequestered himself in, Martha sighed yet again. Ever since we lost the farm, he's been like this. I didn't know you lost your farm. Was it recent? Oh, no. It's been 15, 16 years at this point. Martha took another sip of the soup, putting the ladle down across the edge of the pot as she twisted the pepper mill above the liquid. The state was putting in a bypass and used eminent domain to take a swath of farms out our way. We got triple what the place was worth, but the money didn't matter to Red. I told him we could start over somewhere else without worrying about being financially strained, but he had no desire to do it. So we settled down in the country on a few acres, and I think he just gave up on life at that point. A half-hearted smile tugged at one corner of her mouth. You never really notice things as they happen, do you? Then, one day you realize that they've happened to you, and you wonder where it all went wrong. You wonder how you got to the point where... Martha's jaw flexed and Sandy finished her sentence. Where your husband points a loaded gun at your head and kills an innocent family and steals a home from a former friend. Martha's shoulders straightened with a sharp inhale. And, yes, threatens to kill his wife. What can we do? I worry about Stephen more than anyone else in all this. I don't think... Well... Martha stopped, considering her words. No, I don't think I can say that he wouldn't hurt a child. I don't know what to do, though. If there was a chance for Stephen and I to escape, would you help me? The question was a whisper, asked hesitantly as Sandy studied Martha's face for any signs of betrayal. Yes. The answer came instantly. I don't. Before Martha could continue, the front door burst open, slamming against the wall, rattling the glass so hard it sounded as though it could shatter at any second. Nancy led the group of 3 men inside, all of them heading into the dining room next to the kitchen, where they took off their jackets and laid their weapons at the table, rubbing their hands together to warm them. Come on. Sandy nudged Martha with a smile. We'll talk more later. She nodded at the men, raising her voice and smiling at them. Welcome back. Coffee for all of you gentlemen? We've got a big batch of soup for dinner tonight, and it is smelling good. The oldest of the group nodded, his voice gruff as he leaned against one of the dining room chairs. Coffee, please. It smells amazing. I could eat half a dozen bowls right now. I don't think we have that much. Red's been pretty adamant about us rationing the supplies. Nancy laughed and winked at him. But seeing as you've been working so hard out there, I'll make sure your bowl's extra full. Oh, much obliged. Thank you. Anything for you boys. You're doing the hard work out there while we ladies cook and clean all day. Speaking of hard work, did you have any luck in your search? One of the other men, younger than the leader of the trio, rolled his eyes and answered first. If you count finding a fat lot of nothing as luck, then yeah, we had all the luck in the world. Nothing is not what I like to hear, Jimmy. The voice came from the catwalk above the living room and main entryway, and the 3 men looked up toward it to see Red Fletcher leaning against the rail, arms folded together. That doesn't make me very happy. Red, the eldest of the trio, nodded in deference. You want the full rundown on where we went? Please. Red descended the stairs, pausing at the first landing to look out the windows at the fields beyond before continuing. He sat at the head of the table, looking expectantly at Martha and Sandy, the latter of whom gave him one of the cups of coffee she'd made for the returning group before hurrying back to prepare another cup. Tell me, he said, sipping at the steaming mug, where you went and how you managed to come up with nothing after spending the entire day wandering around. I had these 2. The older man motioned at the pair sitting next to him. Tell me where any stores and populated areas are in the area. And we started in the town and checked every building inside and out. I don't mean a cursory glance either. We went into every shop and checked every single room. Plenty of looting, but nothing that looked recent and no signs of people. No tracks either. Not that there would be on pavement. The door opened and Red turned, nodding to a woman who came in carrying a basket of eggs in one hand and a pail of milk in the other, heading for the kitchen with them. Well then, he turned back to face the men. Where did you go after the stores? We cut through a park campground type place and went through a neighborhood on the other side. So there were no people there either, huh? Some of the houses were burned down, some were intact. We checked the intact ones, but whoever was there left a while ago, I'd wager. They probably left for greener pastures, or they're dead. Wasn't anyone around, or if there was, they stayed pretty well hidden. Well, except for that one homeless guy who crapped himself. One of the other 2, a local, interjected, and Red's eyes narrowed. A homeless guy? Explain. It wasn't Ryan. Jimmy answered. He was living out of a half-collapsed barn. Came out and begged us for food and said he hadn't had anything to eat, but what was it? Jimmy looked at the man who'd spoken up. The frogs. Frogs, that was it. Started going on about how he was spewing from both ends from them. We didn't stick around long after that. What did he look like? Maybe it was Ryan in disguise. Red continued to press the issue. Nah, I promise you it wasn't Ryan. Much younger, mid or late 30s. Dark brown hair, kind of tallish. Taller than Ryan by half a foot at least. Did he have green eyes? The question came not from Red, but from the woman in the kitchen, who was handing the eggs and milk to Martha and Sandy. Red turned to her, an eyebrow raised, then he looked back at the trio. Well, answered the lady. As a matter of fact, the older man nodded slowly. He did. Yeah, he definitely did. Sharp chin and jawline? The woman asked. Hard to tell under the stubble and dirt and crap all over him. Maybe? Jimmy looked at the other two who'd seen the man, and both of them shrugged helplessly. What are you getting at? Who are you, exactly? Red asked the woman who'd spoken up. Terry. I lived, I guess, the next road over. We were with the Willoughbys when you and your people showed up. Terry! Red snapped his fingers, nodding. That's right, I remember you there, hiding in the back with the rest. He waved absently at her, motioning toward Jimmy. How do you know what this homeless frog-eater looks like? Well, Terry hesitated. I think he might be James Burton. James Burton. Red repeated the name, running his tongue across his teeth, tasting the syllables as they spilled out. Burton. Why does that sound familiar? He's the guy who owns this place. Him and his wife, Alice, Ryan and Helen, are Alice's parents. Red's eyes widened as he stared down Terry, then he abruptly leapt to his feet, crossing the distance between himself and Terry in 2 steps, looming over her, his voice harsh and quiet at the same time. Are you certain? It was a statement, not a question. Are you absolutely, without a doubt, positively certain? I can't be. Terry stammered, trying to back up, but she was pressed against the counter with Martha and Sandy on either side of her, and no easy way to escape. Red whirled back on the trio still sitting at the table, all 3 of them more alert than they'd been since they walked in. Where is this park? A few miles down the road, near the town. Jimmy motioned with his head in the general direction of the place. But you only saw this one person. Red spoke to himself more than anyone else, turning from Terry to go back into the dining room and stare out the windows down the long driveway. You're sure you didn't see anyone else? There was no one else in the barn. Not that we saw. Jimmy shook his head. We didn't go into the thing, though. Red froze midway through a turn back to the table, closing his eyes. You didn't check the barn? No, it was falling down, halfway collapsed. There was nobody else in it. But you didn't check it. Another statement instead of a question. You didn't bother to go check the building. Red's arm quivered as he pinched his brow, the skin on his fingers and around his nose turning white from the pressure. His rage finally released as he slammed his fist down on the table, rattling the coffee mugs and sloshing coffee out of 2 of them as he screamed, spittle flying from his mouth. Why the hell would you not check the building? Red, it was just the one guy. How do we even know he's... Tyler! Red bellowed, and a moment later the man appeared, huffing and puffing from running through the basement and up the stairs. What's going on, Red? These idiots might have inadvertently stumbled across Ryan's deadbeat family and quite possibly missed out on finding Ryan and Helen entirely. Red gestured to the 3 men sitting at the table, eyes aflame with rage. I want you, Jimmy, and a couple of the local yokels to take the ATV and head back out to find this frog-eating barn dweller. Find him and kill him, then search the area for any signs of Ryan and Helen. Kill him? Jimmy blanched. What if he's not related to Ryan at all? Did I ask for your input? Red turned on Jimmy, inches from the man's face, flecks of white foam flying from his mouth. Do you want me to go with you? No? Then get your asses moving! Now! Tyler, Jimmy, and the two men at the table hurried out the front door, jogging down around the house, past the barn, RV and tents, beelining for the small outbuilding where the ATV sat. Red watched them go until they disappeared around the side of the house, then headed back upstairs, muttering under his breath and stomping hard on each creaky step. In the kitchen, Terry, Martha, and Sandy looked at each other quietly, Terry's face pale as she put a hand to her mouth. I hope I didn't want anyone else to get hurt. Sandy and Martha exchanged a glance, and Sandy shook her head, returning to the dough on the counter that she was kneading for biscuits. You should have thought about that before you told Red anything. Now an innocent man might die because of it. Terry grew paler, then exited the kitchen, heading out the back door. Personally, another voice came from the opposite side of the counter, where Nancy Likely was seated in a cushioned chair, watching out over the back fields. I hope it is, James, and the whole family's there with him. It'd be good to see this get over and done with once and for all so we can focus on what's important. You don't see anything wrong with killing people, do you, Nancy? Sandy asked. Nope, not one bit. Chapter 8. Somewhere in Northern California. In a time in the not-so-distant past, which had been forever lost to the rapidly accumulating annals of history, the Benton Farmers Market in Northern California would draw tens of thousands of visitors every day on the weekends. Its existence had been existentially threatened thanks to the events of the prior several weeks, but for the first time since death and destruction had begun to spread, it was open, and a faint glimmer of hope had appeared with its reopening. Spread across an 80-acre swath of land, the 30 acres that had once been solely devoted to parking were instead taken up by the same makeshift tents that covered much of the other 50 acres. Green, blue, gray, and tan tarps stretched over tent poles and 2x4s, shielding vendors and visitors alike from the sun as it crept higher in the sky. Despite the ramshackle look of the place, it still possessed the same heart as the old farmers' market, much of that due to the presence of the same vendors that had made up its lifeblood in the past. Their survival had been down to luck as much as it had been to their isolation, and though they were not strangers to sacrifice and tribulation, they had persevered and come through to the other side stronger and looking to sell or trade their goods with each other and with other more urban survivors. Crowds of civilians dressed in all manner of clothing from intact to ragged wandered amidst the maze of tents, carrying sacks of goods they had brought to trade or had purchased, and more than a few pulled wagons behind them as well, children riding among the piles of greenery, freshly butchered meat, and small white orbs delicately placed in rows of crumpled-up newspaper and piles of straw. The attendance of the purchasers and traders was normal, even if their appearance had changed, but the heavy presence of armed men and women that passed through the crowds was a distinct difference compared to how the market had looked in the past. You boys want something to drink? A voice called out, drawing the attention of two guardsmen who were walking side by side down the main thoroughfare of the market. Don Crowell and Jeff Hodgson turned simultaneously, smiling and nodding at an older woman who stood behind a rickety table filled with crates of lemons, her husband working a hand-crank juicer at a smaller table behind her. "It's on the house, for you and your friends." "Beautiful-looking fruit, ma'am." Don nodded at her as he and Jeff stepped closer. "Thank you, but no, we appreciate it, though." "You boys just come back here if you get thirsty, understand?" She winked at them. "We've got plenty to spare for the folks who are helping keep us safe and protected here." "Oh, we'll keep that in mind, ma'am." Don smiled, touching the edge of his helmet. "Have a nice one. I hope you sell out." "God bless you, son," the woman called out as the pair continued on, both of them waving at her. "I'm thirsty," Jeff said once they'd gotten out of earshot, "and that looked like some damn good lemonade." "Uh-huh. Keep walking, soldier." Don grinned. "If we accept every offer these people have been making, we'd both be about 20 pounds heavier right about now." "They're just trying to show their appreciation." Jeff smiled and nodded at another vendor who waved at the pair as they passed. "Like I said, keep walking." The pair reached one of the main intersections in the farmer's market, pausing to watch as a few customers argued with a vendor on the corner. A pair of sheriff's deputies appeared a moment later at the opposite side of the intersection, and the guardsmen exchanged a nod of recognition with the deputies before they met in the middle. "Think we should do something about this?" Jeff asked one of the officers, a woman with short-cropped blonde hair and a name tag reading Corell. "Nah," she dismissed him with a wave. "That's just Frank being Frank. He's one of the original vendors, always in a bad mood, never willing to give out bulk discounts. They've been going like that since we last came by about 20 minutes ago." "Fair enough." Don nodded. "We'll leave him to you, then. Any particular place you'd like us to attend to?" "It's been pretty quiet today, but if you want to be helpful, there's a white tent down the way." Corell turned and pointed back the way she and her partner had come. "They brought some goats to sell, but their fencing is awful, and I'm pretty sure they're going to break out soon." "Well," Don grinned, patting the large rucksack on Jeff's back, "it's a good thing we've come prepared. Come on, let's go see to some goats." Leaving the pair of chuckling officers behind them, the guardsmen turned and headed down the gravel path that Corell had indicated, Jeff grumbling immediately once they were out of earshot. "Join the guard," they said. "See the world," they said. "I thought one of the best parts of the guard was that you don't get shipped all over the world," Don countered. "Yeah, well, some excitement might be nice right about now. I'd beat patrolling a farmer's market and fixing goat pens." "Hey," Don's voice grew serious. "What we're doing is important. If you'd been in one of the groups sent into the cities, you'd realize that. Places like this are going to make the difference for the recovery of the country. It's up to us to protect them, keep the peace, and do whatever we can to help people rebuild." "Sorry," Jeff mumbled. "No, I mean it. Have you even seen pictures of what the cities look like?" Don pressed in. "Because I know you weren't sent in to try and rescue anyone, and I'm pretty sure you weren't on any trains either." "I mean..." Jeff shifted uncomfortably under his backpack, face flushing under the questioning. "I've seen videos, yeah." "Yeah, that ain't nothing. Videos don't have smells. They don't get into your brain and clamp down and refuse to let you sleep at night." Okay, I get it." "Nah, you don't." Don clapped Jeff on the shoulder. "But that's okay. Just remember why we're here, okay?" "Yeah, I got it." "Good man." Don stopped and gestured to a white tent on their right. "I think we found the place, if the bleeding's a clue." "You think?" Jeff grinned, nodding at the woman who looked over at them from behind a makeshift fence built out of pallets. "How are you doing, ma'am?" "Oh, hey, knock it off!" she shouted and swung a pool noodle at a goat who had started to headbutt one of the pallets, shaking the whole line of them. I'm okay, I guess. Can we offer some assistance? Dawn asked, looking down at her with a bemused grin. We've got some supplies and can help you shore up this fence. Could you? The woman's face lit up at the offer, and she nodded vigorously. Oh, that would be incredible. I sold several of them, but it's the feisty ones left, and without their buddies, they're getting kind of grouchy. No problem at all, ma'am. Jeff swung his backpack off and dropped it to the ground with a dull metallic thud. Unzipping the main pocket, he pulled out a small box of nails and a hammer, then looked up at Dawn. See if you can find some scrap wood anywhere? Oh, I've got some in the back of my wagon, behind the tent. The woman let go of one of the goats to point at a horse-drawn wagon, then lunged for the animal as it tried to headbutt the nearest pallet again. No, you get back here! I've got it, just hang on. Dawn jogged around the tent and reached into the back of the wagon, pulling out several short pieces of scrap wood, bringing them back to Jeff, who was already hammering more nails into the pallets that were loose and falling apart from the repeated impacts. Okay, hold it up on the top first. Yeah, like that. Perfect. As Dawn held up a 2-foot piece of wood across 2 pallets, Jeff drove nails into either side, joining the pair of pallets first at the top, then at the bottom with another piece of wood. Repeating the process along the 4 sides of the pallet fence, the pair rapidly turned the wire-joined loose pallets into a proper, sturdy fence, before driving a few more nails in at the corners to keep the whole structure stable. When they'd finished, they helped the woman drive a few stakes into the ground, then each man held onto a couple of goats while the woman tied leads to their necks and then to the stakes, separating them from each other and keeping them from repeatedly attacking the fence. When all was said and done, the 3 stood at the front of the woman's tent, breathing heavily as they exchanged handshakes. Oh, you two are amazing. Just amazing. Our pleasure, ma'am. Dawn nodded. Please call me Angie. If you need anything, you just ask. You hear me? I've got cold water, some wine, hard-boiled eggs, fresh goat milk, smoked sausages and bacon, and plenty of greens to go with them. Anything you boys want, you just ask. That's real kind of you, Miss Angie. Jeff answered, Dawn watching silently with a raised eyebrow. But we've got to be moving on. A lot of other folks to help out. I'm here all weekend, so don't be strangers, okay? Angie reached into her apron, pulling out a pair of small packages wrapped in wax paper, pressing them into the guardsman's hands. Just a couple of hard-boiled eggs each. Oh no, we can't. You hush up, young fella. She shushed Jeff's protestations. They'll keep your energy up. Keep doing good work out there, and don't be strangers. We won't. Have a good one, ma'am. Don smiled, holding up his package in thanks. Angie! Have a good one, Angie. Thank you kindly. Hope you sell all of those fine animals you mean to. Thank you! Angie waved at them as they headed off down the row of vendors, back toward the main intersection. Stopping once again to look around at the crowd of people as he opened his package to find a pair of salted and peppered eggs inside, Don chuckled, prompting a question from his fellow guardsman. What? You laughing at me? No, you did great back there, and that was the perfect answer to her. Don pointed at the opposite side of the intersection, where the vendor that Carell had pointed out was still shouting and waving his arms, though it was at an entirely new group of customers. Looks like she was right about that guy. Frank being Frank. Jeff snorted. Think we should have a word with him? Nah. Don unwrapped his eggs as well, taking a bite out of one. If Carell isn't worried, I'm not worried. Don tilted his head to the side, chewing as he spoke. Come on, let's make another round. Maybe we can find another goat herder to help. See, I knew you'd come around on the food front. Uh-huh. Don rolled his eyes. Just keep walking. The pair of guardsmen continued down the main thoroughfare, passing by vendors, customers, fellow guardsmen, and police. The sea of humanity thick and full of hope, shoulders pressing together as they carried out their business. Some groused, a few complained, but most laughed and smiled, happy not because of their situation, but in spite of it, choosing to respond to their surroundings with positivity and happiness instead of hopelessness and fear. While the population had been decimated by the disaster, it had not been completely wiped out, and, as the survivors crawled from the ashes into the dawn of a new world, they found their hopes bolstered by their fellow man. Hopes for continued survival, rebuilding, fellowship, and a world made slightly, even if imperceptibly so, better, each and every day. Chapter 9. The Burton Cooper Family, somewhere outside East Lansing. The afternoon had quickly turned into the evening, and the evening had transformed into a rich, thick blackness that had settled over the region, the onset of fall evident in the rapidity of the sun's departure beneath the horizon. Across the park and campgrounds, the area was quiet and dark, the only source of light and sound coming from out of and next to the half-collapsed barn where the family worked to finish up their loading of the trailer and tractor, preparing for a move to what would hopefully be a safer locale. With the help of 4 additional people, the trailer had been reorganized from the ground up, and it contained virtually all of their supplies, along with space for 4 people to ride, albeit not exactly in comfort. While keeping the dogs in the bucket of the tractor had initially been a last-minute desperation move, it was the best place for them, and they had already been loaded up and clipped in with shortened leashes, instructed by James and Alice both to stay still, a command they obeyed with no small amount of angst. We good here? James stood inside the barn next to the fire, hands alternating between outstretched and rubbing together as he looked around the interior of the structure. I think so, Ryan affirmed, tipping over the piece of wood they'd used as a table inside the building and pushing it up against a wall to reduce the evidence that anyone had been staying in the place. Other than the fire. Yeah, that can't really be helped. James accepted a rusty bucket filled with dirt from Jake and poured it out over the flames, extinguishing them in a few seconds and keeping the billowing smoke to a minimum. Go ahead and get another bucketful and pour it on over the edges. He spoke to his son, who took the bucket and ran off. Hun? Alice stepped inside the barn. We're all ready out here. I've got Stormy, Amber, and Buck's leads tied off to Rocky, and I'm ready to follow you all. Cool. We're just finishing up inside. We'll be out in a minute. Go ahead and get everyone loaded in the trailer. James and Ryan waited until Jake returned with another bucket of dirt and dumped it out over the remaining coals of the fire, then threw the bucket into the back of the barn. I guess that does it. Ryan took a final look around. Not that I'm glad to be on the move again, but I will not miss this place. It served its purpose. Home's calling, though, and we're going to answer. James started heading out of the barn. Come on, get loaded up in the trailer while I get the tractor fired up. Ryan and Jake joined Helen and Sarah in the trailer, while James pulled open the door to the tractor and climbed inside, closing the side with a whooshing thunk that brought back memories of brush hogging, tilling, and moving piles of mulch for days and weeks at a time. Oh, well, hello there, Wiley. James patted the steering wheel, rubbing the dirt and oil-stained emblem of a howling coyote in the center of the steering column. Been a while, hasn't it? The tractor wasn't particularly large or unique or even special, except to James. It had been his first true farm-related purchase after they'd moved to their property, and the tractor had a special place in his heart in spite of its relatively diminutive stature compared to other machines on nearby plots. Sitting in the cab, closed off from the outside world with a deep, throaty diesel engine rumbling from his feet all the way through his chest, was a feeling that made him smile each and every time he turned the key, and that night was no different. After depressing the brake and checking to ensure he was in neutral, James gave the key a turn backwards, the dashboard lighting up and the engine heating unit kicking on. He waited the requisite 10 or 15 seconds until the heater notification turned off, and then turned the key the opposite direction. The engine growled to life in an instant, deep and rumbling, sending a wave of vibrations through the cab. A slight squeal came from under the hood as he pushed up on the throttle lever, and he snorted. Whoops. Guess I should have tightened that up before my trip, huh? Sorry about that, girl. Don't worry, we're going to do some work to you. Turn you into a tank. You'll like it, I promise. Throttling up to half power, James turned in his seat and waved to the group in the trailer and Alice on her horse, receiving thumbs up in response. He depressed the back pedal and turned the wheel to the left, maneuvering the trailer and tractor backwards next to the barn, swinging the vehicle out of the trees and bushes where it had been hidden, then pushed forward through the grass, the trailer swinging around and straightening out with a jolt. Raising the bucket a foot and tilting it back slightly, he checked to make sure Duke, Duchess, and Diana were secure, then pushed the throttle all the way up. The small convoy passed through the campground and park in rapid succession, James maneuvering through the shortest grass onto rougher surfaces as quickly as he could, reducing the tracks they left to a minimum, though with the trailer loaded for bear, it was impossible not to leave a pair of wheel marks as they passed over the greenery. Keeping the lights off to avoid drawing even more attention than the engine would draw on its own, James had to operate partially by memory of the area, and partially by moonlight as it peeked out from behind cloud cover. Once on the main road, James turned toward the road near town, where he and Alice had explored the stores, and 20 minutes later, the boat shop's sign appeared through the inky black of the night, its white background glowing under the light of the moon. Oh, here we go, James murmured, heart suddenly racing. Thoughts came unbidden into his mind, wondering if the shop had somehow been found by other survivors or by the group occupying his home, and they had deduced his plan for the tractor and laid a trap for his family. You're being paranoid again. Shaking off the worry, James pulled the trailer around to the side of the building, where the row of roll-up doors stood, then throttled down the tractor, lowered the bucket to the ground, and shut off the engine. Alice hopped off of Rocky and tied his lead to the back of the trailer as he finished getting the tractor turned off. Then he climbed out, drew his pistol from a holster on his waistband, and moved to the trailer, speaking in a low voice to the rest of the family. I'm going to go make sure the place is how we left it. Ryan, you want to unhook Duke and bring him in too? Yep. The older man grunted as he stepped out of the trailer, accepting a rifle from Alice. He threw the weapon's strap across his chest and headed for the tractor bucket, unlatching Duke's lead and giving the dog a few sharp, quiet commands. The animal clung to Ryan's side, giving repeated looks at James, picking up on the tension in the atmosphere as it obeyed and stayed close and quiet. Door round this way was unlocked when we left. James pointed ahead. Follow me. Right behind you. The three headed up to the building, and James pushed open the door, leading his way into the building with a pistol, a flashlight clutched in his other hand, ready to thumb it on at the first sign of trouble. The interior was quiet and dark, though, the skylights the only source of illumination in the place, and after a few seconds of waiting and listening to naught but the sound of Duke's panting, James clicked the flashlight on to get a look around the place. It was exactly as they had left it. All the doors were still closed, tools were in the same place as they had been, boats still sitting or hanging in various states of repair. There was no sign anyone had been in the place to even check it out after he and Alice had left it earlier in the day, though he still took a quick walk through the place just to be on the safe side. Once he was certain that it was empty and they were alone, he holstered his pistol and headed back to Ryan and Duke, who were waiting at the entrance. "We good?" Ryan asked. "I think so." James nodded. "Place looks exactly like it did when we were here before." "You aren't kidding about what they've got here." Ryan whistled as James turned around, passing the beam of his flashlight across the interior of the room again. "This place is a gold mine." "Yeah, it's got everything we need to get that killdozer plan of yours working." "Our plan, you mean? Mine was just going to involve a few more plates of steel on the tractor and calling it good. You're the one who came up with the idea to make them think we're all piled in there so they're distracted by it." "It's a team effort." James smiled, heading out the door when Ryan caught him by the arm. "What's up?" "Has, Alice talked to you about how she and the kids are doing?" Ryan looked back toward the door, voice dropping. "Helen and I are worried about them." James's shoulders sagged. "I am too. She's talked about it some. I've gotten enough details to piece everything together, but I think she's scared of herself. I think the kids made out better than she did, and they were the ones who were kidnapped and abused at that camp." "That's what I noticed too. Is there anything we can do about it, to help her, I mean?" "I don't think we can do anything for any of them right now except what we're doing. And even if we could, I'm not sure that would be healthy." "How do you mean?" "Alice and Sarah and Jake to some degree, they're going to need a lot of processing time. We can't afford to do that right now. And if we give them a break, if we give them some quiet time to collect their thoughts and start processing what happened to them, I'm afraid they might just break down." James hesitated. "And I don't think we can afford that right now. Sorry, I know that sounds callous." "No, you're right." Ryan nodded, tears forming in his eyes. It's killing me to see my baby like this. And then my grandkids, too. I don't mean to leave you out. I know you've gone through hell, too, but "Ryan?" James smiled, opening his arms and giving the older man a fierce, backslapping hug. "That means the world, to all of us. We're going to help them once this is over. Help them, help me, help you and Helen. We're going to get through this, and once we're on the other side, we'll be okay. It'll take a long, long time, but we'll make it. Okay?" Ryan swiped at his eyes with his shirt sleeves, nodding gruffly. "Yeah, we will. Sorry about—" "Don't apologize." James smiled, patting Ryan on the shoulder. "Our family's love for each other is just about the only thing holding us together. Don't hold that inside. Let it out. Now, come on, let's get that outbuilding checked over and get the horses stashed in there with some feed, then get these doors open and get everyone inside so we can get to work." 2 in the morning came and went by the time they got fully situated into the boat shop. The trailer and hookup were pulled off the 3-point hitch and set to the side, and a few work tables were cleared off near the tractor. Getting hoists into position for holding up the steel plates came next, then James got to work on the welding job, while Ryan and Jake scrounged up pulleys for use with the guns on the inside of the compartments James was busy creating. Alice, Helen, and Sarah took turns patrolling around the outside of the structure, and those who weren't patrolling worked on stripping down the new firearms that Ryan and Helen had found so they could be cleaned, lubricated, and reassembled. The spare magazines were filled and organized, and after finding needles, thread, and fabric used for repairing boat seats and sails, they set to work fashioning magazine carriers that could be looped around their chests and waists. Twisted upside down beneath a section of steel plates suspended by a hoist as he welded, James was too distracted to notice the sudden appearance of Sarah in the building, followed quickly by everyone getting up and rushing toward her. It was only when Ryan ran over and slapped his leg that he stopped welding and looked over at the group as they were mid-conversation. "What's going on?" Putting the welding torch down, he took off his gloves and helmet, placing them on the workbench. She saw someone. Alice's eyes were wide, and James nearly tripped over a coil of rope on the floor as he hurried over. How many, and where? I don't know. They were on the ATV, our ATV. Are you sure it was our ATV? James asked. Yes! They had two guys on the ATV, and it was pulling the little wagon Mom uses to haul the hay bales around in. And there was one... no, I think it was two in the wagon. Did you see any guns? It was dark, Dad. I don't know. Maybe? Okay, just calm down. Breathe, honey. James gave her the warmest smile he could muster, putting his hands on her arms and rubbing up and down on them. We're okay. We're going to stay okay. Just talk me through what you saw. Sarah took several long, deep breaths and closed her eyes, reciting from memory what had happened. Duke and I were out in front of the building circling around, and I decided to go across the street because Mom and Grandma have been doing that too, just to widen the patrol a bit. Okay, not a bad idea. James nodded. Well, we were over there and I heard an engine. I thought it was my imagination, but I definitely heard it and it was coming up fast. I was going to try to get back across the road, but there wasn't any time, so I grabbed Duke and we got into the ditch along the road. That's when the ATV went just screaming past. I mean, screaming, Dad. They were driving it like you always tell us not to, overloaded and throttle in the red. Small favor might be that they burn out the engine before they can get much more use out of it. Ryan spoke quietly from behind Sarah, receiving a murmur of agreement from Alice. They were gone real fast, but the guys on the ATV had flashlights, so I could make them out, and the globe made me think there were people in the trailer too, but I'm not sure. Maybe it was just the two guys in the ATV. You came back here after they drove by? Yeah, ran back as soon as they turned down the road to the right around the bend. That way? James pointed in the general direction of the park. No, they were coming away from the park. James looked at Alice, then Ryan, the three exchanging worried stares. I guess that trickery didn't work all too well if they went back to check out the park again. Maybe they described you to someone at the house, or one of the guys there did recognize you and they were just playing dumb to go back and get reinforcements. Ryan scratched his chin, starting to pace back and forth. Regardless, it's got to be at least 3 people, otherwise they wouldn't have the trailer. James patted Sarah on the shoulder. Good work, hon. You did great. Get a drink, and you and your brother get into the office back there. Take a pistol with you. But... No buts. James interrupted his son. Both of you and the dogs in the office now. When we need you, we'll call for you. Until then, I want you in the safest room of this place. What do you want to do? Ryan moved closer to James, arms crossed, leaning in as the 4 adults clustered together. We need to keep eyes and ears on the road. We should have heard them, but between the welding torch and the hammering and talking, we completely missed them. How soon till they come back, do you think? Alice asked. This is pure guesswork based on a few days spent with that lunatic. Ryan ran a hand through his hair, staring off into the distance as he verbalized his thoughts. But my guess is that Red told them to find us come hell or high water. If they came from the direction of the park, they probably already visited the barn and figured out we left. They know we left because of the tire tracks, but they won't be able to track us on the road, so they'll have to start searching places again. I bet they're doing a quick overview first. James glanced in the direction of the road. Then they'll come back through on foot and go through the shops again. Can we pack up and go somewhere else before they get here? Helen was wringing her hands, voice trembling slightly with worry. This was supposed to be a safe place for us to get ready, but if they're out searching for us... Is anywhere really safe? James snorted, then twisted around to look at Ryan's wristwatch. Look, I need another 2 hours, maybe 3 to finish up the compartments. Then figure another hour or 2 to get the gun holes cut and get the guns mounted, so we're looking at dawn by the time the tractor is ready to go. Will we have that much time before they search near here and find us? Alice asked. I don't know, but every minute I spend talking here is another minute I'm wasting, not getting that sucker ready. James started walking back over to the trailer, grabbing his helmet and gloves. You 3 put together some kind of patrol or lookout plan while I'm working, and throw me a gun if worst comes to worst. The sounds of the welding torch came a moment later, and Ryan, Helen, and Alice all moved to the opposite side of the large space, near the office where the kids were sitting on chairs inside, watching them while petting the dogs. So, thoughts on a plan? Ryan looked expectantly at Alice. You're the guy who lived with those people for a few days and got yourself and Mom out safely. I want to hear what you think we should do first. Ryan pulled out a rolling stool from underneath the nearby table and sat down, massaging each thigh in turn as he talked. Red's going to have sent out at least one of his own men, maybe 2. I think we should assume there are 4 of them in total. So there are probably a couple of locals mixed in there as well to give directions to his people and help them find their way around. 4 people should be easy to spot, regardless of whether they're on foot or not. Alice turned and looked at the dogs in the office, smiling at Jake and Sarah as they sat watching her. We could keep 1 person inside and then 2 people outside, each with one of the dogs. At the first sign of trouble, we hightail it back inside and get ready for them to try and come through one of the doors. I really don't like our defenses in this building, Ryan said, gesturing to the walls. No windows, multiple doors for them to enter through and divide our attention. We got to do the best we can with what we've got. And what we've got is this. I'll go outside with Alice, Helen declared, putting a hand on Ryan's shoulder as he tried to stand up, pushing him back down into the stool. And I'm not taking any arguments from you. Helen? I said no arguments. You've been going nonstop since we left. We've barely sat down in, a week? I'm surprised you can still walk. Are you popping painkillers every hour or more often? Ryan started to argue, then his shoulders sagged and he lowered his head. We ran out of the ibuprofen this morning. It wasn't doing much, but it was keeping the edge off. For the love of... Dad! Alice admonished him. Why wouldn't you say anything? Ryan shrugged. There are more important things going on. I'm not having my wife out there, not when I'm able to get out there myself. Oh, really? So you're okay with your daughter going out there, just not Mom? Ryan held up a finger, then dropped it, brow creasing as he shook his head at her. You really are your mother's child. You know that, right? Stubborn to the last. Helen patted Ryan on the back. Rest your legs. You're going to need them later. And check out the duffel bags we brought with us. Alice added, They gave us a lot of stuff. Might be some painkillers in there you can pop before we leave later in the morning. Don't go wandering far out there, you hear me? Ryan watched both women as they went to the bags containing their weapons and supplies, Alice taking her shotgun and Helen taking one of the pistols she'd grabbed from the supply room before they made their escape. We'll hear a gunshot in here no matter what's going on, so don't even think about hesitating to fire. We'll be fine, Dad. Alice glanced through the office windows. Take care of them, okay? And keep an eye on James so that he doesn't hurt himself. Will do. Ryan rolled his stool over to the table to grab a rifle and spare magazine for himself, while Alice and Helen took Duke and Duchess from the office, saying a few words to Jake and Sarah before they left. Ryan rolled over to the office door and propped it open, sitting in the doorway with his back against the doorframe, alternating between massaging his left and right legs as he talked with the kids. "How are you two holding up?" "Not bad," Sarah shrugged. "Tired of sitting around not doing anything," Jake groaned. "Are you kidding me? You two are the best dang lookouts I've ever met. You spotted the guys back at the barn, and Sarah warned us about the ATV. We'd be in hot water if not for that work." "Yeah, but it's not real work." "Huh, there'll be plenty of that once we get back into your house. Don't you worry about that. Lots of cleanup to do, lots of planting to take care of in the spring, plus the animals to take care of. We'll be keeping very busy. Don't you worry about that." As Ryan, Jake, and Sarah continued to talk, Diana lay on the floor between them, occasionally raising her head when James would grunt or drop something, but otherwise staying calm in spite of the new environment. Outside, Duke and Duchess were another matter, as Alice and Helen exited the building, opting to stick together as they circled around the building in slow, roving patrols. Their pair of dogs pulled at their leads repeatedly, occasionally growling into the darkness before stopping and acting as if nothing was wrong. The night air had gone from chilly to cold, and all four of their exhalations were visible in the pale moonlight and large puffs of mist that drifted upward, dissipating slowly into the dark. "Heel!" Alice hissed at Duke, pulling sharply at his lead. "They really backslid on their training since we were here last. He never used to be like this." "Oh, that's probably our fault," Helen said. "We never really did much with them. It was so doggone busy since it all... you know." "Not your fault at all. I just don't know what's gotten into them." Alice stopped and knelt down next to Duke, roughly rubbing his shaggy head, sending his ears flopping back and forth. "You see someone out there, boy? You smell something?" Duke merely whined in response, and Alice stood up again and shrugged. "I'm half tempted to turn him loose, but he might just smell a deer or turkey or something out there." "Duchess seems fine." Helen patted the dog's head as they began moving around the building again. "You can tell when they sense a person versus an animal. Duke's probably just being Duke." Alice chuckled. "Right? I'm sorry you had to deal with them for so long." "Oh, they were great. Saved our lives, actually." Helen's smile faded, her voice growing hard. "That night, the neighbors broke in. If not for the dogs, we wouldn't have made it." "He really leapt over the catwalk, huh?" "It was a movie scene come to life." "Kind of wish I could have seen that." "We wish you could have been here too, but you're here now, and that's all that..." Helen trailed off as Duchess stopped, forcing Helen to turn and tug on the lead. "Come on, girl. Come on." "Mom!" Alice's tone made Helen whirl to see Alice pointing off into the distance down the road, where a bright light had appeared and was rapidly growing larger. "Quick, Mom! Back around the building!" Pulling on Duke and Duchess's leads, Alice and Helen ran around to the front of the building to where the burned-out vehicles were. The approaching light was moving quickly, and was accompanied a few seconds later by the scream of an engine being pushed to its limits. Just as the four got behind the husk of a large work van, an ATV tore past, a trailer hooked to it bumping and twisting behind it, fishtailing hard. The ATV was gone as soon as it had appeared, its taillights vanishing along with the sound of the engine as it went around a curve in the road back in the direction of the park, the opposite way it had come the first time Sarah saw it. "There was only one person on it." Alice looked at Helen. "Right?" Helen nodded slowly. "I only saw one, too. That's really not good. We need to go warn the others." Both women pushed off of the vehicle they'd been leaning against and began heading for the front door of the boat shop when Alice pulled on her mother's arm, stopping her in her tracks before jerking her back behind the vehicle. "Down there!" Alice hissed, looping Duke's lead around her arm to pull him tight to her, other hand clutching her shotgun tight. "What is it?" Helen asked, pulling Duchess close to her in a mimicry of Alice's action. "Two lights. They're close, really close." "How close?" Helen leaned out to peek, then ducked back, eyes wide as she looked over at Alice, whispering frantically, "They're right there! How did they sneak up on us?" "I don't know. We need to get back inside and warn the others." A shout went up from one of the figures who was approaching on the front side of the building, his voice carrying through the still night. "Try the back doors. I'll check around front." "Got it!" Another, more distant voice came in response. "We have to do something," Helen said. "I'm about to." Alice tugged on Duke, pulling him back to her. His ears were back and a low growl was emanating from his and Duchess's throats, the scent of the men caught in their noses. Kneeling down, she put her shotgun on the ground and unlatched Duke's lead from his collar, whispering to him as she held him back with 2 fingers. "You smell him, boy? Yeah, you want to get him?" He strained against her, his growls growing deeper as the man's footsteps became audible around the other side of the burned-out van. Walking toward the front door of the boat repair shop, the figure stopped in his tracks as a low, organic-sounding rumbling came from somewhere nearby. Looking around, he frowned, passing his light across the wrecks in the parking lot, the street nearby, and the front of the building. "The hell is that noise?" The words froze on his lips as the scrabble of claws on pavement replaced the rumbling, and a large white shape emerged from behind the nearest wreck of a vehicle, bounding toward the 10 or so feet that separated them. Recognition flashed behind his eyes as his light passed over the shape and he tried to raise his pistol, but his reaction time was nothing in comparison to Duke's ravenous, uninhibited ferocity. The 150-pound creature launched himself at the man, front paws landing on his chest, knocking both his light and his gun out of his arms, jaws clamping first around the man's face, then his neck, turning his abrupt scream of agony into a muffled gurgle. "Stay here." Turning around the van, shotgun to her shoulder, Alice took in the scene in a second, leaving the dog to do his work while she sprinted for the front of the building, stealth abandoned as a shout went up from the man on the other side of the building, asking if his partner was okay or not. Slamming into the front door shoulder first, Alice ran through the receptionist area, through into the main work area, sliding to a stop on the slick floors, all eyes in the room turning toward her. "They're here!" When no one moved, she pointed at the rolling doors at the back of the building. "They're right outside the doors! Get up now!" A gunshot from behind the building went up, followed by a shout of, "They're here!" from a pair of voices out back, and the interior of the building exploded in motion. James dropped his welding equipment to the ground and grabbed a rifle off a nearby table, then sprinted for a corner on the far wall, kneeling down behind a steel tool chest, rifle sweeping across the 3 rolling doors in preparation for who might come through. Alice ran back out front, helping her mother get inside, then called for Duke, yelling at him several times before he finally released the figure's neck, his skull dropping to the ground with a sickening crunch of bone and flesh. His muzzle was covered with blood, dripping across the pavement and floor of the building as he bounded inside. Helen and Duchess followed as Alice beckoned to them, and as they were crossing the threshold, a series of gunshots echoed from down at the end of the building, bullets ricocheting off of the ground behind Helen and Duchess. Twisting the lock to the front door of the building, Alice dashed back inside, yelling to her mother over her shoulder. "Let Duchess off her lead, then get in the office with the kids." "Gladly!" Helen shouted back, struggling with the large animal before finally getting the latch undone, releasing Duchess to run into the main room where she beelined for Duke, the pair snarling and growling at the rolling doors and the front door in an alternating fashion. "How many?" Ryan shouted, kneeling still on his rolling stool, though he was sheltered behind a large steel tool chest, much like James was, though Ryan's rifle was pointed at the door his wife and daughter had just entered through. "No clue." Alice ran to the office to check on the kids, motioning for them to drop down to the floor. "Duke took one down, but there could be 2 or 3 more. Someone drove by on an ATV a minute before they showed up, though, so he could be back any minute." "I saw you, Helen Cooper!" The shout came from outside the front door, causing Helen to freeze in place and exchange a wide-eyed stare with Ryan. "We can still do this peacefully, you know. Red just wants to talk." James gave a quiet tsk to get everyone's attention and put his finger to his lips, shaking his head. Responding would only harm them, not help. They all nodded, and then James pantomimed grabbing the dogs' collars and holding them, which Alice, Helen, and Ryan each did with Duke, Duchess, and Diana in turn. "Come on, Helen! Come on, Ryan, we can make this work. Hell, if you just give us the tractor, then we'll tell Red we couldn't find you both. I'm sure he'd be happy with just the tractor back." There was a soft click from James's direction as he ticked his safety off and pointed at both the front entrance and the far rolling door in the back, where some scratching and shuffling was coming from. "Get ready," he whispered, barely loud enough to hear. Without the benefit of seeing each other, the man out front and the one out back had to rely on shouting at each other to coordinate their attempted incursion into the boat repair shop, which had the unfortunate side effect of revealing the entirety of their ill-fated moves to their enemies. A loud, "Now!" came from the front, accompanied by breaking glass, and a second later the rolling back door began to lift. While Ryan covered the entryway into the front reception area, James shuffled out of cover from behind the tool chest and dropped to the ground, gaining a clear sight on the rolling door from beneath a suspended boat. The dim lights from the interior of the building were a spotlight in comparison to the inky blackness outside, and the groping hands of the man pulling up the rolling door were clear as day, followed by the sight of his feet and shins. James fired as the door rolled up past the man's knees, his 3 shots striking the edge of the door just slightly higher than he had intended, thanks to the unusual firing position he'd adopted. The reaction from the man outside was instantaneous, though, as he dropped the door while falling backwards, preventing his entry into the building, but also keeping James from firing upon him. "I've got the back doors on lock," James called out, no longer concerned with the pretense of stealth. "Watch the front." Ryan grunted in acknowledgement, but did not move, keeping his rifle wedged against his shoulder, cheek welded to it, as he sat behind the tool chest, right hand holding the rifle and left hand holding onto Diana. Alice was also watching the front door from the opposite side as her father, as she held onto Duke, though she had switched from her shotgun to a pistol so as to better control the straining animal. The next few minutes stretched on in agony, every sound magnified and every movement excruciating. Aside from the breaking glass at the front of the building, there had been no further signs of incursion from that direction, and the 3 rolling doors had been left alone as well. When the 2 men finally came into the building proper, their entrance was foreshadowed by some soft grunts, the sound of crackling glass underfoot, and the gentle thud of bodies slamming up against the wall of the reception area on the other side of the door. James glanced in the direction of the entrance, but kept his focus on the back doors, leaving the defense of the main entrance in the hands of Ryan and Alice. When the 2 men came through the door, they did so in tandem, back to back with a pair of pistols held in their leading hands, firing indiscriminately into the room. While the rounds were too high to hit anyone, they did have the desired effect of forcing Alice and Ryan to duck down low, allowing the men to squeeze in and dash in opposite directions, one finding cover behind a boat while another hid behind a tool chest. "They're inside!" Helen screamed, pulling both Jake and Sarah low to the ground, releasing Diana in the process, though try as she might by throwing herself against the glass of the windows and doors of the small office, she couldn't escape. In the main shop floor, Duke and Duchess were straining against Alice and Ryan, snarling and barking, and finally Alice yelled out to her father, "Let him go!" Both dogs frenzied at her call, pulling away and scrabbling to find purchase on the slick concrete floor. When they finally did, their bulky bodies slammed against tools and workbenches as they careened along toward where the two men were hiding. Both men heard the dogs coming, and one stood up, trying to get a bead on the animals before they could reach him, receiving several shots to the shoulder and chest at close range, courtesy of Alice. His screams attracted both dogs, which pivoted in his direction, and a second later the yelling turned to muffled shrieking that was quickly silenced. "Damn it!" the other man yelled, scrambling on all fours for the door, but Ryan rose out of his stool and tracked the man as he tried to retreat, hitting him several times in the back, the final round going through the man's head, causing his body to go limp and drop to the floor. The reverberation and echo of the gunshots slowly faded from the room, and James slowly stood from his position near the rear doors, calling out to the ones near the front. "Was that all of them? Are we good?" I don't know." Alice kept her pistol trained on the door to the reception area in the front of the shop, moving forward with her dad on the opposite side, both of them stepping over the bodies of the men they'd killed to lean forward and look through the doorway. "Maybe?" "What about the one on the ATV?" Ryan asked, looking back at James, who shrugged. "I don't think there's anyone else back here. Maybe he was one of them and we just didn't realize?" "I don't think so." Alice took a step out into the reception area, looking around when another gunshot rang out, accompanied by Alice's scream. "Alice!" James bolted for the door, shoving past Ryan, who was nearly there himself, when another shot rang out, striking the doorframe near James's head. "No!" A shout came from the parking lot, and James crouched down next to where his wife lay groaning on the floor, firing in the direction of the voice. A series of curses went up, along with a howl of pain. Then came running footsteps and the thrum of the ATV's engine. The vehicle tore through the darkness with just its red running lights on, fleeing the scene in a haphazard, meandering path with the vague shape of one man on the back of it. James started to get up to go out and pursue the vehicle, but stopped, looking back down at Alice. Before he could reach for her, Ryan was in the doorway, pushing James away. "I've got her! Go after him! He cannot get back to Red!" James nodded and dashed across the broken glass and out the door, firing rounds at the ATV's red lights in the distance, one after the other, the sound echoing through the night. Stopping at the edge of the parking lot, James squeezed off a final shot and then paused, watching as the running lights of the ATV swerved and vanished around a bend in the road. He dropped the rifle and cursed under his breath, slamming a fist against the nearby wreck in frustration. The sight of Alice on the ground in the reception area flashed through his mind, and he turned back to the building, running inside and skidding to a stop. Alice was sitting up against the wall, Ryan at her side, holding her hand and talking to her. James dropped to one knee to check on her, glancing at Ryan with both eyebrows raised. "Is she?" "She's fine." "I am, James. I promise." Alice pointed to a gash in her left shoulder, wincing as her father pulled some gauze off of it, doubled it over, and then pressed it back again. "I got snagged on a big piece of glass when I slipped and fell." "You fell?" James looked at the wound as Ryan answered for her. "She just fell. I told you, she's fine." Oh, thank heavens for small favors. James let out a breath of relief as he stood and went back to the entrance to the store, looking out at the direction the ATV had gone. I don't know if I hit him or not, but he drove off pretty far. That's not good, Ryan growled. Red will come in full force. Then we need to be ready to meet him if he does. James looked down at Alice again. Are you sure you're okay? I promise I'm fine. Okay. Ryan, can you all handle the bodies? We've got it. You get back to welding. Yep, exactly what I was thinking. James handed the older man his rifle and headed back onto the shop floor, nodding at Helen, Jake, and Sarah as they stood in the office, arms around each other. You all okay? A chorus of nods and yeses came in response, and James waved at them, then gathered up his welding gear. His heart was still throbbing as the adrenaline surge started to fade, but he did his best to ignore the wave of dizziness and shock that washed over him. There were more pressing matters at hand, ones that required his full attention, and self-care would have to wait. Ticking the welding torch back on, James allowed himself one long, deep, shuddering breath before lowering the visor on his helmet and getting back to work, the tool crackling loud in the enclosed space. Chapter 10. Rockport, Massachusetts. Waves broke against rocks in a steady, unrelenting rhythm, their rush carried on the cool ocean breeze as a gentle whisper that reached far inland, no longer hindered by the roar of traffic and engines and bells and whistles. Creaking wood, dipping oars, and a shout of encouragement or request for assistance occasionally came with the water's murmurs, and the steady scream of gulls overhead punctuated the calm serenity, adding a reminder that not all life had been disrupted so many weeks ago. Two fishing boats rose and sank on the swells as they slowly made their way to the main docks and the Rockport harbor. The engines that had once tamed the seas and driven them forward no matter the wind or current had long since been ripped out to reduce weight in the vessel, as there was no more fuel to be found for them, and they were more effective as anchors than as propulsion devices. Instead, they were driven forward by manpower alone. 6 men sat on makeshift benches nailed to the deck of the boat on either side, 12 in total, each grasping a long oar and pulling in time to a song that they all hummed under their breaths. One man stood on the bow of each vessel to call out directions and any obstacles, while another stood in the cabin at the wheel, each ship being guided to opposite sides of the same dock that protruded out into the bay. When the boats came up alongside the dock, several of the deckhands who had been loitering at the back of each craft threw thick ropes to the people waiting on the docks. Oars were retracted at the same time, and the boats were pulled up alongside the dock and lashed firmly, everyone aboard and on the docks waving and grinning as another successful harvest had been concluded. Those on board the ships exited without any additional work, taking lunch pails and thermoses with them, while they greeted and talked with the crew that was coming aboard to unload the ketch and prepare to take the vessels out again within an hour. The steady cadence of fishing with both boats had been maintained day and night for 2 weeks straight, and though it was hard work that required all in the small town to pull their weight and pitch in, the results spoke for themselves. Smokers had been set up across the town, in every front and backyard where there was room, and barrels of salt had been passed out and were constantly restocked and refreshed by a small team on horseback. Once the fish were smoked and salted, a small portion were reserved by the families who performed the work, and the rest were sent to City Hall to be stored away and carefully monitored for spoilage. It was simple work, truth be told, but with many moving parts, each of which required constant care and maintenance. Boats had to be checked for leaks, lines and nets for frays, people for injuries they might not have noticed, and supplies monitored so that none ran out. For some of those in the town, the work had been their way of life for generations, and came as naturally as breathing. But for most, it was a constant learning experience as they adapted from their lives in the before to their lives in the after. Jason! A young woman in overalls and a bright red long-sleeved shirt waved from the shore as the men filed in off the boats. One of the men, shoulders slumped and face downcast in weariness, perked up at the sound of his name, returning the wave, picking up his speed to greet the young woman with a hug and a smile. Sandy, what are you doing here? I figured I'd come meet you today. She beamed, holding out a small, insulated mug. Kids are watching the smoker for me. You didn't have to do that. I know, but... She shrugged. Come on, get back to the house so I can start on dinner. We got some eggs today, finally. Eggs? Are you serious? Yep, them two are finally starting to pull their weight. I'm not sure that a few eggs in 6 months is really pulling their weight, but it's a start, I guess. Sandy took Jason's lunch pail and thermos while he drank deep from his mug, the pair moving away from the docks with the rest of the men that had been on the boats as their replacement shifts finished the unloading and prepared for the next shift that would take place overnight. The unusual arrangement had been established by the people of Rockport weeks prior, shortly after the fires that had consumed many of their homes, cars, and boats. Isolated as they were, the sea promised a way to survive and thrive amid the harshness of the coming winter, but only if they worked ceaselessly to make it happen. After repairing 2 boats, the townsfolk had decided to engage in a series of 3 shifts that would rotate each day, enabling the vessels to be on the water day and night, while also giving the crews enough time to rest and recuperate between each shift. It was hard work, brutal even, but the results spoke for themselves. With no one else on the water, the boats were able to fill their cargo holds with fish and crustaceans each time they went out, adapting their methods and locations to the time of day and weather. In a few short weeks, the surviving members of the town had stockpiled enough food to last them all halfway through the winter, and with a few more weeks' worth of work, they'd be set to survive through its entirety without having to go out on the water again. Fingers interlaced, Sandy and Jason headed inland from the docks, waving and shouting greetings to their neighbors as they passed, finally arriving at their small home just a couple of blocks from the seashore. Perched near the top of a small rocky bluff overlooking the shoreline, they had a few 100 square feet of yard in the front and double the same in the back. Surrounded on all sides by a quintessential small-town white picket fence, the home was 2 stories tall with steeply angled roof lines and red paint that showed years of wear and tear. Smoke drifted from the small chimney on one side of the house and from another source in the backyard, and the smell of smoked meat grew stronger as the pair crossed through the waist-high gate out front and walked around the house to the backyard. Hey, dudes! Jason smiled at the sight of his 11 and 8-year-old sons, both of whom were sitting near a trio of 50-gallon drums that had smoke pouring out of their cracks. Dad! The youngest turned first, jumped up, and ran to give his father a hug, pulling back after a moment and twisting his nose. You still stink. He always stinks. Their eldest grinned playfully. But it's okay to stink these days. Not for little boys, it's not. Jason smiled, grabbing both of them, pulling them in and squeezing them tight. How have you been for your mom? Helpful? Not helpful? Helpful, they both said in unison. Uh-huh, I know what that means. They've been surprisingly great today, actually. Sandy walked around the makeshift smokers, checking that they all had enough wood chips. Cutting wood, chipping it up, helping with the house, everything. They even got some water heated up for our baths already. No way! Jason beamed. You guys got the bath water ready? All 3 tubs should be ready. We sold 6 more of the circulators while you were on your shift, too. We're all out. No kidding. What did we get for them? Sandy looked upward with a squint, touching her fingers in turn as she tried to remember the list of items. 4 thermal blankets, a promise of 30 pounds of fish, a set of pots and pans, a box of books, some school books, and another box of old magazines. Outdoor stuff, mostly. You traded some circulators for old magazines? Jason raised an eyebrow. Hun, when winter hits and you aren't out there every other day tearing your body to bits fishing, you're going to be very glad we have some entertainment. I'm already worried enough about your boys. I don't need you climbing the walls, too. I'm really hoping to get us some board games, but I think people are starting to realize how handy those will be. Nobody wants to part with them. Fair enough. Jason finished draining his mug and handed it to his youngest son, who ran inside with it. I'll get started on making some more later tonight after I get that bath. He stretched and groaned, touching his back where a sharp twinge had made itself known. Maybe tomorrow? Tomorrow. There's a meeting tonight anyway that we need to attend. What about now? Just general status and updates for everyone, as far as I know. Sandy smiled and squeezed his hand again. Come on, get yourself cleaned up so we can get something to eat before we have to leave. A few hours later, all 4 family members had gone through their new thrice-weekly cleaning regimen and were sparkling, clean, and smelling fresh. While waiting for their sons to get dressed, Jason picked up a bottle of liquid soap that they'd all used as a body wash and shampoo and tilted the container back and forth. We're running low. Yeah, Sandy nodded. I tried to trade one of the circulators for more, but Agatha had already traded it all away. She said we're next on the list, though. Well, that's something, I guess. We've still got those bars in the closet, right? All 10 of them for all the good they'll do. Maybe someone wants them? Someone who likes having their skin dried out, cracked and bleeding? Jason snorted. Good point. Looking up at the stairwell, he raised his voice. Boys, come on already. We're going to be late. A series of thuds came from the floor above them as the 2 boys pounded out of their room and down the hall, then flew down the stairs, taking them 2 and 3 at a time before landing in front of their parents. We're ready. Just had to do my hair. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Jefferson, their oldest, raced out the door, throwing the question behind him as he went. Ted, their youngest, followed his older brother, and the pair were at the gate by the time Jason and Sandy were out the door. Jason locked it behind him and tucked his keys into his pocket, taking his wife's arm. You don't have to do that, you know. What, hold your arm? No, lock the front door. Jason chuckled dryly. Old habits die hard. We know literally everyone in town at this point. Still, never know when someone new might show up, or someone old might get a bad idea. Uh-huh. Sandy patted his arm as they followed their boys back down the road toward the shoreline. You worry too much. Sometimes I wonder if we're not worrying enough. Jason gestured to the people walking to and fro, much of the small seaside town looking exactly as lively and carefree as it always had. Insulation isn't always a good thing. And neither is worrying. Come on now, cheer up. You've got the next day and a few hours off, so stop fretting and enjoy our company, huh? Sandy gave him a kiss on the cheek, and he blushed, smiling and nodding. Fine, I'll do my best. You make it pretty easy, though. Their conversation became lost amid the wash of outside voices as they all filed into the City Hall building, squeezing past people talking loudly in the entryway, then milling about while they found 4 seats side by side in the middle of the left side of the main room. The place was packed with at least 200 souls, 100 in chairs, and another 100 standing and leaning off to the sides, and even with such a large number of people in one place, the mood was nothing short of joyous. One might even call it festive. "Thank you all for coming!" An artificially loud voice came from the front of the room, warped by electrical circuitry, and the first several rows of people winced and covered their ears. "Sorry. The voice became quieter as the short, rotund man standing at the podium twisted a dial on the side of the megaphone he was holding. "My son was playing with this earlier today. Turn the volume all the way up." He coughed, clearing his throat to recenter himself, and started over again with a broad smile. "As I was saying, thank you all for coming. I am beside myself with joy over how our little community's pulled together and keeps working so well with each other. And the mood in here tonight reflects that. In spite of everything, we've managed to keep our bellies full, our beds warm, and our lives largely intact. Different, to be sure, but intact nonetheless." He pointed out across the room. "Everyone is contributing, and we're all reaping the rewards. You should all be very pleased with yourselves." A round of applause broke out, and he waited a moment before waving his hands to quiet it down. "I won't keep you long. I know you all have lots to get to, and we've gone over the numbers at other meetings. I just want to reiterate, we're making it. Winter's fast approaching, but we've already secured over 60% of what we need as a community to feed everyone for the entire season." Another round of applause and cheers broke out. "I'm also pleased to tell you, for the first time, that a third boat is very nearly repaired. It's one of the largest ones, and we're planning to take it out deeper in the water for a more varied catch as well as some potential exploratory trips." The mayor by default, for he wasn't the elected mayor, but rather a bean counter in the mayor's office who had risen to the challenge in the days shortly after the disaster, continued on for a few more moments, detailing new bits of information that hadn't yet been shared with the town. After 10 or 15 minutes, he looked at his wristwatch and began to wrap up. "I said I didn't want to keep you all for long, and I won't. Thank you all for coming. And, as you're leaving, we do have one last surprise for you all. Please make sure to pick up a bottle of Gertie's homemade apple cider at the door. There's more than enough for everyone to take one, children included, and I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that it's her best yet." Applause rang out once again, and the crowd grew raucous as everyone began to stand and shuffle toward the entrance of the building. Jason's family moved with them, but were stopped abruptly by a tap on Jason's shoulder. He turned to find the mayor by default standing behind him, grinning from ear to ear and holding a small cardboard box that had been taped shut. "Jason, glad to see you here." "Wouldn't miss it, Simon." Jason nodded cordially at the man who stood a full 1.5 feet shorter than him. "I was wondering..." Simon lowered his voice and looked around conspiratorially. "You wouldn't happen to have one of your little, devices available, would you?" "Devices?" Jason asked. "Oh, you mean a circulator?" "Indeedy-do!" Simon's smile only broadened as he rocked back and forth on his shining leather shoes. "I've heard great things, simply marvelous things about them, and my wife is just dying for one. Heating our water in buckets is getting very tiresome." Jason smiled, glancing at Sandy bemusedly. "That's exactly why I started building them. I don't have any right now, but I'm going to spend my day off tomorrow building a few more. I can add you to the list if you'd like, though it might be a while." "Huh." Simon looked over at a cluster of the town's leadership who were talking in the corner, receiving a nod of affirmation from them. "I've actually been talking to a few people about this. The council, the boat captains, and some of the crew, taking the temperature of the people, so to speak. Simon pushed his rounded glasses further up on his face. With winter coming, we're going to need warmth more than ever, and your circulators are just what everyone in town needs. How would you like to switch occupations? Switch? Jason's brow creased. I'm not following. The general consensus is that we need you building your devices more than we need you pulling in nets on a boat. With a third boat getting in the water in a couple of days, we'll have even more men out on the water, which means more food. Are you asking my husband to build his circulators full-time? I suppose I should have said that outright. Simon chuckled. That is indeed what we're asking, if you'd be willing to do so. How would that work exactly? Jason asked. Right now, the work I do on the boats helps ensure we've got food to eat, and the circulators I build on the side are for trading for things we need. We'd be getting less in the end than if I just kept doing it part-time on my days off. Nope. You'd still be trading, and as someone performing an essential town service, you and your family would have your food allocated the same as if you were on a boat. We wouldn't dream of asking you to do this at a detriment to yourself. That's a big ask, Simon. Jason smiled, but I really appreciate it. Is that a yes? Let me think about it overnight, if that's okay. Take whatever time you need. Simon smiled, handing the cardboard box to Sandy. And in the meantime, take this. Hopefully it gives you some encouragement, After thanking Simon, the pair headed once again toward the entrance to the hall, catching up to their sons who were waiting outside, each holding 2 bottles of cider, which they raised above their heads to show their parents. We picked them up for you. Yeah, they were starting to run out and had to go get more boxes, but we got some for us. Nicely done, boys. Sandy smiled, tucking the cardboard box under one arm and taking a bottle of cider with her free hand. 20-ounce bottles! Gertie must have been working overtime. Here, let's see what old Simon's trying to bribe me with. Jason took the box from under Sandy's arm, peeled back the tape, and lifted the flaps. Son of, Jason groaned. What? What'd he give us? A box of cigars, 2 bottles of shampoo, and a card game? Meal born, it says. Jason repeated the French phrase a few times. So it is a bribe. Something for you, something for me, and a game for the whole family. I guess he really wants you to work on those circulators. Are you going to say yes? How can I say no? The boats are dangerous, and this would give me more time at home to help out around the house. Jason ran a hand through his hair. Although it would be a lot more work, and we'd have to do some scrapping in the burned-out houses to find enough copper, and the heating blocks take time to mill. He trailed off. Sounds like you'll be busy then. Sandy took his arm again, patting it as the 4 turned onto the lane leading up toward their house. Really busy. Jason! A voice called out, and Jason turned to the house at the corner of the intersection. Jeffrey! Hey, how's it going? Missed you at the meeting. An older, liver-spotted man shrugged and waved in a dismissive gesture. I went to the one this morning. You get some cider? A bottle each? Sandy lifted her bottle and smiled. Great, great. The older man scratched the back of his neck, looking around self-consciously. Listen, you need one too, huh? A smile crept into the corners of Jason's mouth, one eyebrow raising. It's the arthritis. Jeffrey rubbed at his hands. Makes it hard to work the smoker. I've been sharing Deb's, but she's getting tired of it, so... Jason chuckled and nodded as he and Sandy started walking again. Swing by tomorrow and I'll add you to the list. You're a lifesaver, Jason. The older man beamed. I'll come by after lunch. Bring me some copper tubing if you have it. Jason called back. I'm running low. Will do. Jason continued to chuckle as they walked the steep road back up to the house, their sons already inside the gate and heading for the front door. Oh, that old coot's playing up his arthritis. I don't blame him, Sandy said. You've only been making them for a week, and you've got half the town wanting one and the mayor asking you to change jobs. Strange how such a tiny thing as hot water can mean so much right now. Jason paused at the gate and looked back down at the buildings along the shoreline, the docks, and the faint outlines of the boats out in the water beyond. Makes you wonder how all the rest of the world's doing. Not sure I'd like to find out. Sandy rubbed her arm, shivering involuntarily. I think we got lucky. I just hope the luck holds out. Jason sighed. Oh, come on, let's get inside. I need your help with some inventory taking while we've still got the light. Oh, so now I'm your assistant, is that it? Sandy took a playful swipe at him as Jason pushed through the gate, narrowly missing her hand. Best assistant in the world, he called, jogging toward the front door as she laughed and followed up behind him, leaving Rockport behind for the moment to continue quietly working away, a small beacon of light in the darkness of the world. Chapter 11. Red Fletcher, somewhere outside East Lansing. On the Burtons' 40-acre farm, their ATV was most often used to pull a cart back and forth across the length of the property, transporting animals, firewood, supplies, and occasionally their children. James kept it well maintained, even though it was by far the least used vehicle on the property, and had replaced its battery, fuel filter, and one of the tires only 2 months prior to the world going up in flames. While having a new fuel filter and tire had proven useful to the group from Grand Rapids that had taken the house, it was the new battery that ultimately proved to be the most valuable, as it allowed the flashing taillights of the vehicle to stay lit for several hours overnight and into the next morning. The tire tracks and the trail of leaking fuel didn't draw attention to the ATV's location shortly after dawn, but the flashing red taillight did, blinking steadily on and off in a thick pile of brush, catching the eye of one of the search party, who shouted at the others on the opposite side of the road. It took several minutes more for the group to get through the thick branches, briars, and vines that the ATV had become embedded in, and another 10 to find the former driver of the vehicle, who had been thrown a dozen feet away when the ATV had collided with a particularly thick oak tree. The front of the vehicle had crumpled, a wheel had become dislodged, and one of the handlebars was a full 2 inches inside the tree itself, causing the only real damage to the oak that was visible. The ATV was a total loss, failing to start as one of the men sat upon it and repeatedly turned the key while the other 2 searched the area for signs of the rider. When he was finally located nearly 20 minutes after the ATV had first been spotted, it was feared that he was dead, or close enough to it that there would be no point in trying to carry him back to shelter. The first man who happened upon him slapped him in the face a few times, before noticing that his right leg was twisted backwards at the knee, his face blanching at the sight of the white bones sticking out from the wound. He turned to vomit, accidentally spewing some of it on the feet of the second man who'd come to check on the status of the driver, setting off an argument that lasted until the one on the ATV finally came over and shouted at them both to, as he put it, "Focus up, you knuckleheads." A pulse was finally found on the rider's neck, and enough leaves and dirt were cleared from his face to identify him as Tyler, one of the few who Red personally relied upon to carry out his whims from day to day. Nervous glances were exchanged between the 3 men as they kneeled around the body, each man contemplating what Red's reaction would be to the news and how it would, not could, but would, blow back on them. None of the three belonged to Red's group from Grand Rapids, and they had seen firsthand how he treated those from the local area differently than those from his squad, as some referred to it. We could just leave him here. One of the three finally voiced what they were all thinking. It's obvious someone was here, though. Another pointed back the way they'd come. We left footprints and cleared crap off of him. We can't. What if we take the body somewhere and dump it? He's alive, Curtis. The third man spoke up. I'm not going to murder someone, not in cold blood like this. You didn't have a problem when it was that old couple. The one who'd made the original suggestion snarled. No, we're bringing him back to Red. The third man stood, looking around. We're not that far from the property. I'll take his torso, you two grab a leg each. Grumbling, the other two took a leg each and began to lift him, only to be shouted at by the third man. No, watch his leg, it's gonna snap off. No, the other way. Yes. It took twice as long to get out of the wooded area and back onto the road as it had to locate Tyler in the first place, and all three men were sweating and puffing as they trudged down the road, shifting Tyler's body every few paces to try and maintain a grip on it. Their only saving grace was that he had crashed a quarter-mile from the house, though it did take close to another hour to haul Tyler's considerable bulk that distance. When they reached the gate, they laid him on the ground and Curtis ran to get help, recruiting a pair of guards who were patrolling near the pond. They, in turn, brought a wheelbarrow down to the end of the driveway, and Tyler was carefully loaded into it and taken up to the house, where a flurry of commotion erupted as their procession was finally spotted by those inside. Red was the first one through the door, erupting from the house in a manner similar to an enraged hornet whose nest had been struck with a baseball or a long stick. He was trailed by a few other people, including Martha and Sandy, who stopped on the porch to watch as Tyler was brought up to the steps. Red met the wheelbarrow at the bottom of the steps and looked at Tyler's broken, bloody, and barely bleeding body for a few seconds before directing his ire at the three who'd brought him back. What happened? As was his habit, it was a statement, not a question. No idea. Curtis spoke first, blurting out what they'd found. The ATV was up against a tree like he'd wrecked it, and he was like this in the woods. Took us forever to drag him out on account of the bones and everything. The ATV's wrecked. Red looked out at the expanse of the driveway stretching down to the road. Can it be repaired? Not unless you've got a brand new one to donate all its parts to the old one. The one who'd refused to leave Tyler in the woods spoke. About the only thing that works is the battery, and that's been drained all night. You a mechanic, Jerry? 16 years small engine repair. Red fixed the man with a snarl. Then why the hell aren't you helping with getting the truck fixed up? Or figuring out how to bypass the damned lock on that stupid electric piece of crap out back? Jerry's face was a mask of confusion, looking around at the others as he struggled to understand Red's anger. Small engine repair. I don't know anything about EVs. And how am I supposed to repair a fuel tank when you've got people on it already? Red's hand twitched near the holster on his hip, the large revolver still ever present, as much a menacing presence as he himself was. Then what use are you around here, huh? I'll get to helping with the truck. Good boy. Red watched the man walk off for a moment before turning his attention to Tyler, questioning Curtis in the process. So he's alive still? Barely. His leg's all messed up and he's lost a lot of blood. Martha! Red called. Martha exchanged a look with Sandy before heading down the stairs to stand next to Red. I'm here. Oh, good. Didn't know you were outside. Red gestured vaguely at Tyler's dirty, bloody, broken body. You know something about first aid? What can you do here? I know how to put bandages on and maybe put a suture or two in, hun. He needs a doctor. Bad. Unless someone here's a doctor. Red raised his voice, looking at the group of people who were assembled around the front of the house. You'll have to figure it out. You two, bring him inside. Red pointed at the two men who, along with Jerry, had found Tyler. Someone get a tarp laid out on the floor. Don't want blood all over my floors. Turning, Red spotted Sandy. You help my wife. If Tyler dies before I get answers to my questions, it's on your head. Understand me? Red. Martha touched his arm, but Red recoiled, snapping at her. Something happened to him, and I want to know what it was. If it was Ryan and Helen, then I want to know exactly where they were and what happened to the rest of the people with him. Get me answers. After that, let him die. With his final proclamation made, Red headed back up the stairs and re-entered the house, going to the top floor to resume his watch through the rifle, wholly ignoring the flurry of activity below that took place in his absence. You two! Martha's commanding voice cut through the murmur of the crowd. Push the wheelbarrow inside. Sandy, find a tarp down in the basement and get it spread out on that carpet in the side room opposite the kitchen. I got it. Sandy headed off as Martha stood in front of the pair of men who were pushing the wheelbarrow up the steps, wincing with every bounce of the wheel. Careful! Careful! For goodness sake! The man's got a bone sticking through his leg. Can we not do more damage, please? Once the wheelbarrow was inside, Martha pointed to Nancy Likely, who'd been standing at the front window watching the goings-on. Nancy, help these two get Tyler out onto the tarp. The rest of you clear out. I just want these two in here helping me. Hell no! Nancy snorted derisively as the rest of the onlookers quickly exited the house. I'm not getting... Should I get Red and see what he says? He put me in charge of trying to save Tyler's life, and I intend to do just that. I'd hate to tell him you were working against him. Martha's eyes flashed with unconcealed rage, and Nancy slowly nodded. Fine. Good. Sandy, hold the corners of the tarp. Gentle with him. Tip up the wheelbarrow some, not too far. Good. No, watch his leg. Are you trying to hurt him more? Yes, like that. Yes. Okay, now flat. Just lay his legs down there. Yes. Good. Okay, get the wheelbarrow out of here and bring me a couple pairs of scissors, some of those disposable gloves from the drawer near the sink, and some wipes. I need to see what we're dealing with. Despite her complete lack of medical training, Martha had jumped into the work like she was born for it. Using the scissors, she cut through Tyler's jeans first, slicing each pant leg up to the waist to expose his legs. Once the first pair dulled, she switched to the second pair, then cut his shirt off as well, peeling the filthy fabric back and pressing it down against the tarp. Glancing briefly at his leg, she focused on his torso first, listening at his mouth for his shallow breathing and taking his pulse while she observed his shallow chest movements. That leg looks bad, Sandy whispered from next to her. I have no idea how to set a bone, let alone one that's broken so badly it's poking out through the skin. Martha whispered back. The blood loss is the bigger issue, though. He's very pale. I wonder if the artery in his leg was nicked when his leg broke. Martha gingerly prodded Tyler's leg from top to bottom, then felt around on his upper torso and arms, then examined his head. Nasty egg on the head there. Probably has a concussion. Maybe a TBI? What's a TBI? Nancy asked from across the tarp. Traumatic brain injury. That plus shock are probably why he's out. Martha looked up at Nancy. I'm just guessing here based on what I've read and picked up. Well, start guessing on how to fix him up. Martha put the backs of her wrists against her forehead. I'm not sure where to start. I could try to push the bone back in, make it meet up, and maybe make a cast, but I'm pretty sure they usually put pins in the bone to keep it joined, right? I have no idea. Nancy's mouth was twisted into a nauseous knot. That's what they did for my brother when he broke his leg. The Sandy nodded slowly. That was 10 years ago, I think. It probably hasn't changed much since then. Martha took a deep breath in a vain effort to calm her nerves, then reached for the piece of bone that was sticking out of the skin, taking his leg in her other hand. She pushed against the broken piece, moving his leg, trying to get the bone to go back where it belonged, but each push and shove only made more blood ooze from the wound. I don't think I can do this. Plus it's filthy in there and it'll get massively infected. Martha leaned back, squatting with her elbows resting on her knees, arms outstretched. Then what are you going to do? Sandy asked. Cut it off. The words came from above, and all three women looked up to see Red staring down at them from the catwalk, arms crossed and resting on the rail. Just make sure he lives, or it's on all your heads. Red stalked back to his Overwatch vigil, and Nancy glared at Martha across the tarp, hissing at her. Thanks a lot. In for a penny. Sandy shot back, receiving an even colder glare than the one delivered to Martha. Quiet, both of you. Martha manipulated the bone again, trying to push it in. She managed to get it a few centimeters closer to the gash in the skin, but gave up after another trickle of blood emerged. I think he's right. You're going to cut off Tyler's leg? Sandy's face grew pale. What else can I do? He won't survive with the bones sticking out, and I can't just hack and slash at him to try and mend it without killing him. He's going to die from this. You know that, right? Nancy gestured toward the gruesome injury. And what's your brilliant suggestion? Martha snapped at the younger woman. Nancy's mouth opened and closed several times as she looked over Tyler's body, trying to come up with some other suggestion that would avoid the inevitable. I'll get some gloves, she finally responded, her jaw clicking as she clenched and unclenched it repeatedly. Good. Find me something sharp, too. It needs teeth. Serrations, like a bread knife or something. Martha looked at Sandy, lowering her voice to a whisper as Nancy rummaged through the drawers in the kitchen. If something goes wrong here, you and Stephen need to run. Do you really think he'll hurt me if Tyler dies? Martha's eyes were moist, her voice quivering even as she forced her jaw to remain firm in the face of the unknown. I have no clue. How about an electric carving knife? Nancy called from the kitchen. That'll work. We need to sanitize it. Is there a lighter or butane torch or something? Not that I know of. What about the stove? Sandy suggested. Oh, perfect. Martha nodded. Run the blades over the flames several times, Nancy. Oh, wait, we're doing this now? He's still losing blood. We either do this now and have a slim chance of saving his life, or we just let him die. A muttered curse came from the kitchen, followed by the clicking of a stovetop burner being ignited. While Nancy busied herself with preparing the surgical instrument, Martha gave Sandy more instructions. Get gloved up and find some rubbing alcohol, fishing lines, needles, and get some water from the storage room downstairs. A couple of their glass jars should be enough, and plenty of towels, and all the gauze and bandages and medical tape you can find from any first aid kits. I need to clean this site off and sanitize everything as best as I can, then we'll get to cutting. Several minutes later, Sandy arrived back at the living room with everything Martha had requested, taking the needles to Nancy to sterilize before putting on a pair of gloves and opening the jars of water, handing them to Martha. I should have opened those before I put on the gloves. Sorry. Should I get a new pair? No. Martha shook her head. It's going to be impossible to keep everything sanitized perfectly. We'll do our best, and hopefully that'll be good enough. Placing one of the jars of water down next to Tyler, Martha poured one over his leg, rubbing at the dirt, sweat and blood as she did so, cleaning the skin and irrigating the wound at the same time. The next jar of water went on after, finishing the job, and she used a towel to mop up the mess of water from around his legs. Alcohol? Martha held out her hand, accepting a large 1-liter plastic jug of 70% rubbing alcohol that Sandy had found on a basement shelf. Open a window or two, please. This stuff smells awful. After the windows were opened, Martha poured the alcohol on her dirty glove first, washing away some of the blood and dirt, then poured it directly onto where the bone was sticking out, flushing out the wound with the potent liquid, and cleaning the skin around it as well. Okay, here, she said, handing the bottle back to Sandy, who put it off to the side of the tarp. Nancy, you have that carving knife ready? Yeah, I ran it over the flames this whole time. It's hot as hell, but I got the blades back in the knife handle. Is there a plug that we can reach from over here? It's battery-powered. It says it's 85% charged. Lord have mercy, a battery-powered turkey carver, Martha muttered, and I'm about to take off a man's leg with it. Taking a deep breath, Martha continued. Bring me the carver. Sandy, your job is going to be very critical with this. I'm guessing the artery wasn't cut, otherwise he'd have been dead in the first 5 minutes he was out there in the woods. We're going to have to cut it, though, but I'm going to try to expose it first so that you can tie it off with the fishing line before I cut through it. Okay. Sandy's gulp was audible. This is going to be nasty. Try not to vomit directly into the wound if you can help it, okay? Sandy nodded. I'll do my best. Losers do their best, Martha intoned in a bad Scottish accent. Huh? Nancy said, giving Martha a quizzical look as she held out the carving knife. Nothing, just a line from a movie. Okay, we ready to start? Too bad. Without waiting for a response from either Sandy or Nancy, Martha pressed the button on the side of the carving knife and the blades clattered to life, sliding back and forth inside the knife handle in opposite directions, a mere 2 millimeters from each other. The wound on Tyler's leg was longer than it was wide, though it was widest at the top near his knee, which is where Martha pressed the top of the carving knife. The blades cut through the flesh like it wasn't even there, and she jerked them back momentarily, stunned by the rapidity at which they had penetrated. Adjusting the angle at which she was cutting, she went in again, rocking the carver up and down to try and cut through the flesh evenly, aiming to get as much of the internals exposed as possible so that they could tie off his femoral artery. The blades ground noisily as she touched the remaining bone that the broken portion had splintered off from, and she went around them, expanding the wound bit by bit, the blood flow virtually non-existent, thanks to much of the flesh already having started to die off from the hours he'd spent lying in the woods. On the far side of the wound, after just a few small incisions, Martha stopped, pulling the knife out and motioning to Sandy. Get to the other side. I think that's it, right there. She pointed to what looked like a thick piece of twine, though it was red and pulsating slightly in tune with Tyler's faint heartbeat. Get the fishing line underneath, right up there near the top. Yep, okay. Tie it good and tight. There you go. To her credit, Sandy worked without complaint or regurgitation of her stomach contents, focusing on the details of what she was doing to drown out the details around it. The fishing line went around the artery twice, then she cut it short and tied a knot, pulling it tighter gently, watching as the portion of the artery below the knot began to deflate, its pulsations growing weaker until they ceased altogether. I think I got it. Nancy, heat up a butter knife or something, red hot if you can. After I cut this, I want you to cauterize it. Me? In for a penny, hurry up. Grumbling again, Nancy stood and ran into the kitchen, clicking the stovetop back on and using a pair of tongs again to heat the butter knife as she had done to the carving blades. While she did so, Martha resumed work with the carver, severing the last remaining bits of flesh that attached the leg to the rest of Tyler's body. When Nancy came back with the knife, the handle was wrapped with a potholder, and she knelt down opposite Martha again. Okay, I'm going to cut the artery first. As soon as I do, Sandy will hold it up, and Nancy will cauterize it. Then I'm going to cut through the bone, and then we're going to wrap this leg up very tightly with all the gauze and bandages and tape we have. Understand? Their initial squeamishness had all but vanished in the face of the monumental task they were working on, and both Nancy and Sandy nodded seriously, readying themselves to do as Martha had instructed. On 3, then. 1, 2, 3. The artery jerked and jiggled briefly as the carver's blades struggled to find purchase, then it snapped into 2 pieces, sending more blood oozing out from Tyler's leg. Martha ignored Sandy and Nancy as they cauterized the end of the artery, turning the carving knife's blades onto the remaining piece of bone that held Tyler's leg to the rest of his body. The blades, having been used infrequently, were still razor sharp, and it took less than a minute for her to finish cutting through the bone, getting as close to the flesh inside his remaining stump as possible. Dropping the carving knife on the tarp next to her, Martha picked up the remainder of the isopropyl alcohol and dumped it out on the exposed flesh of Tyler's leg, soaking every nook and cranny. I hope this doesn't give him blood poisoning or something. Too much of this absorbed into the skin is bad news. Are you ready for bandages? Sandy asked, tearing off her old pair of gloves and putting on a new pair. Yes, I'll get the initial layers on, and then you come in with the rest. After waiting a moment for as much of the alcohol to evaporate as possible, Martha began to pack gauze into Tyler's leg, filling out the spaces and gaps as much as she could before she signaled to Sandy. Wrap it, nice and tight. Sitting back, Martha took several slow, deep breaths as she watched Sandy work, Nancy occasionally reaching in to help as well. A few moments later, Tyler's leg stump was fully encased in gauze and bandages, and Sandy placed it gently back down on the floor to rest atop a clean towel when Red's voice came from above again. Well done, you 3! You look like professional surgeons. Martha clenched her teeth and slowly stood, angling to look up at Red. He's still alive, barely, but I can't make any promises on how he'll do from here. Let's hope he makes it. There's a giant mess down here to clean up, Red. I suggest you 3 get... No! Martha cut him off, her voice rising with anger. I was just wrist deep in someone's insides, and so were they. We are not cleaning this up. Bully someone else into doing it, or get down here and do it yourself. Turning to Sandy and Nancy, Martha nodded at them both. Thank you for your help. If you'll excuse me, I need to clean myself up and vomit. And she touched her stomach. Maybe not in that order. Martha hurried out of the room, heading for the nearest bathroom, while Red watched her go from the catwalk above, eyebrows raised, bemused smile on his face. When she'd vanished, he looked down at Nancy and Sandy for a long moment, finally rolling his eyes and pushing himself up off the railing. You two get out of my sight. I'll get someone else to clean up the mess and move him somewhere to recover. The two women had vanished into other bathrooms in the house by the time Red came to the bottom of the stairs. He crouched near the tarp, lip curled in disgust at Tyler's condition and at his detached leg that was lying in a pool of blood and viscera. "You'd better wake up soon, you stupid asshole, and tell me where they are." Red snorted. "Otherwise I'll take off your other leg and beat you to death with both of them." By some strange miracle, Tyler managed to stay alive for the next 2 hours, though he hadn't woken up from his unconscious state even after being roughly moved from the floor, wiped down with wet rags, and placed on the sofa with a blanket across his chest. Red had gradually moved his vigil from the top floor of the house to the main floor, standing in the dining room for much of the time and periodically walking back to check on Tyler. Unlike Martha, who would occasionally check Tyler's temperature and pulse, Red's idea of checking consisted of slapping the sides of the man's face hard enough to turn his cheeks bright pink and yelling in his ear. Martha had asked him once to stop, but Red's only response was to insist that he needed information as quickly as possible. "You're not going to wake him up by beating him." Martha stepped in between Red and the sofa, forcing him to back up a couple of steps. "He's either going to wake up on his own or maybe never at all. He might be fine when he wakes up, or he might be so brain damaged he can't speak." "I told you to fix him." "How on earth am I supposed to fix brain damage? Do you hear yourself?" Martha argued back. "Whatever you want to get out of him is going to have to wait until he actually wakes up. Now quit doing more damage to him." For the few seconds that Red stood stock still in front of his wife, glaring into her eyes, she tried to keep her breathing steady and not think about how he had pointed a loaded revolver at her head a couple of days prior. "Fine," he said. "I'll take care of this myself." "And just what are you going to do?" "Something happened to him." Red jabbed a finger at Tyler. "I'm going to get everyone together and we're going to go find out exactly what it was." Red turned to leave, but Martha took his arm, softening her tone. "Honey, can you talk to me about this? Just for a minute, like we used to." A flicker of recognition passed through Red's eyes and he halted, half turning toward her. What do you want?" "To talk. Please?" Martha pulled at his arm, directing him into the dining room, where they sat down at the table. They both watched a few groups working outside through the front window before she continued. "Far be it from me to tell you how to do your things. You got us here, got us a house, plenty of supplies." "Not nearly enough," he grumbled. "Well, see, that's what I'm getting at." She smiled faintly. "Taking everyone and marching them off to try and find out what happened to Tyler and the men he was with would mean less people getting ready for winter. It would also mean putting the house at risk." Martha shifted in her chair, gesturing to the salt truck out front. "You came in and took this place very easily because we had a large, united group. What if there's another group out there who's as big as we are? Maybe bigger?" Red's brow furrowed, his thick eyebrows nearly touching at the center. "You think this wasn't Ryan and Helen?" "How could two people do that to Tyler? Plus, whatever happened to the others with him?" "So, what are you saying? Don't go out there and find out what happened?" Martha put a hand atop his, squeezing gently. I'm saying we should use caution and restraint. Send out a smaller group to see what's going on. Have them come back frequently and check in.
I suppose that could work. Red nodded slowly, looking back and forth between the groups of people working outside. Maybe I'll get Reynolds to lead this one. Stupid as he is, he's smarter than, what the... Red rose from his chair mid-sentence, walking over to the window as Martha got up and stood next to him.
What's going on?
You see that smoke? A slight puff of smoke alternated between white and dark gray, traveling along behind the trees near the end of the driveway. The source of it drew into view right before it turned sharply, its overall form obscured as it plowed directly through the gate that had just been put back up, knocking it to the side with a metallic clang that could be heard all the way up at the house.
What is that?
Martha asked, eyes wide.
It's a friggin' tank!
Chapter 12. The Burton Cooper family, somewhere outside East Lansing.
You really need to tell him you didn't cut your shoulder on glass.
Helen whispered to her daughter as she continued cleaning Alice's wound, which still hadn't fully clotted.
He's got enough stress as it is, Mom. Besides, I've been shot, twice more so far, and I'm fine.
Alice winced as Helen pushed down with a thick piece of gauze and wrapped a piece of tape around her arm 2 times.
Is duct tape seriously the only thing you could find? Sorry.
Helen shrugged.
There were about 6 inches of medical tape in the first aid kit, and that's not going to hold the gauze on.
Uh-huh. A slight smile appeared.
Something tells me you might be enjoying this just a little bit. What's wrong with me enjoying a bit of painful poking and prodding of my daughter while we're in the midst of a life-and-death situation?
Helen squeezed and moved Alice's arm in multiple directions, finally nodding and grunting.
You're as good as I can fix you up. Cool.
Alice stood from the swivel chair in the office and moved her arm back and forth.
I'll send you the bill for the rash this tape is going to give me. And I'll send you my bill for my medical expertise.
Helen winked at her.
Come on, I need to go out there and help your father keep watch. I'll come too.
The 2 women exited the office, and Alice motioned at Jake and Sarah, who were sitting around a table, occasionally helping James by fetching tools and supplies that he requested.
We're going outside to keep watch. You 2 good in here?
Jake nodded, and Sarah jumped up, coming over to Alice.
Are you sure you're okay? Yep, Grandma fixed me right up. I'm heading out with her to check on your grandfather. Keep an ear out for us and help your dad, okay? Okay.
Sarah went back to the table, and Alice and Helen both picked up a shotgun and rifle respectively as they headed out the door. Outside, the darkness was just as thick as it had been before, and it took their eyes a few minutes to adjust to the darkness. The lights James had hooked up to the several spare batteries he'd found on a shelf were still going strong, enabling him to work without stopping, but they did have the disadvantage of ruining their night vision for several minutes after going out. Alice, Helen, and Ryan had all offered to help James multiple times, but he continued to tell them that their best use was being outside, keeping an eye out for more potential intruders.
Over here.
Ryan called to the pair softly from across the parking lot, where he was sitting on the ground near the burned-out van, in a position to watch for signs of people coming from the front of the building.
Anything?
Helen asked, standing next to him.
Not a peep. I'm half tempted to go figure out where the ATV went. I'd considered that myself.
Alice stood on the other side of her father.
But splitting up like that never quite works out well in the movies.
We're not in a movie, kiddo. This is life and death.
Ryan pushed himself up, waving off Alice's proffered arm of assistance.
How are you doing? That, glass cut on your arm okay?
Yeah. Sorry, I just can't have him worrying about me right now.
I understand. I'm not helping you once he finds out, though. He'll wring my neck first, then come after your mother.
Ryan chuckled. Alice laughed, and they all lapsed into silence as they stared out into the night, Alice and Helen's eyesight gradually growing better, the moon's pale glow revealing more details the longer they stared out into the shadows. Finally, she patted Helen on the back and gestured off to the side with a turn of her head. I'm going to start walking around the building a few times. You want to come? Sure. You staying here? Helen asked Ryan, who nodded.
Yep, both legs have been aching pretty bad, so I'm going to plant myself here where I can watch the road real close.
Give a shout or a shot if you see anyone.
You do the same. Stay safe, you two.
While Helen, Alice, and Ryan kept watch outside in the darkness, James continued his work inside, his focus entirely on turning his tractor into something that would resemble a tank as much as humanly possible. Steel plating had already been added to the back and undersides of the vehicle, and he had rerouted multiple hydraulic lines to ensure they couldn't be cut either by someone getting too close or getting off a lucky shot. The side boxes of the vehicle were nearly finished as well, and while his original plan called for some wood to be used, he had found enough steel to make them entirely out of metal, increasing both their weight and protectiveness. A square, ruler, Sharpie, and few minutes on each box had given him the places he would need to cut into the plates, a task he was saving until he'd completed all of the welding. The front of the tractor was proving to be the trickiest job of all. He'd enclosed most of the engine bay, leaving the top and front partially exposed with strategic gaps for air intake and heat dissipation, but finding a way to give the driver enough of a view while also ensuring that it would be difficult to shoot inward was stymieing him. Lying beneath the vehicle, rerouting more hoses and cables, the possible solution came to him, and he rolled out from under the tractor and began rummaging through the drawers and shelves in the shop.
Come on, you have to have one. Even a simple ha!
One of the drawers had what James was looking for, and he pulled out a borescope camera, used for inspecting hard-to-reach places. The label on the back of the smudged and stained box containing the video screen indicated that it delivered a high-res feed, though based on his personal experience with consumer units, that meant very little as to the actual quality. He powered up the borescope and waited for the screen to finish going through its startup sequence. Then an image flickered to life of the floor of the shop. Grabbing the end of the 10-foot-long cable, he waved the small camera around, watching the video on the small screen and nodding in surprise. Huh. Not bad. Swinging it around to point at a darkened corner of the building, he watched as the quality went down somewhat, though it was still more than adequate, and, most importantly, there was almost no latency in the feed. Yep, James muttered to himself, hefting the borescope in both hands. This'll work. He set the device to the side on a work table and went back to his welding with a renewed vigor, finishing up the engine bay a half-hour later. Instead of making the right side of it completely covered by a solid, immovable plate of steel, he attached hinges to the piece on the right, which allowed him to raise and lower it so that he could get at the fuel screw when he was ready to increase the horsepower. Next came the basic structure for the front of the tractor's cab, though he didn't put the piece in front of the front windows up immediately. Instead, he used a torch to cut a wide slit in the front piece of steel that was around 3 inches high, saving the piece he'd cut out off to the side before he finished putting the front piece on. With the large piece of plate steel attached to the front window of the tractor completed, the welding work was all but done, so he turned his attention to the slit he had cut. Like the piece on the right side of the engine bay, he welded hinges to the piece he'd cut, reattaching it to the main piece of metal in such a way that it could be rotated back and forth into a closed and open position with the help of a piece of twine that he ran through an air vent at the bottom of the window where it met the body of the tractor. When the metal piece was pulled upward, it fully blocked the front hatch hole, providing the driver with added protection but no visibility. This problem was solved by drilling a small hole in the front plate next to the hatch and threading the borescope cable through the same air vent and then securing the camera in place in the drilled hole and the video screen on the interior of the tractor. Thusly, when the front hatch had to be closed for safety reasons, the driver would still have a view of the outside world, albeit one that was limited. Good enough for government work. James sat in the tractor and used the twine to open and close the hatch several times, checking to see if it could get stuck. Time to work on the engine. His motivation, determination, and adrenaline were all starting to flag by the time he'd adjusted the fuel screw and tested the new configuration of the engine, and he took a few-minute break to relieve himself in a small bathroom inside the shop. When he came out, Jake and Sarah handed him the warmed-up contents of an MRE and a steaming cup full of instant coffee, both of which he accepted without hesitation. Thanks, guys. James sat down at a table and spooned the chili mac into his mouth. You kept waving us off when we tried to help, so we figured food was the least we could do. Sarah patted her father's arm. You can't keep going at this all night by yourself, Dad. Jake agreed. It's just easier when I know what I'm doing to do it myself, rather than explain along the way. Faster, too. Uh-huh. You're going to keel over if you keep going like this. Sarah shook her head. Do you want me to get Mom? Oh, come on now. That's not very fair. James chuckled, draining half his coffee cup in between bites of a graham cracker. But fine. You two can help me with figuring out how to mount the guns inside the firing boxes. Is that what you're calling those wing things on the sides of the tractor? Huh. James swiveled on his seat, looking over at the shining monstrosity. I guess if wings were boxy, short, and useless for flying, then yeah. We actually had an idea for that, Sarah said, taking a folded piece of paper out of her pocket. Jake came up with it and I sketched it out. Huh. James took the paper and unfolded it, flattening it out onto the work table. Let's take a look and see. On the paper, drawn in ballpoint pen, were several three-dimensional representations of cubes at an angle to the viewer, with the back walls shaded with hatch marks. On one of the near sides of one cube, a small square hole in the cube was demarcated by dashed lines, and a simple sketch of a pistol was drawn near it, with the barrel of the pistol resting level with the hole, and the bottom of the grip touching the base of the cube. Another cube depicted the same scene, except zoomed in, showing that the grip was resting not directly on the surface of the bottom of the cube, but inside of a well of metal, square in shape, that rose to just under the trigger guard of the weapon. If you have one gun per box or wing or whatever, then you can keep the guns in place by building a little hole for them to stand in. They could even be taller on the back to help with recoil. Jake pointed at the drawing. And then my idea was to have a small pulley on the back, but I think it would work without it too, so that whoever's driving can sort of pull back and at an angle with the string, and it'll go around the opposite side of the pistol to put the right amount of force on the trigger. Sarah added. They could bounce out of the holder hole things, Jake continued. But you could help offset that by securing the trigger guard to the bottom of the box or to the holders. Even some strong tape would probably do it. James was quiet for a moment as he chewed on the last few bits of his chili mac, spoon in one hand and drawing in the other, the torn open MRE package sitting on the table. Finally, he put the paper down and looked at Jake and Sarah both in turn, his neutral expression growing into a broad grin. "You two came up with this on your own?" "Yep." Sarah nodded. "We were supposed to be helping you, but you wouldn't let us, so what else were we going to do?" "Be the absolutely brilliant children who I am reminded again that I am overjoyed to see." James put the piece of paper down on the work table and tapped on it enthusiastically. "It's fantastic. It won't take me but half an hour to build holders for the pistols. You two can help by finding some scraps and doing some measuring of the guns and marking up the scraps." James spent a few more minutes guiding the pair through what would be most helpful, then sent them off to hunt through the shop, the pair chattering away as they consulted the notes they'd taken and the drawings they'd done. For the briefest of moments, their present circumstances slipped out of his mind entirely, focused as he was on his two children. In the moment, there was only a sense of pride, love, and peace that welled up from the inside, suffusing through his whole body and driving out the stress, worry, and fear that had plagued him for weeks. He took a long breath, and with that, the feeling was gone. He picked up his welding helmet and found his cutting torch, focusing once again on his task at hand. There would be time enough for feelings later. His family might have been reunited and safe for the time being, but their home was still very far away, and there was a great deal of work left to do before they could reclaim it and call themselves truly safe. "Aren't you going to test fire it?" The tractor's right-hand door was open, Helen sitting in the driver's seat, while Alice and Ryan examined James's work. Ryan reached into the boxy wing and rattled the pistol in its holster, tugging back and forth on it sharply. "Seems pretty stable to me." "I don't know." Alice looked at James. "It makes me nervous. Mom in here all by herself, pulling strings to fire guns that are just kind of sitting in there." Test firing would waste ammo and draw unnecessary attention." James patted Alice's back. "It's okay, really." "Seems simple enough to me." Helen tugged on the twine attached to the front window port, raising and lowering the shield before turning off the monitor attached to the borescope. "I'm going to be fine, hun. It's you three who I'm most worried about." Helen eased herself out of the seat and descended the 2 steps to the ground, Ryan holding her hand the whole way. "I'll be behind armor while you all are on your own 2 feet. "It's not fair!" Jake yelled from across the room where he and Sarah were watching out the front entrance to the shop. "We can handle ourselves just fine." "You hush and keep your eyes open." James pointed at Jake, speaking in a no-nonsense tone. "We're not having this discussion again." "But—" Sarah tried to protest, but quieted when Alice gave her a look. After Alice, Helen and Ryan had come in from outside to check on James's progress. The topic of their eventual assault on the house had naturally come up, as had the adults' decision to have Jake and Sarah remain at the boat shop, with Duke as protection. Both of them were less than pleased with the decision, to put things mildly, but no argument would be brooked, and no amount of whining and wheedling could convince James and Alice to change their minds. "It's not fair, though," Sarah said, taking a few steps toward her parents. "Enough!" James very nearly roared back at her, causing her to retreat back to her seat with wide eyes. "I am not having my children out there on the front lines of this. It's bad enough that your mother, grandmother, and grandfather will be out there risking their lives, but my children? No!" He closed his eyes for a few seconds, gritting his teeth and taking a few long breaths through his nose before addressing them again, his tone calm in a forced way. "I appreciate that you want to help. But you're staying here with Duke and a radio. If things go wrong, we'll tell you, and then you're going to head south for Eli and the National Guard to take care of you." But it was Jake's turn to start to speak, and he too fell quiet as James put up a hand. End of discussion. Turning back to the group, James rubbed his eyes and groaned softly, receiving a pat on the back and nod of approval from Alice. They'll be fine here. Yeah. Shaking off his emotions, James continued. Anyway, so do you feel comfortable with operating the tractor, Helen? I think so. Give me 5 minutes of practice driving around the building before we leave, and I'll feel a lot better. It's like riding a bike, though, I'm sure. She winked at Ryan. You'll remember soon enough, hon. Ryan grunted as he pushed the door of the tractor closed. How much more is there to do before we head out? Not much. James looked down at the table they were standing around, half of it covered with the guns and ammunition they were taking with them, and the other half covered in a crude, permanent marker drawing of the house and surrounding land. Stick figures and looping lines marked where Ryan knew patrols had been set up before he and Helen had left, and a series of small triangles marked the small tent city out between the house and main barn. Fence lines and ditches had been drawn in, along with thick stands of trees and any rises or falls in the property itself or the neighboring ones, if they were enough to potentially provide cover or concealment. The four had gone over their approach several times in the last hour, refining what they wanted to do based on their supplies and capabilities, as well as Red's temperament and greater fighting force. Their plan was sound and risk-averse, designed to protect themselves first and foremost, while being open to change based on the fluidity of Red's response to their attack. Much would be decided in the first few moments of their arrival, though when it came down to it, all of the planning and contingencies they had discussed boiled down to one thing: cutting off the head of the snake. Well, we've talked through everything, and have a plan. Best thing we can do now is get a bit of rest and get ready. We've got... James pushed up his sleeve to check his watch. 3 hours till we should move out. I'll head outside and keep watch while you all rest up. Nope. Alice took the rifle that James was starting to pick up. You've been working your butt off all night long. You're going to lay down over there in the corner and get some shut-eye. 2 hours minimum. Then you can get up and check everything over one last time like I know you're going to want to do. Too tired to protest, James plodded over to the small bed that they'd put together out of boat cushions and a thin blanket from one of their bags. He was snoring in less than a minute, and Alice turned to her parents. 3 hours till we leave. How do you want to divvy up this lookout stuff? We're heading out, Ryan said, looking over to where Jake and Sarah were sitting at their table, faces sullen. I think you have some mother-children time you need to spend. Thanks, Dad. Alice smiled at her father. Give a shout if you need anything. We will. Helen picked up one of the pistols off the table, accompanying Ryan to the front door, stopping at Jake and Sarah's table to give them each a hug and whisper something to them before heading outside. Alice waited until her parents had exited the building before heading over to Jake and Sarah herself, easing herself into a seat across from them. They kept their focus on the tabletop, neither speaking to her nor looking at her until she cleared her throat. Well, come on then, out with it. Sarah and Jake both exploded at the same time, speaking over each other in a flurry of, "It's not fair," and "We can handle ourselves," and "Don't you remember the camp?" Alice held both hands up and grimaced, gesturing to where James was snoring in the far corner of the room. Easy, easy, one at a time. Don't wake your dad up, okay? He needs some rest. Mom! Sarah started up again before Jake had a chance. We were good at the campground. We were really good. And with Wilford, do you seriously think we can't handle ourselves after that, too? Jake added, Kids. Alice's smile was sad, reflecting the harsh reality of the situations they'd found themselves in. Nobody ever said you couldn't handle it. I bet you'd handle it better than the rest of us. Then why can't we go? We've been in danger this whole time, Mom. Sarah looked at her brother, who nodded vigorously. All of those times, we had no choice but for you to be in danger. We were trying to get home, and I couldn't exactly leave you behind and come back for you later, even if I had wanted to. Alice's chest grew tight, her voice hitching in her throat. All I've ever wanted is to keep you safe. I haven't felt safe much at all for weeks, but with home right around the corner, I kind of do now. But it's also unsafe. Very unsafe. And with all the people we know turning against us, apparently, there's no one here I'd trust to keep you safe. So that's why you're going to stay here with Duke until we get the house back. And if we don't, then you'll have the radio and you know what to do. The words came out in an emotional flood. Both Jake and Sarah sat quietly for a moment, looking down at the table, until Jake finally nudged his sister and answered, letting out a deep sigh of capitulation. Okay, we'll stay here, but please keep you and Dad safe. And Grandpa and Grandma, Miss Sarah added, and Duchess and Diana. Jake smiled, eliciting a chuckle from Alice. We'll be fine. And by this time tomorrow, Alice took each of their hands, looking them in the eyes in turn. I promise you that we'll be sleeping in our own beds again. All right, people. We ready to do this? James addressed his wife and parents-in-laws as they stood around the armored tractor, backpacks and duffel bags on their shoulders, pistols on their hips, and long guns in their hands. Absolutely not, Ryan replied with a thin smile. So let's get on with it. While Ryan opened the door of the tractor and helped Helen up into the driver's seat, Alice crouched down at the rolling door behind the tractor and motioned for James to start lifting it up. He did so a few inches, and sunshine poured in through the crack, eliciting a grunt of surprise from Alice. Guess I forgot how bright it is out there. Last time I went out was before sunrise. Been a long night for everyone. James nodded toward the door. All clear? Alice pressed her head against the floor, peering out at the gravel lot behind the building, the trees behind the lot, and the shapes of the buildings beyond. Looks like it. She grabbed the door with him, and together they hefted it upward. Then James grabbed the chain off to one side and pulled, raising the door the rest of the way up into the ceiling of the building. James ventured out a few steps, rifle at the ready, but after a moment of listening to leaves and branches rustling and birds chirping from the upper boughs, he turned back to Ryan, Helen, and Alice. I think we're good. Raising his arm, he looked at his watch. I've got it as 10:27 and 30, 31, 32. You all have the same still? Yep. Alice nodded. I'm 1 second slow. Ryan frowned at his watch. I'm good, Helen called from the interior of the tractor. Guess I should recalibrate mine. Ryan began to take off his watch when James shook his head. 1 second off is fine. Just remember the times and consult your notes if you're unsure of something. James took the radio off his hip and looked deeper into the building where Jake and Sarah stood, Jake holding onto Duke's leash. I'm going to keep this cranked up to where I can hear it. Don't call me unless it's an emergency, unless I call first, okay? Sure wish we had a few more of those, Ryan grumbled. We do what we can with what we've got, Dad. Alice gave him a wry smile, which broadened as he rolled his eyes. Hey, don't give me that. You're the one who used to tell me that all the time.
Oh, believe me, I know. Nobody lets me forget, that's for sure. Okay, Helen, get it started up. Helen nodded, checking that the tractor was in neutral, then depressed the brake and turned the key. The entire thing sputtered and coughed, then roared to life, belching smoke inside the shop, though the fresh breeze from outside immediately dissipated it, as James raised his voice and continued. Alice, get the dogs in the trailer. Ryan, you and Alice and Duchess are first out at the eastern ditch. Stay spread out and don't forget to keep their muzzles on until you're ready. Helen, I'm getting in the bucket with Diana. Remember to slow down where I told you, okay? I won't run you two over, don't worry. Helen grinned. Okay. James took a deep breath. Last thing. We're going to see faces we recognize. Ryan and Helen from when they were at the house with those people, and Alice and I from years' worth of living around them. Ignore the familiarity. Unless it's Sandy or Steven, we shoot to kill. Am I clear? All three nodded, and Ryan growled as he began to step into the trailer, following Alice and Duchess. Believe me, I won't have any problems with that. Good. James whistled for Diana as Helen lowered the bucket, gesturing for her to jump in and following after her. He slapped the metal plating on the front of the cab's window and gave one final shouted command. Let's get going, Helen. Take us home. Chapter 13. Somewhere outside East Lansing. The engine sounded mostly the same, aside from a slightly throatier roar and the plume of dark smoke that emerged from the exhaust when the throttle was pegged to full. But even riding in the bucket, James could feel the difference adjusting the fuel screw had made. The engine was, on paper, limited to 25 horsepower, but to save money, the manufacturer had put the same engine in their 25 horsepower models as was in the 35s. The 35s had the computers and gizmos that would meet mandated pollution controls, whereas the 25s weren't required to have such things, but the 25s still had, in effect, a 35 horsepower engine, except that it was artificially limited from reaching its true capacity. Adjusting the fuel screw to gain another 10 horses wasn't technically against the law for an end user to perform, though it did void the warranty, risk damage to the block if the modification wasn't done properly, and really should have involved proper tuning of other parts of the machine. That would be for later, though. For the time being, the extra power did exactly what it was supposed to do. It put some pep in the small tractor's overloaded step. The added weight of carrying 4 people, 2 dogs, supplies, and several hundred pounds of plate steel welded to the sides had virtually no effect on the machine's ability to get up and go. It responded to Helen's feathered touch of the pedal like it wasn't loaded down at all, tearing down the road as fast as it was capable of traveling, taking each turn and change in direction in stride, without showing any strain on the engine whatsoever. Bet it's putting strain on the axles, though. James muttered to himself, glancing back over the bucket at the front wheels of the tractor as they spun across the pavement. Patting Diana's head as she whined, he spoke to her. It's okay, girl. I know you don't like the tape. We'll have you free and ready to howl and bite before you know it. As much as it had pained James to do, he had wrapped Diana and Duchess's muzzles with some blue painting tape they'd found in a drawer in the shop, so that the animals would remain quiet during the family's approach to the farm. The tape was just sticky enough to remain on while not being enough so as to pull on their fur and cause them any pain when removed, though as they were unused to any sort of confinement beyond a leash, both of them were scratching and snorting at the brief confinement. Easy, girl, I know. James glanced at his watch. 20 minutes and you'll be out of it, I promise. Better this than us getting shot right off the bat. You guys are supposed to bark at anything you don't like. You just don't know how, do you? Yeah, it's okay. 20 minutes and you can bark all you want.
Placated by James's scratches, but still not in agreement with him, Diana ceased her whining as she shook her head around and snorted, voicing her displeasure in the only way she knew how. "We're going, right?" "Duh." Sarah rolled her eyes at her brother as she looked at the front door of the boat shop, watching down both sides of the road as she'd been instructed by both of her parents. "When exactly?" Jake spread his arms and shook his head at her. "They're getting way ahead of us, you know." "When we're sure that they won't be coming back because they forgot something." Sarah turned and glared at him. "Do you want to deal with that from them? I don't." Jake grinned and tapped his temple with his forefinger. "Smart thinking, very smart. I try." The pair stood at the doorway for a few more minutes, listening for the sound of the tractor and watching for any signs of movement. When both were satisfied that their parents and grandparents had actually left, Sarah turned to her brother. "We should go." "Yep. Which way? Just down the road?" "Why not?" Jake shrugged. "I don't know. It seems dangerous around here, that's all." "We know the people around here, though. They're fine people." Sarah's forced smile faltered. "Mostly." "Yeah, sure. That's why they took our home from Grandma and Grandpa, because they're fine people. Do you even hear yourself?" "What's your bright idea, then?" Jake stepped out through the door and into the parking lot, trailed by Sarah and Duke. The sun was rising higher in the sky behind him as he pointed off toward the north-northwest. "Our farm's over there, right?" "Yeah, I think so." "So why don't we cut straight through the woods and stuff between us and home? It'll save us time and we'll avoid anyone who might be watching the road. We should come out at the HVAC place across from the house." "Taking the horses would be faster, even if we both rode on one." Sarah looked back at the outbuilding where Rocky, Stormy, Amber, and Buck were still being housed. "And get spotted in an instant? No way. Besides, I bet we'll be faster without them since we can cut through the trees." "Yeah, but that's where all the neighbors' houses are the thickest too. I don't really want to be there." "They'll all be at our house, dummy." Jake rolled his eyes. "Oh, right. And they'll be distracted by—" "Exactly. Speaking of which, what exactly are we going to do?" Though the initial topic of going along had come up between them as soon as they had been forbidden from doing so, their precise goal had never actually been discussed. "Help them? Rescue them if they need help?" Sarah leaned over and rubbed Duke's head, flopping his ears back and forth. "Sicking Duke on the bad guys so he can tear their throats out? Or get caught and shot because we're kids and this is crazy for us to be doing?" "Okay, who took my brother and replaced him with a wimpy pod person?" Sarah nudged Jake in the ribs, her expression playful until she noticed his somber face. "Hey, you okay?" Jake's eyes were glassy, and a tremble had taken over his voice. "Mom died." "What? No, we thought she was dead, Sarah." He looked at her, tears running down both cheeks. "He shot her, and we thought she was dead and gone, and we had no one left. And now we've got her back, and Dad and Grandma and Grandpa, but they've all gone off to die, and we're going to be left alone again." "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Sarah wrapped her arms around her brother, pulling his head into her chest as a pained sob broke free. "Where's this coming from? They're not dead, and they're not going to die. What's gotten into you?" "I'm so tired." Jake clutched tight to Sarah's jacket, his knuckles whitening, words interspersed with more sobbing and crying. "I'm so tired. I just want to be home and in bed and get up and eat breakfast and do schoolwork and get in trouble for forgetting to take the trash out and all of it. Sarah's stoutness finally broke, and she too began to cry, pulling Jake tighter to her until her hands and arms ached almost as much as her heart. A whine came from next to them as Duke pushed against their legs, covering their pant legs in drool as he pushed his snout in, staring up at them, scratching gently at their jeans. Jake finally let go, then Sarah did, both of them laughing as they wiped tears and snot from their faces and knelt down next to Duke, hugging him and petting his shaggy white fur. I'm sorry. Jake cleared his throat, his voice cracking. I don't know what I was thinking. You're tired, dude. So am I. Sarah smiled and reached out to pat his arm. Jake nodded, silent for a moment as he stared at Duke. What was the place we were going to eat at when it all started? He finally spoke. Do you remember the name? Oh wait, you mean the seafood place in Florida? Yeah, that one. Seafood something, wasn't it? Sarah chortled. Seafood Jack's. Yes! Oh, gosh, what a dumb name for a restaurant. Hey, maybe Jack wasn't very creative. I wish we could have eaten there. Ew. Sarah wrinkled her nose. Why would you want your last proper meal to be from a place called Seafood Jack's? Fair point. Jake inhaled deeply and let it all out in a rush as he stood up, looking off to the northwest. We're going to get through this, right? I promise. Sarah stood and took Jake's hand, squeezing it tight. When riding inside the tractor, James's rear end started feeling sore after 30 or so minutes of bumping around, less if he was driving over old furrows out in the parts of the field that they had yet to till down to level ground. Riding in the bucket, though, was even worse, and virtually every part of him was hurting within the first few minutes. Slouched over to the side with the bucket tilted up, James kept a low profile, clinging to Diana's collar with one hand and using his other to alternate between keeping his gun on his shoulder and adjusting his position so that he wouldn't fall out. Almost there, James whispered, clenching his jaw against the inevitable bumps and jolts that were soon to come. They were 100 feet from the turnoff of the paved road onto the dirt one that they lived off of, and then another 100 from the spot where Alice, Ryan, and Duchess would be let off. James and Diana would be dropped off a short distance later, and Helen would wait with the tractor for a few minutes before tearing onto the driveway and raising hell. The tractor and trailer shook violently as Helen took the transition from paved road to dirt road at speed, and James and Diana both lifted a few inches into the air before slamming back down into the bucket. Looking through the open porthole, James caught a glimpse of Helen, who gave a wave of apology and a shrug of her shoulders. She let off the accelerator a few seconds later, coasting to a stop, and there was a thump and rattle from the back as Ryan, Alice, and Duchess climbed off the trailer. Alice took Duchess into the ditch without looking back, while Ryan detached the lightweight trailer from the back of the tractor and pushed it off the side of the road. He then followed his daughter into the ditch, giving a wave at Helen and Ryan before vanishing down the slope into the thick brush. Helen accelerated again, bringing them ever closer to the end of their driveway, throttling down the engine to reduce the amount of noise they made as they had previously discussed. When she stopped at the previously agreed-upon location, she lowered the bucket and leveled it out. Diana leapt out of it, stumbling as she hit the ground while James half-rolled, half-stepped out, taking a few staggering steps to get his balance. Finally finding it, he grabbed Diana's leash and they headed off onto the side of the road opposite the house, sticking to the trees and keeping a close eye on the burned-down homes and barns that belonged to their neighbors. We're behind by a minute, James said to Diana, checking his watch. Come on, girl, let's hustle. Nobody's going to be down here. They're all up at our place. James and Diana took off at a run, only slowing briefly when he looked across the dirt road at the gate at the end of his driveway. Emotions briefly swirled at the sight of their house sitting atop a hill a third of the way back on the property, but he pushed back on them and refocused on his objective, continuing through the fallen leaves, winding around the trees as they passed by the driveway, heading to the western side of the property. Once he was roughly across from the property line separating his farm from the small creek that marked the border, he and Diana crossed over, looking both ways but seeing no one in either direction except for the idling tractor waiting near the entrance to the property. Water splashed up on his legs, waist, and face as he and Diana pushed through the creek at a fast jog. She breathed hard next to him, and he considered removing her muzzle, but instead slowed a bit and patted her on the back. Almost there, girl, I promise. She whined in return, and he was about to talk to her further when a flash of movement through the trees and fence line caught his eye, and he halted in the creek, crouching down to one knee, pulling Diana close to him. She saw the movement as well and growled, straining against her muzzle, and James spoke softly into her ear. Easy, girl, calm down. James checked his watch. Just a few more minutes. He and Diana tracked the man as he walked slowly down the perimeter of the fence line, speaking to someone who was out of sight, his voice muffled at first, then growing audible when he was in line with the pair. Obsessed. Absolutely obsessed. Sherry wants to get out of here, and it's starting to sound better and better to me. Did you hear about the food? You mean the lack thereof? I know, man. Sherry squirreled away 3 cans of beans, and I think I might be able to get a couple more, but, what are we going to do with 5 cans of beans? Winter's gonna be here soon. And not to mention the whole... Their voices faded away as they passed James and Diana, their footsteps still loud as they shuffled and crunched through dead weeds and leaves scattered along the fence line. James checked his watch again. 1 more minute. He looked down at Diana. I'm going to take it off now, okay? You need to be quiet, though. Her large, brown eyes tracked his movements as he quickly unwrapped the few layers of blue tape from around her muzzle, and she snuffed loudly, opening and closing her mouth a few times, acting as though she'd been muzzled for years, instead of less than half an hour. James checked his watch one last time and smiled thinly. Okay, time to go over the fence. I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've seen the house from this side of the fence. You guys didn't visit the neighbors often? More like we just stuck to our side of the line and let them stick to theirs. They could use to trim back some of the burrs and briars. I'm sure they'll get right on that, Dad. Alice stifled a snicker as she and her father crept along the edge of the fence, whispering to each other more to calm their nerves than anything else. Thick pine trees growing along the fence line blocked their view to the house, and Ryan had assured her that he only ever saw people patrolling on the inner side of the trees. They traveled together for the first few 100 feet, then when they reached the first incursion point, Alice gave her father a brief hug and wished him luck before continuing on, leaving Duchess with him. Like Diana, Duchess was similarly muzzled, and Alice glanced back to see Ryan stroking her head and whispering softly in her ear to keep her calm and quiet. 50 feet later, her father was out of view thanks to the thick brush and tree cover on the neighbor's side of the fence, and Alice once again found herself wandering alone through hostile territory. Just breathe, she repeated to herself over and over again, the words coming in time with her footsteps. Just breathe. They're safe. Jake's safe. Sarah's safe. Just breathe. Each word was accompanied by another step, leaves and deadfall crunching beneath her shoes. She looked down at them, the sneakers worn and tattered from traveling for weeks across the country, stained by grass, dirt, horse manure, and the dark brownish red of dried blood. In a private moment, at Eli's house when she'd been in the bathroom, she had tried to scrub the blood out, but it had merely faded, the splash refusing to leave the white and gray fabric. At a glance, it could be mistaken for another dirt stain, but the truth remained with her, marring her mind and soul as much as the fabric. A voice, faintly carried on the wind, made Alice stop, and she dropped to the ground, scooting up next to the base of an oak as she scanned the trees on the other side of the fence. Her right hand went not for her pistol, but for the knife she carried in a sheath attached to one of the straps of her backpack, hanging upside down for easy access. A second voice accompanied the first, both of them growing louder, and she relaxed, returning the knife fully into its sheath, though her hand remained on the handle, gripping it tight. Must be one of the patrols. Alice checked her watch. 11:03. 2 more minutes. Minute-accurate synchronization had been agreed upon by the group, as it was the only way to ensure that they could sow the most chaos with their limited numbers and supplies. 11:05 a.m. was the agreed-upon time to begin their planned activities, the oddity of the time purposeful, on the off chance that the guards changed routines precisely on the hour, and catching them a few minutes after could offer some advantages. The chances were slim, but 5 minutes wasn't that long to wait, unless it involved sitting in an idling tractor with virtually no way to see what was going on outside. 1 more minute. Helen's right leg jiggled up and down in a rapid-fire motion as she sat inside the tractor, staring at her watch. Closing her eyes hadn't helped with the intense feelings of claustrophobia, and watching through the small porthole at the front only intensified them. 1 more minute. When her watch read 30 seconds left, she took a deep breath and checked that her seatbelt was still latched, then put her right hand on the throttle. Okay, showtime. Dark smoke belched from the tractor's exhaust as she pushed the throttle all the way to the max and stepped down on the accelerator, sending her lurching backward in her seat. Without the encumbrance of the trailer, 2 dogs and 3 adults weighing it down, the machine almost felt nimble in spite of its plate steel armor. Helen crossed the couple hundred feet and reached the driveway entrance just as her watch beeped to indicate that it was 11:05. She turned wide before swinging directly in toward the driveway, cringing as the mass of trees whipped past and turned into a view of the dented gate that had been remounted to the posts. Sorry. Helen whispered the word through clenched teeth to no one in particular as she tore through the gate at full speed, sending it bouncing along for several feet before the corner of the bucket caught it and sent it flying off to the side with an ear-piercing metallic clang. The tractor bounced hard on a pothole, and she would have hit her head on the ceiling of the cab if she hadn't been buckled in. The house appeared in a flash through the narrow porthole, but was gone just as quickly as the tractor tilted back downward, continuing its acceleration forward down the driveway. If people were near her and shouting, she couldn't hear it through the armor and roar of the engine, though she was just barely able to pick up on the impact of something. Bullets, she assumed, hitting the metal. Crap! Nearly forgetting one of the most important parts of her plan, Helen closed the porthole and turned the tractor sharply to the right, looking for the source of the bullet impacts. A flash of movement appeared on the camera screen, and she saw 2 guards backpedaling as they fired at the vehicle, fear turning into desperation as the tractor picked up speed, barreling through the grass toward them. Tugging on the strings attached to the pistols in the wings, Helen yelped at the loud reports in the enclosed space, deafening through her makeshift earplugs. The discharge of the weapons had the desired effect, though, as the 2 men turned tail and ran, one of them tripping over the strap on his rifle, rolling along the ground for several feet before abandoning the weapon and scurrying into the trees along with his comrade. Emboldened by the abject fear on display, Helen turned the tractor back toward the driveway and began trundling forward, pulling on each of the strings once more while she laid on the button for the tractor's horn, announcing her arrival with all the fanfare she could muster.
"It's a tank!"
Red repeated himself, his voice shrill and cracking.
"Where did they get a tank?"
Who? Martha pressed her hands to the glass, watching as a large, silvery vehicle chased a pair of guards, smoke and puffs of flame erupting from its front before turning back around to continue up the driveway.
"It's them!"
Ryan and Helen? Martha shook her head. How would they have gotten a tank?
Red! Red!
The back door flew open, and a man ran into the living room, looking around until he spotted Red, then bounded into the dining room.
"Something's going on, man. We got problems."
What was your first clue? Red snarled.
"I can see the problem right there."
What? The man looked through the window, blinking several times.
"No, that's not what I'm talking about. There were gunshots both sides of the property. Somebody's out there and nobody sees the patrols that are supposed to be on the sides."
The man stepped closer to the window, squinting at the silvery vehicle rumbling slowly up the drive.
"Is that a tank?" "Get your ass back outside. Find out what happened to those patrols and get anyone who's around the house inside now."
Red whirled to Martha.
"I told you it was them."
"Red, how could it be Ryan and Helen?" Martha stiffened, closing her eyes under Red's verbal assault. "If there's gunshots on both sides of the property, it has to be a larger group."
"Ryan Cooper is involved. Of that, I am certain."
Red stared at the tractor as it began to ascend the slight sloping portion of the driveway leading to the house. Then smoke and fire erupted from the sides of the vehicle. One of the dining room windows shattered, and Red spun to the side, hiding behind the window frame as Helen did the same.
"Is that thing armed?"
"What are we supposed to do?" Martha was breathless, pressed against the wall, waiting for another shot. Sandy ran up the stairs as Martha was speaking, Stephen in tow, eyes wide.
"What's happening? I heard shouting and glass breaking." "What do you know about this?"
Red roared, stomping toward her, hands outstretched as she froze.
"Know about what?"
Sandy stammered, looking between Red and Martha, who was still in the dining room.
"Leave her alone, Red. You need to get on that big gun of yours and protect us."
Red paused, considering Martha's words, then nodded.
You're right. As for you," he pointed at Sandy and Stephen, "I'll deal with you later."
Grabbing the end of the railing, he ascended the steps, quickly crossing over the catwalk. Martha took a peek out the window to see that the armored vehicle had veered off of the driveway and was heading around the barn, gunfire still erupting from two boxy portions sticking out from either side. She ran across the dining room and threw her arms out, motioning for Sandy and Stephen to head into the room behind them, where she spoke in a low voice.
"I don't know what's going on, but you should take Stephen and try to leave." "What is going on? We were downstairs taking inventory and trying to think up some recipes to make."
Martha glanced over her shoulder as scattered gunfire erupted, both from the porch and farther out across the property.
"I don't know. Someone's attacking, though. Go on back down into the basement. If things get bad, you should take off. Grab some food and just go. Understand?"
Sandy nodded, holding tight to Stephen's hand.
We will. Thank you, Martha. Will you be okay with him?"
I mean, if we're gone, I've survived this long. Martha took a deep breath, raising her chin defiantly. I'll survive a little longer. Chapter 14. Somewhere outside East Lansing. I don't hear anything. Jake cupped his hands around both ears. They should have started by now, and I don't hear gunshots or anything. It's just now 11:05. Sarah shrugged. Maybe they got delayed by a minute or two. Or something bad happened, Jake grumbled. Faint staccato gunshots echoed across the treetops, a series of pops that wouldn't have stood out in ordinary life pre-collapse in the rural setting. Both kids stopped in their tracks and looked at each other, then another volley came, and their eyes widened. That's not a hunter, Jake gulped. They started. Sounds like it. Sarah nudged him. Hurry up. We can be there in just a few more minutes if we run. With a nod, Jake put his head down and took off at a run, Sarah close behind. They wound through the thick forest, the lack of leaves and general foliage enabling them to carry on at a faster pace than if it had been spring or summer. Still, they had to dodge low-hanging branches every few feet, navigate across boggy areas still wet from recent rainfall without getting their shoes stuck, and somehow stay on course through what looked like an impenetrable wall of bark. Sarah's estimate held true, though, and they emerged from the trees onto the edge of a paved road 4 minutes later, covered in burrs and scratches, but all the more closer to their goal. Hurry up! Sarah called as she bounded across the road, down a short slope, and across an overgrown grassy field next to a large metal structure that had half collapsed in on itself. The road's just up here. I'm lugging this thing with me, Jake muttered to himself, adjusting the rifle on his shoulder yet again as it slipped and bumped against his back and side as he caught up to Sarah. Several more gunshots rang out, much louder than before, and they were followed by another explosive report, though it sounded more like an actual explosion than gunfire. That sounds like... Jake whispered. I know. Hurry up. When James had opened fire on the two guards, dispatching them first with shots to their backs and then their heads, he assumed that the echoing reports were just that, echoes. More came afterward, though. 3 more, in a rapid-fire row from the far side of the property, then all went silent. James knelt next to the bodies, keeping his head just above the tall weeds that grew nearly up to the edge of the fence line, his view of the house blocked by both the weeds and a series of large spruces that had been planted halfway between the fence and the house. He heard nothing except the distant roar of the tractor, though, and saw nothing except the top of the house, still standing in all of its glory. Oh, I hope they're okay. He finally spoke, whispering to Diana as he turned the men over, checking their pockets for magazines, ejecting the ones in their weapons, and checking them for compatibility with either his pistol or rifle. 2 more for the AR. James nodded. Good stuff. And they only had 1 each. Either this red fellow hasn't been preparing his people for a protracted gunfight, or he just doesn't have the ability to. With one final check of the men, James looked at Diana. You ready to go, girl? Diana's tail wagged eagerly as she sniffed around the bodies. Then she looked up at him, whining softly. Yeah, I know. You'll get your chance soon enough, killer. Patting his leg and ordering Diana to follow him, James walked into the weed field, quickly losing almost all sense of direction amidst the 6, 7, and 8-foot-tall plant matter. When he and Alice had purchased the property years prior, they had made grand plans for the entirety of their 40 acres, but between work, school, and day-to-day life, their progress had been slowed on many occasions. Instead of using the entirety of the acreage all at once, they had been forced to do things in chunks each year. The first year was spent clearing several acres and planting fruit trees. The next was spent planting and cleaning around the house, barn, and other outbuildings. The next spent preparing and planting their acres of gardens, and on and on. Progress had been slow and steady, though there was still much to do, like clearing more of the fields for a paddock for horses, and several additional cows to raise, for extra milk and for beef. I wonder where we'll get the cows now, huh, girl? James patted Diana's head, stopping at the edge of the tall weeds, one hand on her collar. All right, let's see what's going on out there. The roar of the tractor's engine grew louder, and several more gunshots came, along with a concussive blast several times louder than any of the other gunshots. James froze in place at the sound, recognizing it, but in denial over what it actually was. They broke into the safe, he whispered. Come on, Diana. Ellen's in trouble. While James had taken Diana's mauling opportunity from her with his well-placed gunshots, Duchess took full advantage of hers. After being lifted over the fence by Alice and Ryan and having her muzzle removed, Duchess had tackled one of the men from behind, wrapped her jaws around his neck, and shaken him hard, snapping his spinal cord in a matter of seconds. The other man barely had time to stumble backwards and fumble with his rifle before Ryan and Alice both fired on him, her slugs and his pistol fire combining to end his life in a few short seconds. It took a moment to get Duchess off the first man. His blood was mixed with her foamy saliva, a frothy mix of bubbles and dripping stickiness. Alice tugged at her, then Ryan tried, then Alice finally told her, "Leave it!" in a sharp tone, and she finally listened. Panting heavily, she looked back at the man several times, whining as the three moved along the tree line, getting away from where they'd used their weapons in case anyone came looking to see what happened. Is that what they did the first time? Worse. Ryan pulled a ratty handkerchief from his pocket and wiped a trail of bloody saliva from his hand. Think anyone hurt us? Undoubtedly. But with your mom stirring up trouble, I don't think we're going to be the main priority. How many people do they have left, do you think? I've been trying to figure that out, and I'm not sure. If they had a few groups out on patrol, then the numbers at the actual house have to be pretty small, though. Maybe a dozen or so left? Ryan shrugged, shaking his head. We'll know when we know. Helpful. Just giving you my honest opinion. Come on, we need to move in. I think we're close to the shed now. Hold this real quick. I'll go down low, check things out before we push through. Alice handed her shotgun to Ryan and got on her stomach. The space underneath the evergreen's thick foliage was only a couple of feet tall, and she slithered forward, ignoring the sap, bird droppings, and thick weeds and grass as she went. The small outbuilding that had housed the ATV, along with a variety of supplies that they didn't need to access very often, was sitting just off to her left, and the house was farther down and to the left, several hundred feet away. Dad! Alice hissed for him. We're clear! Alice continued crawling forward until she was out from underneath the evergreen, then stood to her feet. There was a rustle and shake of the branches of a few trees behind her as Ryan and Duchess both emerged, and Ryan handed Alice her shotgun. Good. Nobody running this way is excellent. Did they have people positioned on the back side of the house before? Alice pointed. No, just around the edges. I'm thinking we should go in nice and quiet and see if we can't get inside directly from here. Cut the head off that snake right quick. I like the sound of that. Let's move. The trio moved around the side of the outbuilding for cover, pausing to check again for signs of people, before they began jogging toward the house. They'd only made it a third of the way there when gunfire erupted from the front side, and the tractor's roar echoed out across the fields. A few more gunshots sounded, then a thunderous roar, far louder than that of the other gunshots, echoed out. Alice paused in her tracks, grabbing Ryan's arm, face turning white. "What is it?" Ryan looked back at her, stopping as well. "Did you hear that?" "Sounds like some kind of explosion. Fuel tank? Propane tank, maybe? Those idiots in their little tent city had propane tanks by the dozens." "Dad?" Alice shook her head, swallowing hard. "That wasn't a propane tank." Helen Cooper had never been a particularly in-your-face sort of person, even when she was younger, and her warmth and kindness had only grown since she became a grandmother. Anytime there was an argument or situation with conflict or the potential thereof, Helen was the rational voice in the room who talked everyone down and helped find a mutually beneficial resolution if there was one to be found. Even when Red Fletcher and his band of misfits had violated her home and traveled to her daughter's house and taken it over, nearly killing her husband in the process, Helen's responses had been muted, to say the least. There was something about the tractor that undid it all. Whether it was the armor providing a feeling of invincibility or the reclamation of what belonged to her family that fanned the flames, Helen Cooper was a changed woman. Bouncing up and down in her seat, eyes glued to the camera screen, she turned the wheel sharply as she chased after a group of people firing ineffectively upon her, laughing as she pulled the strings for both pistols simultaneously twice in a row, one of the rounds striking an attacker in the leg, causing her to fall to the ground. She pushed hard on the accelerator as the woman tried to crawl away, then rolled to the side, but Helen turned at the last second as well, her laugh fading to a cold, thin smile as the tractor's right wheels rolled over the woman's chest and midsection. "Thought you could get away with it, did you?" Helen mumbled to herself as she swung the tractor back around, firing one of the pistols again in the direction of a group at the front of the house, sending them scattering in all directions. "You bastards thought you could get away with it, huh?" More gunfire rattled off from the group she'd scattered, and she picked one of them, an older man, one of Red's minions she half recognized, to chase after. Pushing the accelerator back down to the floor, the tractor trundled along across the hill of the front yard, gunfire ricocheting helplessly off the thick steel armor. Then there was a hot flash, a massive explosion, and a concussive blast inside the cab of the tractor. A flurry of sparks accompanied the noise and blast of energy, a flurry of orange that soared in from the right wing of armor, ricocheting around inside the cab a few times before sputtering out into nothingness. A sharp pain on Helen's right arm came a fraction of a second later, and she swatted at her arm, feeling a sharp sting as her fingertips and palm brushed against several small metal fragments that had been embedded in her skin. Overwhelmed by the sound and confused about its origin, she briefly lost control of the vehicle, heading down the hill at the front of the house and rounding to the side. "What the hell was that?" Helen screamed, picking at the metal fragments in her arm, pulling them out one by one and dropping them on the floor. Her fingers were sticky with blood by the time she got the last one out, and she wiped her left hand on her pants before grabbing the wheel and turning it sharply, heading around to the back of the house. Once she reached the back, more gunfire erupted from an upper floor, and she winced, expecting another explosion of light and sound, but the rounds plinked off of the armor as they had at first. Breathing hard, Helen tried to focus, to remember what her job was and what she was supposed to be doing. "Oh no!" Helen looked at her watch. I'm late. I'm late. Pushing the tractor to its max again, she roared past the back of the house, avoiding both the solar panels and the EV, making a beeline for the RV and tent city. Come on, follow me. With no way to check behind her to see if she was being followed, Helen focused on the task at hand. Gripping the steering wheel tight and wincing slightly, she rolled through a trio of tents and campfires that had been set up in the large grassy area between the house and barn. The tractor didn't slow, and the engine didn't strain as it scattered pots, pans, clothing, and personal effects, nor did the presence of a couple of wooden dressers in one tent provide any sort of an obstacle. Veering slightly to the right, she hooked the corner of the bucket in the side of a fifth wheel, the aluminum siding screeching as the side of the small mobile home was torn open like a soup can. Insulation, accordioned metal, and glass scattered under the wheels of the tractor. Unlike the tents, the destruction of the fifth wheel prompted a response, and there were a series of loud yells she could barely make out, followed by gunfire. Once again, Helen cringed at the gunfire, waiting for another explosion through the interior of the tractor, but they all ricocheted off harmlessly. What was that? The beginnings of the assumption of safety vanished as a corner of the left wing of armor disintegrated, its disappearance accompanied by a flood of sunlight, an ear-splitting roar, and another spray of orange-hot metal fragments that bounced around a few times before their glow dissipated. Helen screamed and twisted the tractor to the left, and another explosion rang out, though there was no accompanying damage to the tractor unlike the first two times. Turning around at the tail end of the small campground setup, she caught sight of movement off in the trees as two figures emerged from the pines, running toward a different cluster of pines situated off on the back of the house. A slight smile passed across her lips before she continued back through a few more tents, pulling on the strings attached to the pistols and turning the wheel back and forth, chasing down a few of the braver souls who had ventured down from the house to try and attack her at close range. Yeah, pay attention to the tank. There you go. More gunfire chattered out, and there was a fourth explosion, but whatever had caused it also missed the tractor, though she still winced and cried out in expectation of it hitting her again. They hit me out front and out here, but not out back. Helen mumbled to herself, knuckles white on the steering wheel as the tractor bounced back and forth over a refrigerator someone had hauled out in the grass next to their tent. A thought occurred to Helen, and she turned the tractor in the direction of the house again, beginning an ascent up the hill that the structure rested upon. As the angle of the camera pitched up with the vehicle, she caught sight of movement in an upper window. A person was at the window, and a long tan piece of metal jutted out, smoke curling from the end of it. A gun, she thought. A really, really big gun. The barrel of the weapon was aimed in her direction, but the person wielding it had yet to fire a fifth time, so she twisted the wheel sharply and headed back down the hill, swooping behind the fifth wheel she had damaged, before heading in a zigzag fashion toward the barn. With no idea how someone was penetrating the armor of the tractor, all she could hope for was to try and continue distracting Red's people long enough for James, Helen, or Ryan to get to the house and finish things once and for all. A fifth explosion finally sounded out, and there was a loud bang from the top of the tractor as something heavy and forceful bounced off the armor on the top of the cab, and Helen screamed as she kept swerving back and forth on her way to the barn. Preferably without dying in the process. There ain't no 3 people in that thing. I saw through the crack. It's just one person driving it. One of the neighbors, Martha had never learned his name as he was one of the many that mostly kept to the tents and RVs outside, ran in through the front door, huffing and puffing, shouting up at Red. What? Red's voice bellowed down. Can't hear a damn thing! Stupid earplugs don't do nothing! I said... The man started to shout again, but Martha touched his arm and pointed at the ceiling. Go up to him. He's not going to be able to hear you from down here. The man nodded and ran up the stairs, taking them 2 and 3 at a time, leaving a trail of wet grass and dirt in his wake. Martha spun to the window, pressing the side of her face against the glass as she watched the armored vehicle swerve back and forth on its way to the barn. Maybe it is them. Her words were a whisper, but a voice near her ear replied regardless. Ryan and Helen? Martha flinched, glancing to the side, then held a hand to her heart. Do you want to give me a heart attack? Keep your voice down. That Nancy woman likes to lurk just out of sight. She's outside with the others. Sandy pointed at a group trailing behind the armored vehicle, following it to where it had vanished around the opposite side of the barn. I'm no expert, but would you say that looks like the driver is trying to draw people after it? They did a number on the tents and RVs, tore up a bunch of tents, ripped up the side of one of the fifth wheels too. Whoever they are, they want to get some kind of attention. Sandy looked behind her to check on Stephen, who was sitting on a chair in the corner of the kitchen, clutching a few books as he stared at her. We're ready to go, like you said. Bags are downstairs, near the basement door. Good. Martha's nostrils flared, her jaw working back and forth. I have to figure out what to do here. Do? If that's Ryan and Helen... A long moment of silence passed between the two women, sporadic gunfire and the loud voices of Red and the man who'd gone upstairs the only sounds to punctuate it. You're going to help them, aren't you? I would never. The response was pure instinct. She caught herself at the end, mouth opening and closing a few times before she nodded firmly to finish convincing herself of her own words. I would never work against my husband. Honey? Sandy glanced back at the kitchen and up at the catwalk. A man who points a gun at your head is not your husband, no matter what vows you took or piece of paper you put your name on. Martha watched out the window as the armored vehicle took a wide circle in front of the barn before disappearing back behind it, a scream and more gunfire following. We should get some first aid kits ready. If anyone's left alive, we need to help them. Martha left the dining room, heading for the laundry room before Sandy could say another word, leaving the younger woman to watch out the window. If it is you, Sandy spoke softly, I wish you all the luck in the world. Dad's gonna be pissed about the fence. Dad has worse things to worry about than the fence, and we have worse things to worry about too. Hurry your butt up, Jake. Still trailing behind his sister and Duke, Jake cast a worried glance back at the field fence that was sagging heavily. A few of the fence ties had broken off when he and his sister had climbed up and over the fence in a middle section between T-posts, something that their father had warned them time and again not to do. Sarah was right, though. There were worse things to worry about, like the overly loud gunshots that kept echoing across the fields. That's Dad's gun. Jake caught up to his sister, wrapping the strap for his rifle around his arm a couple of times as he adjusted his grip. I know. That thing will destroy the tractor. I know. How are we... I don't know, Jake. Sarah glanced at him, eyes flashing with worry-laden frustration. Just shut up and hurry up. No! Jake grabbed Sarah's arm as she turned, pulling her back around. What are we going to even do here? We're going to help Mom and Dad and Grandma and Grandpa. That's why we're here. Yeah, but what are we going to do? Storm the castle, sneak around and take out the guards? Sarah hesitated for a moment as she processed Jake's question. I don't know. Help them? We can figure it out as we go. I don't like that. I know you don't. It's going to be okay. Looking past Jake in the direction where Duke was tugging at his lead and whining, Sarah's face paled, and she pointed further down the fence line, swallowing hard. I think we're following in Mom or Dad's footsteps. What? Well, oh, jeez. Jake grimaced, averting his eyes from the corpses lying in the grass. Gross. Let's just get going. I thought you didn't like not knowing what we're going to do. I don't, so let's try to figure it out before we get to the house. Stopping at the edge of the weed field, Jake and Sarah gave each other a look as a smattering of gunfire was overpowered by another immense explosion. Without a word, the trio plunged into the weeds, winding their way toward their home. It didn't take more than a few minutes for the pair to reach the edge of the weed field. They crouched low, watching the portions of the house that weren't masked by trees, and watching the commotion at the barn beyond it. The sound of the tractor came from around the barn, and there were groups of people shouting, firing guns, and running around the structure as thick white and black smoke rose in the air from the tractor's exhaust. Farther down the field, where it widened and came up next to the driveway for a few hundred feet, they spotted a lone figure and a white shape running across the driveway before vanishing in the tall grasses and reeds that bordered the marshy areas around their pond. There's Dad! Jake pointed, inadvertently shouting before clamping his mouth shut as Sarah shushed him. Duke had spotted, smelled, or both his master, and was pulling at his lead, forcing Sarah to wrap the leash around her hand and arm a few times. Should we follow? No way, he'll kill us! We should try to help Grandma or make a distraction for whoever's in the house shooting Dad's Barrett. You want to distract the person who's shooting Dad's 50 cal? Sarah turned and gave her brother a skeptical look, one eyebrow shooting up. You really have gone crazy, haven't you? Do you have any better ideas? Jake threw his hands in the air, wagging his head back and forth. When Sarah didn't immediately respond, he nodded. Yeah, that's what I thought. Come on, I bet there's nobody out back behind the house. We might be able to sneak in. Without waiting for an answer, Jake retreated a few steps into the field of weeds and began jogging toward the back of the property. Sarah and Duke followed a moment later, hurrying to catch up with him. After a short distance, they came to a stand of pines and moved out from the weeds, pushing against the thick layer of branches. At the edge of the trees, they could make out the backside of the tall, three-story house, with the rows of solar panels off to the left and their grandparents' electric car still parked near the back door. No one else was in sight, and all of the shouts and gunfire were still coming from out beyond the house, toward the barn. Hurry! Jake took off for the back door at a sprint, leaving Sarah to hiss after him, grabbing for his jacket and missing entirely. Wait! What about Duke? Looking down at the dog, she wrapped the leash around her arm even further, her tone turning to a desperate plea. Stay close to me, boy. Don't try to go running off, okay? Pushing forward, Sarah tugged on Duke's lead and he followed, sticking close to her side, eyes glued to Jake as he reached the back door to the house. Sarah was slower than Jake, but close on his tail, and she'd just about drawn even with the solar panels when there was a familiar, distant shout off to her left. Sarah! Watch out! Chapter 15. Somewhere outside East Lansing. Martha, Sandy, and Stephen were back in the dining room when Red came storming down the stairs, his normally fast gait slowed by the enormous rifle he had stretched across both arms, along with 2 green ammunition canisters, one in each hand. He pushed them aside as he approached the dining room table, tossing the cans onto it before sliding the rifle forward on his arms, wincing as it dug into his forearm and scraped off several layers of skin. "You want to give me a hand here?" Red snarled at the women, finally getting the rifle into his hands and waving off Martha, who had turned toward him. No, I'll just deal with it myself. You keep being helpful watching out the window. Real great." His gaze flicked over to Stephen, who was sitting on a chair in a corner, knees drawn up to his chest. "You're old enough to get out there and help. Why aren't you out there?"
"Leave him alone, Red. He's a child. And why do you have that thing down here? Are you trying to blow our eardrums out with it or something?"
"The last casing got jammed. I got to get it out and then I'm going outside. Whoever's in that stupid tank or whatever it is got wise and they're staying behind the barn. Pretty sure I put a hurting on them, though. This sucker put some nice fat holes in their armor." Red patted the rifle, then turned it on its side, ejecting the empty magazine from the well. He pushed back on the bolt with one hand and stuck a finger up inside the well, trying to push on a large .50 caliber shell casing that had gotten stuck at an angle in the ejector slot. Try as he might, though, he couldn't push the shell back into the chamber from the outside, and his hands were too large to reach up inside the magwell and try to free it from the inside.
"You want a spoon or a butter knife or screwdriver or something?"
Martha asked, stepping away from the window as she spoke to him. Red grunted as he tried to push a finger up inside the magwell again and shook his head. "No. You, kid, get over here and make yourself useful."
"No!"
Sandy answered before Martha could, moving quickly to stand near Stephen's side.
"You are not involving my son in this."
Red growled as he reached for the revolver on his hip, thumb rubbing across the wooden grain of the handle. "He helps or he dies. It's that simple. Everyone has to pull their weight, and his time has come."
"Mom, it's okay."
Stephen stepped around Sandy, body trembling.
I can do it." "No, not happening."
Sandy pulled hard on his shoulders, maneuvering back around in front of him once again.
"Just give it to me. I've got small fingers."
"Nope, the kid does it." Red's fingers wrapped around the handle, his thumb moving to the steel hammer, running along its grooves. "You've already pulled your weight with cooking and cleaning. He's been nothing but a consumer, hiding away and reading nonstop."
"Red?"
Martha eased a hand onto his gun arm.
"He's just a boy. You have bigger things to worry about."
Red looked out the window, listening to the sound of gunfire and shouting for a few seconds. "Nah, sounds like they've got everything under control for the moment. I won't tell you again, Sandy. The boy helps out, or he dies." Sandy watched Red closely, weighing her options. She glanced at Martha, who stood slightly behind Red, nodding her head ever so slightly.
"Fine. I'm helping him, though."
"Whatever you say, Buttercup." Red grinned as Stephen stepped out again. "Come here, kid. Lend me the use of those nimble little fingers you've got." Red let go of his revolver and hefted the rifle in both hands, flipping it over and dropping it hard onto the table. The gun rocked over to the side as the scope on top shuddered under the impact, and Red grabbed it to keep it from sliding any farther. After sitting down in a chair in front of the rifle, Red rolled it back over so that the magwell was facing him, then he motioned for Stephen to step closer. "In here." Red pointed. "See the jam?" Stephen leaned down close to the gun, Sandy next to him, and looked in where Red indicated. His whole hand fit inside the magwell, and his fingers slid around the jammed shell with ease. Try as he might to pull it out, though, it refused to move. I can't get it. Stephen grunted, looking up at his mother. You heard him. He tried, but he's not strong enough. Sandy put an arm around Stephen, but Red shook his head. Nope. Try again, kid. Get a solid grip on it and pull the front part right there down while I haul back on the bolt carrier. Red grabbed the bolt with his left hand as Stephen nodded in understanding. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Stephen wrapped his hand around the casing as Red began to count, then started tugging once he reached 2, putting all of his strength into the task as Red shouted 3. Red simultaneously jerked back hard on the bolt carrier, sending a shudder down the length of the rifle as its multiple disparate parts flexed against the pins that held them together. The motion, plus Stephen's effort, was enough to make a difference, and the young boy nearly fell over backwards as his hand exited the magwell, shell casing still held in his fist. Red let go of the bolt with a whoop, and it slammed back home, sending another shudder down the length of the weapon. Hot damn, son! You did it! Red clapped Stephen on the back as he stood up, then moved around the table, pushing Sandy, Stephen, and Martha out of the way as he went. I gotta grab more ammo, then I'm taking a little walk outside to put an end to whoever's driving that stupid tank. Red headed through the entryway and had one hand on the end of the banister and was about to turn and head up the stairs when he looked across the living room and out through the window. Stopping in his tracks, he squinted and slowly began walking across the living room as he called out in a loud voice. Hey! Whose kids are those? Martha headed through the kitchen and met him at the window next to the back door, looking out at a young boy and girl who were running across the backyard. The girl was nearly to the basement door, and the boy and a large dog had just exited a stand of pine trees and were following in her tracks. Holy, that's one of their dogs! Red shouted, fumbling with the back doorknob with his left hand while fishing his revolver out of its holster with his right. That's Duke, Mom. Stephen and Sandy were standing next to Martha, and Stephen spoke in a voice that was barely louder than a whisper. His mother held a finger to her lips and shook her head before she exchanged a look with Martha, who shrugged. Before either of the women could say anything, Red had stepped out the back door onto the deck and was raising his revolver, aiming for the boy and the dog that were crossing the yard, seemingly unaware of his presence. Sarah! A voice cut through across the grass, causing Red to turn and grab for his holster as he searched for its origin. Watch out! And when did he buy that? Ryan asked, grunting as he tugged on Duchess's lead to keep the dog focused and with him. I don't know, a year or two ago? Someone was selling it for dirt cheap, and he got a wild hair. Alice pushed back tree branches, holding them for her father as they crept forward amidst the stand of pines, getting closer to the house. Was it in a basement safe? Yeah. Did they crack it open? They were trying to, before we got out of there. It didn't look big enough to hold a 50, though. It's sunken into the floor so that most of it's underground. Oh. Ryan paused. That thing can punch holes through the tractor's armor. I know. Anytime he takes it out back and shoots it, he likes to drag an old appliance out there. Has a lot of fun filling them with holes. Shot clean through an engine one of his buddies brought over once, too. I'd hate to see what that can do to a person. Yeah, you really don't want to. It's the sort of thing that if you get hit pretty much anywhere, you'd better hope there's a hospital within arm's reach. This isn't helping my anxiety. Ryan swallowed hard, muttering under his breath. They continued in silence for a couple more minutes until Alice held up a hand, and they stopped, dropping to their knees and then their stomachs to peer under the lowest branches of the pines and spruces. "I think this is as good as we can get," she whispered. "From here it's a pretty straight shot to the back. Wait, the hell?" The blood drained from Alice's face as she looked over to their right and caught sight of movement in the tall weeds out where the lawn changed to a field. Her gut instinct was to assume that the movement was from people who were associated with the group occupying her home. That changed an instant later when she saw how small they were and that there was a large white shape lurking next to them. What's going on?" Ryan asked, unable to see what she was staring at from his perspective. "It's the kids," Alice hissed through clenched teeth. "What are they doing here?" Her urge to call out at them was overwhelming, tempered only by the knowledge that there could be, and likely were, adversaries nearby who would hear her. The forms started moving out from the tangle of weeds, revealing themselves to indeed be Jake and Sarah, with Jake taking the lead, sprinting across the grass, heading directly for the basement door. Alice scrambled forward, reaching out with an arm, still unable to bring herself to shout at them. Movement flashed from behind the windows on the second floor of the house, and a figure moved toward the door leading out onto the deck. It was a tall, bearded figure, wearing a worn hunting jacket and sporting a ball cap with something large in his hand. Off to the right, movement flashed again as Sarah and Duke charged out of the weeds, following Jake in toward the house. The door leading out to the deck opened, and the figure started to step out, and Alice could hold her tongue no longer. "Sarah, watch out!" The figure out on the deck reacted faster to her shout than did her two children, whirling in place, hand going for a bulge on his hip. Sarah and Jake turned simultaneously, recognizing their mother's voice, their forward movement and momentum halting as they both realized how much trouble they were in. Before they could respond, there was a rustle from the porch above, and Jake turned to see a figure step to the edge, raise a large revolver in the direction of his sister, and squeeze the trigger. The weapon bucked against the wrinkled, dirty fingers wrapped around its handle, the long barrel providing much-needed stability against the recoil forced upon it by the .357. A scream came from behind Jake, along with a yelp, and then a clatter of boots on wooden stairs before a strong arm wrapped around his neck and began dragging him upward. "Get your hands off my son!" Jake heard his mother's voice again, though he was unable to see her, so focused was he on the arm around his neck. Blood thudded in his temples as he struggled against his captor, though his blows and scratches were meaningless. A flash of heat exploded across his neck and he went limp, recognizing what had been pressed against his chin, gruff words accompanying the hot, still smoking steel. "Quit your thrashing, or your brains'll be all over the deck." Red's voice grew louder as he addressed Alice. "And you! Drop your guns and come out with your hands up!" "Let my son go!" Alice's hoarse shout was backdropped by the sounds of Duke's heavy whining and yelping. "Let him go, you son of a—" "Tut, tut!" Red used his heel to kick open the door to the house, stepping up and inside, still dragging Jake in front of him. "Language, little miss, language. Just drop the guns and your precious little brat can go." "Not happening, Red!" Another voice echoed across the yard, from the same general direction as Alice's. "You don't want to hurt any kids. I know you don't. You don't know Jack!" Red's scream was ear-splitting, causing Jake to wince and try to pull away, though Red only tightened his hold. "I knew you were behind this, Ryan. And who's this then? This your little grandson? Sending him in to do your dirty work, huh?" There was a long pause before Ryan continued speaking. He's not supposed to be here, Red. Just let him go and I'll come out. I'll drop my gun and come out, I swear. Prove it! Red stopped just inside the open back door to the house, revolver still pressed up against Jake's neck, finger massaging the side of the trigger guard and trigger in a steady, circular motion. You can't go out there, Dad. Alice looked at her father's weapon, which he had just finished handing to her. He's going to kill you. And if I don't, he's going to kill Jake and then Sarah, too. Alice turned back toward the house, peering through the thick pine boughs. Where even— oh my word! Sarah! Alice hissed beneath her breath. What? She just went inside the basement door. She's going inside, the damn fool girl. And then I have to get going right now. Red straightened and raised his voice into a shout, addressing Red. He's not supposed to be here, Red. Just let him go and I'll come out. I'll drop my gun and come out, I swear. Prove it! The shout echoed across the yard, and Ryan looked back at Alice. I love you, sweetheart. Dad, no! Alice blinked, hot tears stinging her cold, wind-chapped cheeks. You can't! Crap! Ryan pushed through the branches. Red must have hit Duke. There's blood all over the grass, but— But what? Duke's gone too. Did he follow Sarah? I have no clue, hon. Look, just try to— Time's up, Ryan. I guess you want your grandson to have no more head, huh? I'm coming out. Damn it, Red. Hold your fire. Leaving Duchess behind with Alice, who quickly tied her lead to the trunk of one of the pines, Ryan finished pushing through the branches, raising his arms high above his head as he exited the pine trees. And there he is, the man of the hour! Red crowed, throwing his head back even as he kept the revolver barrel pressed tight against Jake's neck. Now, who was that other voice there? Your annoying wife? It didn't sound like her. Look at yourself for one dang minute, Red! Ryan advanced slowly through the yard, arms raised, a sudden gust of wind whipping leaves up around him in a swirl. You're holding a gun to the head of a child. A child! Is that really who you are? Whatever I have to do to survive, Cooper. What the hell is the meaning of this? A new voice came from behind Red, and he rolled his eyes before twisting his head around, forcing a smile. Honey, you're just in time to see who I— Is that a child? Martha's horrified screech brought a thin smile to Ryan's lips. Red Fletcher! It's not bad enough you point a gun at your own wife, but you have to threaten to kill children, too. Martha? Red grimaced, keeping Jake between himself and Ryan as he tried to reason with his wife. This is Ryan Cooper's grandson. I don't care whose grandson it is. Take your gun off the boy's neck right now. Martha? Red's voice dropped low as he growled at her. Get back inside. Hi, Martha, Ryan called out, waving one of his raised hands, taking another step toward the porch. Good to see you again. Shut up, Cooper. Red took another step inside the house, still keeping Jake in front of him. Where's the other one? His mother. I want her out here right now. Ever since Red had grabbed him and dragged him up the stairs, Jake had gone mostly limp, providing his body with just enough support to reduce the pressure of Red's arm and gun on his neck. As a result, Red's attention on his captor had reduced as he continued shouting at Ryan and talking to his wife, and his grip on Jake's neck had reduced as well. Seizing the moment, Jake threw his hands up into the underside of Red's arm, digging in with his fingernails. Red shouted, his gun arm waving about for a few seconds as he struggled to get Jake under control, finally slamming the butt of the revolver against the side of Jake's head. A tidal wave of pain radiated through Jake's skull, and his vision went blurry as bursts of stars exploded outward in all directions. "You little—" Red jammed the revolver barrel back into Jake's neck, eliciting a cry from the stand of pines. "No!" Alice stumbled out through the branches, throwing her and Ryan's guns to the ground and raising her hands above her head. "Please, no! Don't hurt him!" "Well, well, well. I assume this is your daughter?" Red glanced at Ryan, then squeezed tighter on Jake's neck before turning the revolver on Alice. "Red," Ryan cautioned, "don't do anything stupid." "Stupid? Stupid, he says." Red looked back at Martha. "He comes here and tries to start something with me and calls me stupid." A rattle of gunfire from the other side of the house and beyond the barn drew Red's attention for a moment, and he looked upward, closing his eyes. "Oh, that's your doing too, isn't it? The tank, or whatever it is, that's been running people down? Doesn't matter. Frankly, I don't care. Too many mouths to feed already." "Red, let's talk about this. You hate me and want to hurt me, not my grandson or my daughter." "Daughter?" Red's eyebrows scrunched together. "What daughter? Is this guy losing it or what?" Alice whispered to Ryan as she stood next to him, both of their arms raised. "Oh!" Red shouted before Ryan could answer her. "Right, daughter! What's your name, princess?" Red pressed the gun barrel back into Jake's neck. "What's your mommy's name?" Alice." Jake choked out the words. "Please, just zip it, kid." Red tightened his arm again, causing Jake to fall silent. "Alice, Ryan, I decided what we're going to do. I'm going into the house, nice and easy. You two will come up onto this deck nice and easy, then come inside and sit down. We're going to have ourselves a nice little chit. What the hell was that noise?" While Red had been talking, the sound of the tractor's engine had grown steadily louder until the armored beast finally roared around the side of the house, leaning hard to the right as Helen turned the wheel sharply. Between the four-wheel drive and the large knobby tires, the wheels dug deep into the soft soil, leaving a twin pair of ruts in its wake. The tractor's horn blared several times as Helen circled around the solar panels, all eyes on the vehicle as it turned toward the house, engine revving to its max. Red stumbled backward as the tractor accelerated toward the back deck, his arm loosening from Jake's neck just enough for him to wriggle free, and he darted across the deck and flew down the stairs 4 at a time, running perpendicular to the oncoming tractor. "What are you doing?" Red screamed, turning and reaching for the Barrett. Weighing over 30 pounds, the rifle was not meant to be shouldered, but Red tried anyway, screaming as he lifted the weapon in the general direction of the tractor and pulled the trigger. The effects were instantaneous, devastating, and widespread. Red's whole body twisted as the rifle slammed into his right shoulder, snapping bone as it jumped up and backwards, flying out of his hands to slam down on the sofa behind him. Every pane of glass in the back door shattered from the concussive blast of the rifle, and while Red's ear protection saved him from shattering his eardrums, Martha was not so lucky. She clutched her head and shrieked in harmony with his own bellow of pain, his right arm dangling uselessly, the bulge under his shirt at his shoulder speaking to the destruction that had been caused. The round that Red had fired had gone wild, sailing high over the heads of all of his intended targets, but the rifle's sound had its intended effect of making Helen turn the tractor before she reached the porch. Amidst the distraction provided by the tractor and Red's shouts of pain, Jake, Alice, and Ryan retreated breathlessly back into the trees. "Are you okay?" Both Alice and Ryan reached for non-existent weapons, momentarily startled by the voice, until they realized who it was. "Dad, you're safe!" Jake whispered, grabbing for Duchess's lead as Diana pulled on her lead, eager to be reunited with the other members of her family. "Jake, what are you—" "They came, both of them!" Alice interrupted, daggers leaping from her eyes as she stared at Jake. "Sarah's nowhere to be found. Duke got hit, but she must have dragged him off somewhere." "Yeah, I know. Through the basement door." "What?" Alice grabbed James by the arm, squeezing tight. "She's inside the house?" "Her and Duke both. The a-hole on the porch, great guy by the way, holding a gun at my son's head, hit Duke in the thigh. Sarah pulled him inside when he was distracted threatening to kill Jake." "This whole plan is falling apart and fast," Ryan groaned, peeking through the tree limbs. "Ugh. Helen seems to be doing well, though." "Aside from the holes in the steel plates, yeah." Alice swallowed hard. "I could see clear inside through one of them." "Somehow I doubt that'll be a problem anymore." James gestured in the direction of the house. "Pretty sure that dude broke his whole arm when he tried to shoulder fire the 50. "What are we going to do about Sarah?" Alice turned their attention back to the crisis at hand. "I'm going in after her." James's fingers and knuckles turned white as he twisted them around his rifle. "You two get your guns and cover me. I'll head in through the basement door, hopefully without being seen." "And then?" James shrugged at his wife. "Stick to the plan as best we can. Cut off the head of the snake." Shouts and arguing came from the direction of the house before James could exit the stand of pines, and the three adults stood, staring at each other for a moment as they tried to glean what information they could from the exchange. Jake finally tried to speak, but they all shushed him, glaring at him in silent admonition. The tractor's engine noise began to ramp up again a moment later, drowning out the shouting, but gunfire followed closely behind it. "She's coming around again. I think they're fired. Get down!" Branches snapped as several rounds shot through the trees, and Ryan dragged Alice downward, while James practically leapt atop Jake to force him to the ground. "They're not firing at her," Alice hissed. "They're trying to flush us out." "Crawl, spread out. I've got Diana. Hurry, go!" James grabbed Diana's lead and shuffled forward, deeper into the field of weeds. Alice grabbed Jake's hand as they moved off to the left, while Ryan took Duchess and moved off to the right. The tractor's engine was a loud roar as it passed between the field and the house, but the hail of fire into the trees didn't abate, Helen's distraction no longer enticing enough to keep Red's attention. Chapter 16. Somewhere outside East Lansing. The front door opened and slammed repeatedly as the surviving members of Red's group poured into the house, tracking mud, grass, and animal droppings across the tile, hardwood, and carpets. A pair of them took up positions near the front windows, while the rest headed to the back side of the house, torn between staring at their leader writhing on the floor and watching the tank drive back and forth outside. With each turn that it made, gunfire belched from 3 separate locations on it, hitting the siding and windows of the house, and they all returned fire, shattering glass and amplifying the ringing in the few eardrums that still remained. "Ignore the damn tank!" The words were forced between clenched teeth, coming from the floor of the living room where Red lay, twisting in agony as his wife cut his shirt from his chest. "Shoot them! The trees! They're in the trees!" "Quiet!" Martha shouted at Red, wincing as the gunfire increased. "And hold still so I can see how badly you hurt yourself." "Me? They did this to me! I knew it was them. I knew they'd be back." "Sandy?" Martha shouted above the noise. "I need help here." Appearing on the catwalk above the living room with Stephen in her arms, Sandy shook her head, but Martha persisted, pleading. "I need you now. Leave Stephen in your room and get down here." Sandy hesitated for a few seconds, then she leaned down and whispered to Stephen before pushing him in the direction of the bedroom. With a final look down at Martha, Sandy hurried down the stairs and crossed the living room, her eyes half closed, wincing at the report of every gunshot. What do you need?" Sandy knelt down on the other side of Red, shouting to be heard over the noise. "Hold his other arm. Keep him from thrashing. I don't care if you have to sit on him. I need to take a look at what the damn fool did to his shoulder." Sandy nodded and held Red's left arm down. She put a knee on it, keeping it pinned to the ground before pressing down on his upper torso with her arms, leaning out across him. Martha nodded at her and leaned down, turning Red's right arm to examine the back of his shoulder. He yelped in pain and tried to wiggle free, but Sandy pressed down harder, putting her full body weight on him. "Massive bruising, looks like broken bones. Oh, good heavens!" Martha's muttering was nearly inaudible over the gunfire. "I don't know how I'm going to fix this. He needs a doctor, no, a surgeon." Sandy turned her head and leaned further to see what Martha was pointing at. "You can practically see the bruise spreading in real time. And this bit here?" She gently prodded at a hard lump sticking out on the back of his shoulder, which was twisted and misshapen. "This isn't supposed to be here." Did he dislocate it?" "I think he shattered it." That's not good." "No, I don't think there's anything we can do for him." "I'm still here," Red shouted, twisting hard against Sandy until he loosened his arm. Pushing hard, Red shoved Sandy off to the side, then did the same for Martha, yelping as his right shoulder hit the floor in the process. Leveraging his bulk with his left arm, he turned and got on his knees, then finally forced himself to his feet, his right arm still dangling at his side. "Get me something to keep this thing from flopping around," Red shouted at Martha, nodding downward at his loose arm. "And some painkillers. Oxy if they've got it." Sandy put a hand on Martha's arm. I'll go check. I'll grab a pillowcase or something. You can bind his arm with that." Martha nodded, then turned to address Red, hands on her ears, still wincing at every gunshot. "Red, please tell them to stop shooting. My ears are already gone from that big gun you fired. This is just making it worse." "Nobody's stopping anything till they're all dead." "They're gone, Red. Look." Martha nodded out toward the back. "Nobody's there." Red took a few tentative steps forward, left arm curled around his right, pulling it tight to his side. He watched out the back window for a long moment before raising his voice, shouting to the half-dozen or so of his people who were still alive. "Hold up! Stop firing!" A few more stray rounds went out into the trees and weed field beyond, before they all listened to his orders and stopped shooting. In the absence of the gunfire, The silence became deafening, everyone's ears, or at least the ones still intact, filling with a slight ringing. Even Red, who'd been wearing hearing protection, shook his head to try and clear the tinnitus to no effect. Anyone see them? Nancy likely coughed amid the cloud of gun smoke that had formed a haze in the house, swirling in the breeze coming through the door's broken glass. I never saw him to start, one of the last remaining members of Red's group shouted back. Red looked back and forth among the faces standing up against the windows, counting their numbers, struggling against the throbbing in his head. Where is everyone? What do you mean? Nancy asked. Everyone else, where are they? Hiding from that tank? The roar of the tractor grew from the front of the house, along with a couple of gunshots. I think she means this is all we have, Red. Martha looked at Nancy, who nodded in affirmation. You mean they ran away? The Red's upper lip curled. Figures. Bunch of cowards. They're dead. Nancy wiped her arm across her forehead, scowling at the streak of blood from a gash she'd sustained outside. The ones patrolling haven't radioed, and one of your guys said he saw one of them dead, and then that stupid tank or whatever it is ran over or shot a bunch of them. A few might have run away, but most of them are still out there, bleeding out into the grass. Martha's face blanched. Did it go that poorly out at the barn? Nancy nodded. I got there late, after most of whatever happened already finished. Good thing, too, otherwise I'd have joined them. A couple got pinned between the barn and that thing, then a couple more got mowed down by whoever's in there shooting. Helen! It has to be! Nancy ignored Red's interjection, continuing to talk to Martha, glancing over at Sandy as she came down the stairs, a small tote in her hands. That stupid thing's faster than it looks. 3 of your people couldn't outrun it out in the open. Whoever's driving it did a number on us. Doesn't matter. Red grunted as Sandy put the tote on the back of the sofa and began to open packages of athletic tape. We have more than enough people to take care of this problem. We just got to be smart about it. Anybody hit? 100 feet out in the tall weeds, James crouched low as he looked at Ryan, Alice, and Jake. All 3 of them shook their heads before looking down and checking Duchess and Diana. Oh, good. James pinched the bridge of his nose. That was a cluster and a half. I think we put a hurting on them. Alice forced a smile. They looked scared to death of the tractor. They were more interested in us than it by the end, and we've got a bigger problem. James stared down Jake. How could you 2 be so foolish as to come out here? Jake shrugged. We just wanted to try and help. Your help got your sister trapped inside the house with those lunatics. James responded harshly. And nearly got you killed. Alice pushed on Jake before pulling him in, wrapping him tight, tears streaming down both cheeks. What were you thinking? There'll be time enough for blame and consequences and all that later. Ryan put a hand on Alice's shoulder, then on James's. Right now, we need to finish what we started. We've got to get Sarah out of that house. Do you still have your radio? Jake looked at Ryan, then his father as Alice let him go. She was carrying ours. You could just radio her. James, Alice, and Ryan looked at each other, eyes widening before James began to fumble at his waistband beneath his jacket. Hush, boy. Shh. Sarah stroked Duke's ear as he whined softly. One hand rubbed his head and muzzle while she kept her other pressed to his leg, holding a dirty cloth she'd come across on the utility room floor while scrabbling to hide, after getting the massive animal through the basement door. When Duke had gone down, she only had a few seconds to think, and defaulted to saving her pet and guardian in spite of the potential repercussions from her decision. The basement had been blessedly empty of any intruders, though, and she'd managed to help Duke get through it and into a small utility room in a far corner of the basement. Tucked away in the darkness, pressed up between and behind a large tank and a stack of crates and boxes, she sat cross-legged, with Duke's bulk resting on her legs. Flexing her muscles every few seconds to keep her legs and feet from going to sleep from a lack of circulation, she tried to calm her breathing as best as she could, while the incoherent shouting went on above her. Gunshots followed, along with more screams and shouts and the sound of the tractor roaring by, and Sarah tucked herself deeper into the corner, pulling Duke close to her chest. Tears came at the height of the gunshots as images sprang into her mind of her family being torn apart by the rounds. She tried more times than she could keep track of to get up and head upstairs, but fear kept her rooted to the spot. After a few moments, the gunfire eased up and then stopped altogether. She turned her head, craning around to try and listen to the voices upstairs, but couldn't make out what they were saying. "Those don't sound like happy voices," Sarah whispered to Duke. "Maybe Mom and Dad are okay?" Duke whined again, licking her chin as he kicked his injured leg, trying to throw her arm off of it. "Still, boy. Be still." The utility room was nearly pitch black, the only source of light a thin strip of daylight emanating from beneath the door. Unable to check on the status of his wound visually, she tried to do it by hand, feeling around both sides of his leg. The hole was sticky and wet, but there was no flow of blood, only matted fur. "You're still with me, so I guess it was, through and through? Is that right?" Sarah took a deep breath. "We have to do something, boy. Who knows what happened to Mom and Dad, and oh, geez, Jake is probably getting chewed out right now. And Grandpa and Grandma." She groaned, resting her head back against the rough cinder blocks that made up the interior wall of the utility room. "Oh, I don't even have my gun on me. What am I Sarah's quiet whispering was interrupted by a squelch of static and a beep that came from her jacket pocket, and she nearly threw Duke off of her as she scrabbled for the radio she'd forgotten was there, turning the volume down before putting it up to her ear. "Sarah? Sarah Burton?" Her mother's voice filtered through, followed by her father. What other Sarahs would be out here?" "I don't know." Sarah could practically hear her mother's eyes rolling into the back of her head. "I'm here." Sarah depressed the transmit button, holding the radio close to her mouth, whispering as she stared upward into the darkness. "I'm here, guys." "Sarah, are you safe?" "I'm in the corner utility room with all the crates. I've got Duke here with me. He's hurt, but he's okay." "Oh, thank goodness." Alice let out a breath that sounded like it had been held for weeks. "We're going to get you out of there, okay?"
"How are we going to do that?"
Ryan's voice was tinny and distant.
"Tell her to stay put. We'll come up with something and radio her back."
"Hun, I heard him, Mom. Can you put Dad on?" There was a short pause before James's voice came through. "What's up, sweetie?" "I think I dropped my gun somewhere. Is there one down here anywhere?" "Crap. Hang on, let me think." Sarah clutched the radio tight, counting down to 10 for each inhale and exhale until her father came back on. "Okay, are you alone down in the basement?" "Yeah, they were all shooting and shouting upstairs, but I just hear talking now." "Okay, good. You remember where we put all the Christmas decorations last year, under the stairs to the basement?" "Yeah." "You remember how you can get into that space through the hole in the wall from the room you're in now?" I think so. I can't see anything in here, though. It's totally dark. It's okay. You can go by feel. What you want to do is go through into that little space under the stairs. If you go all the way to the other side of it, up against the wall, all the way at the top is where I hung a couple of our old hunting shotguns. There are some shells there, too. They searched the house top to bottom, James. Ryan's voice came again, hard to make out over the static. They probably found those and have been using them. They're really stuck up in there and well hidden. I'm betting they didn't find them. It's worth a shot at least. She needs something to defend herself with. James's voice grew louder as he spoke directly into the radio again. You hear that, hun? There's a chance they aren't there, but I'm betting they are. If you find them both, take the one with the shorter barrel. The shells will fit both, though. Just be careful. You hear me? Sarah's mother chimed back in. After you get it, you get back into that room and stay hidden in a corner with Duke. He'll protect you. I know. It'll be okay, Mom. I'm really sorry about this. It's my fault he's hurt. We'll talk about it later, hun. Just stay safe. We'll call you back when we have a plan ready to go. Okay. I love you. We love you too, sweetie. Alice's voice hitched and then the radio went dead, the small green light dying out as the transmission stopped. Sarah took a deep breath and clipped the radio to her belt. She leaned down, wrapping both arms around Duke's neck, whispering into his ear. Time for us to get a plan of ours going, huh, buddy? It took Sarah several tries to get Duke to stay still on the floor instead of following her. Every time she started to crawl away from him, he began to whine and shuffle along after her, but he finally relented, though his soft whines persisted as she crossed the room. Her eyesight had adjusted as best as it could after spending 20 or so minutes in the utility room, and she was able to make out vague shapes thanks to the glow underneath the door. Using her hands to guide her, she eventually found her way to the other side of the room and found the hole that led to the space beneath the stairs. She squeezed her eyes shut out of habit as she tried to recall the layout of the space, drawing on her memories of putting away the decorations. 7 opaque plastic totes were along one wall of the space, with the tree suspended on hangers underneath the stairs to keep it up off the floor. There were 2 thick plastic bags hanging on the back wall, and she had been sent to put away a few small boxes around a corner, her small stature enabling her to easily squeeze into the area. It was into that same corner that she traveled again, hands sliding across the stacks of plastic totes on one side and the plastic bags on the other, head brushing against the needles of the Christmas tree overhead. The corner her father had told her about was another foot ahead and to the side, and she groped around, tapping against the studs and dusty back of the drywall that formed the wall on the opposite side of the space. Standing up slowly to avoid hitting her head, Sarah's fingers finally transitioned from rough wood and drywall to cold steel and slick, polished wood. Running her hands along the weapon, she tried to imagine its total length before reaching higher to search for the second weapon. It was sitting a few inches above the first and was several inches shorter than the one on the bottom and felt more like plastic and metal than wood and metal. Okay, now for the shells. Sarah lifted the top shotgun off of its hooks and leaned it on the wall in front of her, then reached back up, arms spread wide as she felt for the box of shells her father had told her about. Come on, where are they? Ha! The fingers of her left hand brushed against a small cardboard box and she reached for it, inadvertently knocking it over. The clatter of the shells on the concrete floor sounded impossibly loud in the small space and she froze, eyes screwed shut, shoulders hunched as she waited for the voices upstairs to grow louder, as they would undoubtedly come to see what had made the racket. The talking and shouting continued unabated, though, and after a moment she stooped down and began collecting the spilled shells, stuffing them into her pockets. Once she'd found all of the shells she could, Sarah took the shotgun and began her crawl back out of the small space, back through the hole in the wall between the studs, re-entering the utility room once again. Duke's whines and the faintest outlines of the objects in the space guided her back to the corner, where she sat upright and laid the shotgun out on her lap. Duke's head quickly invaded her space, and she rubbed his ears and under his chin before scooting away from him and telling him to stay still. Then she got to work on trying to load the shotgun in the dark. The weapon wasn't entirely unfamiliar to her. It was a polymer pump action, with a pistol grip and a barrel that was as short as possible without crossing into SBR territory, perfect for home defense. She'd seen her father use it a few times and watched him and Jake load and unload it for practice, but had never done so herself. The memories were quick to come back, though, and she soon had the first shell inserted, then followed up with several more. After finding the disconnect or release button on the left side, she racked the slide, chambering around before she realized she had no idea how to tell if the safety was engaged or not, or where it even was. Crap! Sarah whispered to Duke. Let's set this over here, okay? Sarah leaned the shotgun up against the wall next to her, staying far away from the pistol grip and trigger area, then unclipped the radio from her belt and turned the volume back up. Dad, are you there? The response was nearly instantaneous. We're here. Did you find it? Yeah, it was right where you told me. What's wrong? Her mother's voice cut in. Nothing's wrong. I just can't see very well in here, and I have no idea where the safety is on this thing. It's not near the trigger. James chuckled, the genuine humor in his voice a balm to Sarah's nervousness. It's on the top, right behind the rear sight. Slide the switch back for safe, forward for fire. Okay, hang on. Sarah put the radio down on the floor next to her and took the shotgun back in her hands, groping for the top of it until she found a large, textured switch that slid back and forth when she pressed and pulled on it. Got it. Thanks, Dad. You got it, honey. You got it all loaded? Yeah. Good. Those are buckshot. They have a bit of spread to them, so just keep that in mind if you have to use it. Sarah's jaw clenched as she thought over the plan she'd been devising while retrieving the gun, trying desperately to work up the courage to vocalize it. Hey, did you guys figure out what you're going to do yet? Not yet. Those yahoos are still at the back windows, and your grandma hasn't come back around yet. I don't think she's drawing them out anymore. Probably hurt or killed too many of them for them to want to mess with her. Okay, so I know you're going to yell at me and tell me not to do this, so I want you to know up front that I'm turning the radio off after I finish. Alice tried to speak, but Sarah closed her eyes and kept talking over her. I think Duke can walk, so we're going to provide a distraction. Once you hear or see gunfire inside the upstairs, start shooting at them from the outside. They'll be fish in a barrel through the windows. Duke and I will get to a safe spot. We'll be fine, I promise. Just watch for the first shots. James and Alice both tried to interject, but Sarah, as promised, turned her radio volume knob all the way down until it clicked off. Duke whined at her, and Sarah rubbed his ears again, a nervous chuckle escaping her throat. If we ever get out of this alive, I'm pretty sure they're going to take turns killing me. I'll kill her. Hun. Strangle, I'll strangle her. I know, just try to stay calm, okay? Alice's eyes burned with anger and frustration. Stay calm. My daughter is about to use a shotgun and a dog for some sort of, I don't even know what, an assault? Sweetie. Ryan put his hand on Alice's shoulder. I agree wholeheartedly that she shouldn't be doing whatever she's going to do, but she's going to, so we need to focus on that. And then, once this is all over, I'll be first in line to hold her down so you can strangle her. Okay? Alice's scowl began to break around the edges, and she laughed for a few seconds before it turned to tears and then sobs. She leaned into James's chest as he wrapped his arms around her, holding her tight for a moment, his own tears dampening the top of her head. It really will be okay, I promise. My baby girl shouldn't be in there. None of this should be happening, none of it. Mom? Jake put a hand on Alice's shoulder. Remember the camp? She was strong then, she's going to be strong here, too. Alice let go of James and smiled at Jake, pulling him in for a hug as well. Expecting you two to stay put was a pretty dumb idea, wasn't it? Yeah? Duh. Jake grinned at her. Uh-huh. You're getting strangled along with your sister, I hope you know. I figured. Alice arched her back, closing her eyes and turning her face upward, the 8 and 9 foot tall weeds scratching at her from all sides. She exhaled slowly and nodded, looking between her father, husband, and son. Okay, let's finish this. Okay, boy, we can do this. Sarah stood in front of the door to the utility room, shotgun in her right hand and Duke's lead in her left, whispering to herself. Come on, just open the door. Open it, you coward. Come on, just do it. Hurry up. All of the psyching up in the world did nothing to calm the raging storm in her chest, her heart beating so fast and loud that dizziness passed through her in waves, threatening to knock her to the floor. Duke whined at her, pressing his head into her thigh and waist as he sensed her nervousness and fear. I'm glad you're feeling up to doing this, Duke. Sarah forced a smile, patting the oversized beast on the head and back. I guess it takes more than a gunshot to get you to slow down, huh? Duke shifted back and forth as he continued to whine at her, trying in vain to ease the pressure on his wounded leg. When Sarah had started moving for the door, he had hopped up immediately to join her, his injury forgotten as he sought to help his ward. Nudging against the door, Duke's whines turned into a low growl, and there was the distinct creak of someone moving around at the top of the stairs. Shh! Sarah shushed Duke and quickly opened the utility room door, pulling up on the door handle to keep the hinges from squeaking. A woman's voice that Sarah didn't recognize came from the top of the stairs, shouting incoherently. Footsteps followed, along with some grumbling and grouching, the person clearly not happy about having to do whatever it is she was about to do. What was that lady's name? Sarah tried to remember the woman her grandparents had talked about. She's got a son, Stephen. Sandy! The name came to Sarah just as the person finished tromping down the stairs, still out of sight around a short hallway. Think he is, anyway. Comes in acting all high and mighty and can't even shoot a damn gun without cracking all his bones. Then I have to go searching for painkillers? These goody two-shoe idiots aren't going to have morphine or oxy or anything like that in their frickin' basement. The voice faded as the woman went the other direction in the expansive basement. Sarah looked down at Duke as he pulled against his lead, his growl low and his hackles up. I'm guessing that's not Sandy, huh? Sarah took a deep breath and choked up on Duke's lead, putting her fingers around the release lever attached to his collar. You want to get her? Duke's growl increased, and he strained harder against Sarah, dragging her forward a few inches across the floor. Okay, go get her. The moment the latch came off Duke's collar, the dog bounded forward, nails digging into the concrete, and then scrabbling around the hardwood and tile at the far end of the hallway. Sarah followed him and turned the corner just in time to see a woman at the opposite end of the basement throw her hands in the air and let out a muffled scream before it was cut off as Duke leapt onto her chest. Burying his jaws into the soft of her neck, he squeezed and shook, cutting off Nancy Likely's ability to call for help and draining the life from her in a matter of seconds. Sarah ran to Duke's side as he released Nancy, the woman's head falling to the hard floor with a wet crunch. A wave of nausea passed through Sarah's gut, but she ignored it, taking Duke by the collar and leading him away from the woman's body before putting his lead back on. "Geez, buddy, I sure hope that wasn't the nice lady." She looked upward as footsteps tromped back and forth above her head. "I wonder how long till they notice she's missing. Should we make our move now?" Blood dripped from Duke's muzzle as he looked up at Sarah, then at the ceiling, alternating between a soft whine and low growl as the voices grew louder. "I guess that answers my question, huh?" With one final glance back at the mangled corpse lying in a steadily expanding pool of blood, Sarah pulled at Duke's lead and began heading back toward the stairs, sweaty fingers squeezing tight around the shotgun's pistol grip. "Advil! That's it?" Red held the cerulean-colored bottle aloft in his good hand, his mouth twisted in a scowl as he lobbed it at Sandy. Missing her by a good 2 feet, it bounced off the hardwood floor, and the top flew off, spilling the soft gels. Sandy retreated with the small plastic bin of medical supplies, looking apologetically at Martha. "Red?" Martha's lips thinned, her jawline working back and forth as she clenched. "You need to stop this and think rationally." "Just what's that supposed to mean, woman?" Red turned to her, instinctively trying to raise his right hand, only to groan in pain before raising his left. "What it means, husband, is that you should know when to admit defeat and be able to handle that like a man." "So, you want to give up, huh?" Red gestured to the room at large. "You want to give up on all this? Then what?" His voice grew louder. "Crawl back to Grand Rapids, trying to eke out a living somehow, beg the government for handouts? That's even if we could get past Ryan and Helen and that stupid tank or whatever it is." "Are you done?" "I don't know. Maybe." "Tell me when you're done yelling at me so I can respond." Red rolled his eyes, turning to the few remaining members of his group standing near the windows. "Oh, I haven't even begun to yell. I'm just getting started. What about these idiots, huh? Can't hit the broadside of a barn. What are we supposed to do, Martha?" Red turned back to her. "Why don't you tell me? Go on. I'm done now. Tell me." Martha's voice was calm and steady, but a razor's edge, unlike anything Sandy had heard slip past the older woman's lips. "We left our home to find something better, Red, and somewhere along the way you changed. Maybe it was that couple you killed, or that family, or those workers, or maybe you didn't change at all, and I've just been a willfully ignorant fool to not see it for all these years." Martha's words grew louder, cutting off any attempts Red made to speak over her. "You've gotten a couple dozen people killed doing this, Red, plus all the ones you had a hand in killing directly. And for what? A big house, some land, things that we didn't find but stole from good, hard-working neighbors. No, not neighbors. Friends. People we knew. You are an evil man, Red Fletcher. I was a fool to think you were anything but." Red took a step closer, his good hand clenched into a fist, but Martha continued unabated, her voice a shout, echoing through the whole room. "What I want you to do is go out there, hands to the sky, and beg for mercy. Throw yourself at their feet and pray that they let us leave with our lives. It's the only decent thing left for you to do. What do I expect you to do, though?" Martha's gusto faltered, her shoulders slumping, voice dropping to a near whisper. To keep doing the wrong thing. Red stared at his wife for a long moment, good fist clenching and unclenching repeatedly. Martha slumped down in a nearby chair, head in her hands, not meeting his gaze. Finally, he spoke. Someone go find me painkillers. Ones that'll actually work. I checked the bathrooms upstairs, Sandy volunteered with an audible gulp. They didn't have anything except what I brought. I'll go back up and keep looking, though. We'll find you something, I promise. You! Red turned to look at Nancy. Look downstairs and hurry up with it. I'm pretty sure that I'm hallucinating from the pain. Find me something strong. They got to have something lying around. Nancy likely nodded at Red before heading toward the stairs, talking under her breath the whole way. Ignoring the looks from the others standing at the back windows, Red stared at the fields for a few moments before sweeping his left arm over them. We're going to need to deal with that tank somehow. You two, get the 50 and get upstairs. Fill that sucker with holes. Don't shoulder fire it, though. The two men Red had pointed at looked at each other, then back at Red. You already shot it a few times, though, and it didn't do jack. The rounds penetrated through it, though, didn't they? So you keep penetrating it until the drivers turn to a pink mist. Got it? A simultaneous, "Oh," came from the pair, and Red rolled his eyes, pacing back and forth across the floor, left hand massaging his upper right arm. The rest of us will need to head out back and flush Ryan and his daughter and grandson out of hiding. You're really going to keep doing this, aren't you? Martha asked from her seat on the couch. Yes, I am, wife. Sarah ascended the basement steps gingerly, keeping Duke tight to her leg, tugging on his lead every time he tried to whine or growl. Smiling as she hit the fourth step, she silently apologized to her parents for all the complaining she'd done when she'd been roped into helping them replace the boards a few months prior. The squeaking from the stairs had gotten unbearable, and while the work had been annoying, it was paying off in ways she'd never imagined. Yes, I am, wife. A man's voice was audible as he started to shout, and she kept moving, stopping 2 steps from the door, which was mostly closed. Peeking through the cracks, she saw a man in a red baseball hat standing near the windows as he talked to a woman sitting on the sofa. The others in the room were all watching him, and Sarah whispered to Duke. That a bad guy, boy? Duke pulled against the lead again, and Sarah had to cinch up on her grip to keep him still. And I don't appreciate your attempts to undermine me either. The man in the red cap continued. I might be evil in your eyes, but I'm still doing my damned best to take care of us and keep us alive. And if that means I have to kill people to keep us alive, then so be it. Even if they're your friends? The woman sitting on the sofa spoke again. Ryan Cooper is not and never was my friend. You played golf and poker with him. That makes him more than the strangers you gunned down. Okay, so that's definitely the guy Grandma and Grandpa talked about. Sarah murmured. His wife doesn't sound so bad, though. Oh, please. The man threw up his left arm, turning so that Sarah could see his right arm was bound tight to his chest, his shirt torn at the right shoulder to expose an unnatural lump and bright purple and red bruises. I'll kill whoever I need to. The man whirled to a pair of other men who were standing near the staircase going to the upper floor, one of which was holding a large gun that Sarah immediately recognized. And you two, get your butts upstairs and take out that tank. Okay, boy, it's now or never. Sarah's stomach whirled, and her breaths came fast and short as she surged up the last two stairs, letting out just enough of Duke's lead to bring her left hand up to the shotgun and hold it to her shoulder. She pushed open the door with the barrel and turned the shotgun toward the two men nearest her, targeting the one holding her father's gun. Her shoulder burned the instant she pulled the trigger, the shotgun kicking her like a mule. "Drop it!" Sarah's scream echoed after the shotgun blast, though the words were unnecessary, as the man holding the .50 caliber rifle took the brunt of the shotgun blast in his chest, turning his sweat-stained t-shirt a deep crimson as he collapsed on the floor, howling in agony. Duke began snarling and barking, pulling against Sarah, but she braced her hip on the basement stair doorway, tucking her right shoulder into it as well, so that she could whip the shotgun back and forth across the people standing in the room. Red's right hand tried to instinctually go for his hip, and though the bandages kept it tight in place, the muscle movement lit a fire that coursed through his entire limb. The large rifle fell awkwardly to the ground, the long barrel striking the second man who'd been tasked to go to the top floor in the back of his knees. He fell to the floor, drawing Sarah's attention for a second before she swiveled back to keep the man in the red cap in view. "Nobody move!" The hardness in Sarah's words surprised even herself, and she took a step forward, Duke glued to her leg and hip as she walked, his fangs bared and a low growl in his throat. "You're going to want to put that gun down there, little missy." Red nodded down at his injured arm. "Otherwise, you'll end up like me." Behind Red, one of his followers started moving laterally toward the kitchen, but Sarah picked up on the motion, swinging the shotgun toward him and firing again. Unlike her first shot, which had landed squarely thanks to how close she was to her target, her second shot went wide, only catching the man in one arm with a few of the pellets. The auditory force of the blast was lessened from the first shot, no doubt thanks to the hearing damage she'd suffered, but the physical force was more potent, and the shotgun nearly left her hands. As she fumbled with it, the man who'd collapsed on the floor near to her lunged forward, clawing and scrabbling along. Duke snarled and pulled on his lead, but Sarah held him firm, not seeing the man who was only a couple of feet away. He reached out, pushing up off the floor and grabbed the shotgun's barrel, pushing hard to knock her off balance, then tugging it to jerk it out of her grip. Sarah staggered back, nearly falling, only stopping because of the wall behind her, Duke's lead still clutched tight. The massive beast was in a frenzy, a mixture of foam and blood flying from his jaws as he barked and snapped, standing in between Sarah and the others in the room to protect her as best as he could. "Put that mutt—" "Wait, no." Red strode forward, gesturing for one of the men behind him to come forward. "Put her down, then secure the mutt. We can always train it and use it." "Red! No!" Martha shouted, starting to rise from her seat, but he kicked at her, knocking her to the ground. "With pleasure." The man grinned wickedly. The man started to move to the left to get a clear shot at Sarah, raising his rifle once he was clear of Red, when his whole body slumped like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Red and white colored gore mixed with his blonde hair as it exploded from the side of his head, and he crumpled to the floor like a flattened accordion. The gunshot's report echoed from the back field an instant later, and the room erupted into chaos. "You sure we shouldn't spread out?" "We don't have radios." James whispered back to his wife, silently counting the seconds between each inhale and exhale, trying to keep his heart rate under control. "We should stick together for now." "What are they doing?" Ryan asked from the other side of James, holding on to the leads for both Duchess and Diana. Peering unblinking through the scope, James provided a running commentary. "The big one's talking to a couple of women. One of them's going upstairs. The other's heading for the basement. Sarah! Alice wrung her hands. Can't we do something? I'm tracking her through the windows. If I can do something to help Sarah, I will. Wait. Okay, the lady's going in the opposite direction of where Sarah's hiding. James angled the rifle back to the right, careful to keep his movements restrained to avoid being seen amid the tall weeds and pine branches. There's movement at the other end. I think it's... Wait, that's got to be Duke and Sarah. They're following the lady and... James pulled back from the scope, eyes wide. Did they just do what I think they did? Jake asked, no small amount of pride in his voice. Pretty sure, yeah. Duke is one hell of a dog. Ryan smiled grimly. Yeah, holy cow. He's covered in red. James managed a nervous chuckle. Okay, looks like they're moving back the other way toward the stairs. Yep, she's gone. James lowered the rifle, rubbing his eye before returning it to the scope. Everyone upstairs is still there near the back windows. I take out Fletcher, but he's half behind a wall. Son of a gun. Hold on. Oh, there's movement. Two heading for the stairs going up, and one of them's got... Oh, crap! Sarah! They've got her? No, but she's there at the top of the stairs, and... Oh, jeez! The shotgun blast was somewhat muffled, but still audible, and James tracked the two men who fell down in its wake. She shot a couple of them, it looks like. Good girl. Okay, time to help her out. James ticked the safety off on the rifle and adjusted in his crouch, leaning up against Ryan to help steady his aim. The seconds ticked by, stretching out as he watched the figures moving around, only able to see their top halves due to the angle he was viewing them at. Sarah moved further into the room, then there was a hand reaching for her shotgun, ripping it from her grasp, then there was a flash of white as Duke jumped upward and retreated to guard her. Swiveling to the left, James spotted more movement as one of the men standing behind Red moved into view, lifting a rifle, pointing it at his daughter. No. James exhaled the word in a breath that came as he squeezed the trigger. The rifle bucked in his grip. A hole appeared in one of the house's back windows. The man who'd been threatening his daughter collapsed to the floor, and utter chaos broke out in the living room of the Burton family home. Chapter 17. Somewhere outside East Lansing. Run! Take the back porch! I'm circling around to the front! Ryan was the first up, his legs throbbing as they went from resting to pumping in an instant. He angled toward the side of the house, crashing through the tall weeds and pine trees, exiting out into the yard, heading for the slope of the hill on the side of the house where the water tanks and well pump were located. While going up the hill would have been painful and exhausting in any other situation, having Duchess practically pulling him the entire way made it far easier. While his main goal was to flank and provide crossfire from the front of the house, his worries about Helen's state weighed heavily on him. The tractor hadn't appeared out back since he, Alice, and James had retreated into the field, and his fears grew 100-fold when he spotted the vehicle tipped over onto its side out near the barn, a pair of deep ruts behind it. Son of a... Ryan paused just long enough to glance at the house, then over at the tractor before snapping back into motion, running for the vehicle as he panted and muttered under his breath, trying to keep Duchess under control while simultaneously looking for any potential threats. I'm coming, hon. I'm coming. Please be okay. Ryan! A voice caught his attention, and he raised his pistol by force of habit, turning to where it'd come from. Helen? Ryan angled back up toward the house, lowering his gun as he spotted his wife leaning on one of the closed garage doors, her face and shirt stained with blotches of red, a rifle gripped tight in her hands. What happened?
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Hit my head something fierce when I turned over the tractor. Took a turn way too sharp.
Helen smiled tenaciously as Duchess licked at her arms and hands.
What are you doing up here?
Everything went to hell. Ryan nodded at her rifle. You good to shoot?
You'd better believe it.
Can you handle Duchess?
Yep.
Good, come on. Sarah's inside and she's in trouble. Alice and James are out back and we need to go in through the front.
Sarah's inside?
Come on! Ryan ignored her question and rounded the front flower beds, Helen and Duchess close behind as they headed for the front door. Instead of waiting and listening, Ryan opted for the less subtle approach of bursting in through the door with as much noise as possible, stopping just inside the entryway, pistol raised as he glanced around, trying to take in what was going on. 2 men were lying dead on the floor of the living room, and 2 more were standing near the back door out to the porch, facing off against James, Alice, Jake, and Diana, who stood just inside the back door. Martha Fletcher was trying to pull herself up off the living room floor, and behind her the last remaining member of Red's people stood with his back against the door leading down to the basement, where Duke snarled, barked, and banged against it, all in an effort to get to Sarah. His barks exciting both Duchess and Diana, who joined in the den, pulling at their respective leads. Sarah! Ryan shouted. Are you okay? She's fine, Ryan, and she'll stay fine so long as all of you back off. Red Fletcher stood with his back to the fireplace, a few feet from his own wife, his good arm wrapped around Sarah's neck, pulling her up to her tiptoes. The bandages holding his right arm to his body had been pulled loose, and Red was holding a knife to Sarah's neck, the pain from doing so evident as he continued to lick his lips and grit his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Let her go! James shouted. Drop your guns! Alice screamed at the pair of neighbors still loyal to Red, their recognition of the Burtons obvious as they faltered, their rifles quivering and shaking. You do not drop your guns! Red's face turned crimson as he shouted back. We finally got them exactly where we want them! You've got a knife. Your 2 idiots are outgunned and outnumbered, and if any of you take a single shot, you'll have 2 dogs at your throats faster than you can blink. 3 once Duke gets through that door. Ryan snarled. You're up a creek, Red, but if you let my granddaughter go, we'll let you walk out of here alive. You have my word.
Listen to him, Red, please.
Martha was on her knees, staring up at him from just a few feet away, one hand on the sofa, still trying to push herself up.
We can walk away.
So we walk off and die? No! Hell no! Red's broken arm shook, the knife dropping half an inch as he tried to steady it and fight off the pain.
She's a child, Red!
Martha managed to get her right foot underneath of her as she pleaded with her husband.
You're threatening to kill a child! Can't you hear yourself?
She's an obstacle. Red growled, gripping Sarah tighter with his left arm. And she's leverage. For me. For us to actually live.
Us!
Martha spat, voice rising as she slowly stood.
Us! You held a gun to my head. You threatened to kill 3 separate children, not to mention the whole families you already killed.
Martha stood tall, her right arm swinging up to reveal she was holding Red's large, stainless steel revolver, which she pointed at the side of his head, her grip firm and her aim steadier than stone. Tears fell from her eyes, and her voice dropped, barely a whisper.
No. There is no us anymore, Red Fletcher. Red's grip loosened on Sarah, dropping her as Martha began to squeeze the trigger. He turned toward his wife, swinging the knife at her, mouth open in a silent scream that never got a chance to come to fruition. The 6-inch barrel of the revolver belched fire as the knife impacted with Martha, the round passing into, through, and out of Red's skull as his blade completed its swing, cutting deep into the side of Martha's neck. Both husband and wife fell to the floor, one dead before he finished moving, the other crying out in anguish as her essence exited her body in dark red gushes, the pain of her mortal wound nothing compared to that of being forced to take the life of the one she had once loved. If I see you anywhere, anytime, for any reason, you're dead. Alice's shout chased the 3 surviving members of Red Fletcher's followers, her own neighbors, as they fled down the driveway, stumbling and falling to the gravel more than once before they managed to make it to the end and disappear around the corner. Satisfied that they were gone, Alice called Jake over. "Stand guard, would you? I don't think they'll be back, but better safe than sorry." "Will do." Jake looked over at the living room where Ryan, Helen, and Sandy had knelt in a circle. Is she? She will be soon, yes. Could you take Sandy's son, Stephen, out on the porch with you? Sarah, too, and keep the dogs outside. We could use some space in here. We've got it. While Jake went into the dining room to get Stephen and Sarah and round up the 3 dogs, Alice hurried back into the living room and knelt down next to the others. Sandy had a bandage pressed firmly against Martha's neck, but it was soaked through with blood that stained her fingers and soaked into the carpet. She looked up at Helen, eyes glassy, shaking her head ever so slightly. "It's too deep. I can't. Even if she had an ambulance, I don't think she'd make it." "Don't want to make it." Martha's hand came up and Helen took it, gripping it tight. "We can't thank you enough for what you did, honey." Helen's smile was laced with sadness, tears running down her cheeks. "I'm so sorry you had to." "Don't be." Martha's words were a whisper, her breathing labored and heavy. He was going to hurt her. Is she? "She's fine. Thanks to you," James said, brushing a few hairs out of Martha's eyes. "She's my daughter, and I'm indebted to you for saving her." "Daughter?" Martha's eyes flitted to Alice. "You... Mother?" "I am. Alice Burton." "I'm sorry. Sorry for what we did to... home." "Shh, don't talk. You're just making it worse." Alice took Martha's other hand, looking over at her mother. "We can't do anything?" Ellen shook her head and held tight to Martha's hand, she and the others lapsing into silence as they listened to Martha's final, slow breaths that eventually stopped, her hands going limp and slipping from Helen and Alice's fingers. The 4 stayed with Martha for a time, unmoving, their eyes closed as they gave silent thanks for an imperfect person who, when it truly mattered, sacrificed everything she had for the good of another. Epilogue. 6 months later. "Are you sure you're going to be all right?" Alice held her mother's hands, squeezing tight. "We can call it off right now. I don't mind." "Will you shut up and get out of here already?" Ryan came up from behind Helen, rolling his eyes as he playfully pushed on his daughter's shoulder. It's you we should be worried about, going on a 2-week trip back down south.
Don't you try to turn this around on me, Dad. We've got the U.S. military babysitting us the whole way. Who do you guys have, huh?
Sandy, her son, 3 bona fide killer dogs. Oh, and the U.S. military. Seriously, we don't need our own babysitters.
Don't look at me. Talk to James if you don't like it, but then you'll probably have to talk to that Hawkins fellow, and between you and me, I think he's pretty annoyed that he missed out on helping us take back the house, so he's overcompensating. That's my daughter, making the oddest friends.
Helen gave Alice a final hug, then Ryan did the same.
You 4 stay safe. You hear me? You too. We'll radio daily if the phones stop working.
We'll pick up, if we're not too busy. Ryan winked at Alice as Stephen came running up, followed closely by Sandy. With Jake and Sarah gone, I'm going to put this guy to work on repairing the barn.
You haven't left yet?
Sandy asked, checking her watch before giving Alice a quick hug as well.
Yeah, I know. We're out of here.
Alice nodded.
We'll be back.
You'd better, Ryan called, waving as Alice jogged down the front steps, around the curving walkway, and down the driveway to where the convoy was waiting. She hopped a few times to catch a glimpse through the slats of a trailer behind one of the Humvees as she went, finally patting it with satisfaction before continuing on.
Sheesh, Mom, we were gonna leave without you.
Jake yelled out through the back hatch of an armored personnel carrier, eliciting an eye roll from his mother. Alice climbed into the vehicle, sitting in the seat next to James, smiling as he and a woman sitting across from them finished their laughing conversation.
You did not!
The woman threw her head back, slapping one leg.
Hand to heart, when I woke up, I thought, just for a few seconds, mind you, that I was in some kind of zombie horror movie. Well, it's no wonder you were smashing through the door like you were going to kill something.
The woman wiped a tear from her eye and grinned.
Also, your wife is just as lovely as you described.
Alice grinned as she caught sight of the woman's name tag, standing up to give her a quick embrace before they both sat back down.
Private Oswell, so good to finally meet you in person. From what James told me, you two had a pretty rough go of it.
You can say that again. Oswell's cheerful demeanor vanished.
If it wasn't for him helping me out, I'd be a rotting corpse in some no-name alley in Chicago.
As I've told you 100 times, we saved each other. James grinned. It was awesome of Colonel Hawkins to send you along.
Oh, please, I would have chewed his arm off if he hadn't. Escorting your family during a supply run down south and back up? Highlight of my year.
When did we see the Colonel anyway?
He's on the first stop.
Oswell pulled a notebook from one of her vest pockets and flipped it open.
He'll be waiting for us with your Amish friends. Have there been any changes with the other stops we're making?
Alice leaned up, trying to catch sight of the paper.
Nope.
Oswell smiled, turning the notebook around.
Everything's on track. And Eli and his family are okay with what we requested? And you all are too?
Oswell's eyes grew big.
The less said about that, the better, but yes, we're meeting that request.
Alice leaned back in her seat, exhaling in relief. Good. You all ready to rock and roll? A uniformed figure peeked into the vehicle, stiffening when he spotted James. Mr. Burton, good to see you. We appreciate the refuel. Wasn't necessary, but it's much appreciated. It's our way of contributing to this venture. James smiled. You're letting us tag along, so we should pay for our way in some form. Roger that. Well, buckle in. This old girl gets bumpy at high speeds. James and Alice buckled their belts while Oswald double-checked Jake and Sarah's. Then James took Alice's hand, squeezing it tight. You sure you want to do this? Alice smiled, her heart jumping as she imagined the stops they were about to make. Wild horses couldn't stop me. James Burton. The barrel-chested colonel couldn't disguise a grin as he greeted the Burton family exiting the APC. You sure do seem to turn up quite a lot. Colonel. James shook the man's hand, exchanging a pat on the shoulder before Alice, Jake, and Sarah shook his hand in turn. Thank you, What the? Hawkins lowered his voice conspiratorially for the next word. Hell, did I tell you about thanking me? Eli's got you on a short leash, huh? Hawkins rolled his eyes, groaning good-naturedly. Ugh, they've got ears everywhere. One of us so much as tries to make a sound they don't like, and they're all over us with chastisements. Surprised they didn't beat me to meeting you. Speak of the... Never mind. Here they come. Hawkins stepped back as a group of smiling and laughing adults and children hurried down a dirt path from their homes. James! The man at the head of the group called out. You arrived! Eli! James strode forward to greet the man, the pair foregoing a handshake for a bear hug instead. Eli took a step back, gripping James's shoulders, grinning. You've gotten healthier since we last saw you. James threw his head back, laughing. Did you just call me fat, Eli? Nonsense. I would never say such a thing. Eli's smile persisted as he, Clara, and the rest of his family greeted James, Alice, Jake, and Sarah. Come now, Clara declared, nodding at her husband. I've been told in no uncertain terms by Colonel Hawkins that you all are leaving tomorrow morning, so we need to get you all up to the houses, show you to your rooms, and get your bellies filled with something better than that awful mush they call food. Come on now. Ma'am? Hawkins raised a hand. I also said that they'll be staying longer when they come back up this way. Ignoring the colonel, Clara and her family led the Burtons up to the houses, James falling behind to lean in and whisper in Hawkins' ear. That is the shortest leash I've ever seen. They're lucky we need them, Hawkins snorted. Otherwise... James! Eli called. You'd best hurry, or I'll catch an earful from my Clara. Now who's on a short leash, huh? Hawkins once again couldn't suppress a smile as James hurried off, turning and jogging backwards for a moment to give a retort. Uh-huh. Keep talking, Colonel. You going to join us? For dinner, Hawkins called out. I've got a job to do first. James laughed, waving off the colonel's remark before turning back around and running after his family and friends. Why do we have to get up so early? The early spring sun hadn't even begun to think about peeking over the horizon as Jake stumbled into his seat in the APC, nearly tripping over his own feet in the process. It's a long trip down to Florida, even for the United States military. James wrapped an arm around his son, pulling him tight. They finished getting everything secured yet? Jake yawned. Almost. Mom's all paranoid about whether they got them loaded up right or not, and Sarah's trying to reassure her. Alice's voice drifted along, growing louder as she approached the APC, with Sarah periodically reassuring her. Just saying. Mom, it's okay. No, what if they get hungry, huh? Thirsty? Mom, they know what they're doing. They transport them every day. That doesn't mean they know what they're doing. I loaded them up yesterday and then they went and did it on their own without me this morning. Private Oswell was just trying to help, Mom. She knows what she's doing. Besides, Abram insisted on helping. They know how much the horses mean to us, okay? Dad, help me out here. Sarah threw her arms up in exasperation as she and Alice came into view of the back of the APC and began climbing in. Oh, no, no, no. I'm staying out of this. James shook his head emphatically. Not a chance. That is probably wise, my friend. Eli appeared around the back of the APC, leaning in with a smile. Clara, Jacob, and Abram close behind her, all of them carrying large wicker baskets. Eli, we already said goodbye. What are you all doing here? I know we will see you again in a week, but Clara insisted. Eli... Clara nudged him, and Eli relented. We are insisting that you take these with you, for you and those you're traveling to see. I know better than to try to tell you no, Eli, so thank you. All of you. We're all very much looking forward to getting back here to see you, and helping you out, too. Don't worry, my friend. Eli winked. We'll have plenty of field work for you to help us with. After a final round of goodbyes, Eli's family left and were quickly replaced by Private Oswell climbing back into the APC and sealing the hatch. All righty, folks. Everything's accounted for except for one of our four-legged friends. No idea where it went. Must have broken free. Oswell grinned at Alice, who nodded appreciatively. Thank you. I know it's a lot to ask. Nah, not anymore, it's not. They're returning them to a lot of people these days anyway. We just sped things along a bit. Oswell flipped through her notebook. Oh, about that other matter. Alice sat forward in her seat, as did Jake and Sarah. The kids? Mm-hmm. We did some digging, and I can confirm to you that 28 children were picked up by a patrol about 3 weeks after you and your kids were on the train and told them about it. Alice sagged back, head against the bulkhead. Oh, thank goodness. And they're all okay? I don't have any details, but I promise you they were well looked after. That's a load off her shoulders. Sarah rested her head on Alice's arm. Thank you for finding that out. No problem at all. Oswell clapped her notebook shut and put it back in her vest. Best get buckled in. We leave in 2, and it's going to be a long few days trip. 4 days later, Alice, Jake, and Sarah were the first to emerge from the back of the APC into the heat, humidity, and brightness of their new surroundings. After taking a moment to stretch and get their things in order, James gave Alice a hug and a smile. You three have fun. Shout when you want us to come in, okay? Thanks, hon. Give us 15 or 20 minutes, max. Just make sure he doesn't shoot you, okay? Alice grinned, and she, Jake, and Sarah headed over to the horse trailer where the leads for Buck, Stormy, Rocky, and Cleveland, a horse gifted to them courtesy of Colonel Hawkins, were being held by Oswell and 3 other members of the convoy. The trio took the horses, Alice taking Stormy and Cleveland, while Jake and Sarah handled the other 2, and together they began walking down the long lane, past the sign out front which read, Monticello Manor Horse Farm. Halfway down the driveway, there was a loud shout, and a figure stepped out from behind one of the trees lining the drive. Hold up! Hands where I can... Mercy me! Wilford's thick Irish accent was nearly palpable as he moved onto the lane, lowering the shotgun in his hands. his mouth and eyes wide in disbelief. "'Tis you, Alice Burton!" "Wilford!" Jake and Sarah both shouted out in unison, dropping the leads as they ran toward him, grabbing him on either side in a hug that threatened to topple him over. "Oh, easy there, lad, easy, lass. My ribs have only been healed a fortnight, and you'll crack 'em again if you aren't careful." Taking the dropped leads, Alice maneuvered the 4 horses down the lane to Wilford, stopping a few feet away, her smile wide as she watched him look from animal to animal, then finally back to her. "You made it home then, Alice?" Alice dropped the leads and accepted Wilford's embrace, the old man squeezing her tight, patting her on the back as tears sprang into both of their eyes. "We did, Wilford. Thanks in no small part to you, we made it." Alice pulled back, wiping her eyes and cheeks, her smile faltering. "I have to apologize, though. Some bad things happened, and we lost Hercules. We were fortunate enough to come across this boy, though, and we brought him along." "Oh, Alice." Wilford stroked Cleveland's nose. "I don't give a flying fig about that. He kept you safe, and that's all that matters to me. This looks like a fine boy, but I have to ask, why in hell's bells are you 3 even back down here?" "We came to visit you." Sarah's grin was contagious. "And return your horses," Jake added. "And to see how we can help you." Alice smiled. "We made some good friends on the way home, and want to help you any way we can." "Under any other circumstances, I'd say no, but, I won't lie. It's been rough going." Wilford's smile faltered a bit, and Alice noticed for the first time that he appeared to have lost several pounds, and smelled like he hadn't showered a single time. "You look like you've had a rough go of it. I was worried you might not have made it at all." "Oh, it's been touch and go a few times, but I'm too stubborn to die." Wilford winked at her. "Now, what's this you say about help?" Alice grabbed the radio off her belt and pressed the transmit button. "Colonel Hawkins, we're ready for you." "Copy. On our way." "You are a miracle, Alice Burton." Wilford's voice was muffled as he dried his hair with a towel, shaking his head back and forth to clear the water from his ears. "No, a miracle's miracle." Alice laughed as Wilford tossed the towel on a nearby folding chair and ran his fingers through his hair, straightening the thin white locks. "You like the portable shower, huh? The water pressure's not great, but it's hot." "Are you kidding me? It's heavenly! And the food! Where did you get homemade apple butter and bread and smoked beef?" "That'd be courtesy of our friends up north." "The ones I'll be working with." "The same." "Oh, mercy me. I'm going to get to be too fat to walk. They'll have to roll me around from horse to horse." Alice laughed. What have you been eating anyway?" "Oh, you know, rabbits, quail, and alligator, plenty of fish, a bit of horse." "Oh, Wilford, you didn't eat one of the horses, did you?" Just the one who broke her leg. Poor girl stumbled in a hole when some ruffians came onto the farm last month." "I'm sorry we couldn't get anyone down here to help you sooner." "Oh, stuff your sorries in a sack, missy." Wilford picked up a thick ream of paper from a folding table and held it aloft. "This right here is going to keep me busier than a one-legged arse kicker." "You're happy with the terms?" "Happy? It's my dream. Paid by the United States government to work with wonderful people doing what I know and love." Wilford made a show of pinching his arm exaggeratedly, wincing, then gestured to the bustle of activity going on around them. "Nope, not dreaming. It's better than a dream." "I'm glad to hear it." Alice smiled as Wilford sat down next to her, the pair of them watching Jake, Sarah, and Oswell as they led horses from one of the stables down to a horse trailer. Alice? Wilford put a hand on Alice's arm, his voice quiet. Don't lie to an old man. Why did you come back and do this for me? Alice took Wilford's hand and squeezed it tight, leaning back in her chair to stare upward at the sunlight filtering through the leaves of a 200-year-old oak tree. The skies had cleared considerably since their trip up through the state, and though the day was humid and hotter than she preferred, the spring weather was tolerable, if only just. 2 of the large trailers carried by the convoy had been deployed, offering the passengers a fully stocked kitchen, bathroom, and shower facilities which all used to refresh themselves after the trip. When I think back on all the people who were kind to us, who helped us and kept us safe, you were at the top of the list. You helped us, gave us shelter, protected us, and even gave us a way to get home faster than we otherwise could have. How can I look myself in the mirror if I didn't try to do my best to help you and anyone else I can? Wilford nodded, then patted her on the arm before standing up. It means the world to me, Alice. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to help them wrangle that stud. Hey, hold on just a minute. Wilford hurried off, his thick Irish accent cutting across the field. Alice sat quietly for a few moments, eyes closed, listening to the hustle and bustle before she heard footsteps nearby. Hey. James sat down next to her. How's he doing? I saw you 2 talking. I think he's going to be out of his gourd with happiness. Thanks for convincing Hawkins to do yet another favor. Favor? The man was thanking me. They're still dependent on horses in a lot of areas, and Wilford's experience is going to help them out a lot. I'm pretty sure you just got us restocked on favors that Hawkins owes us. Are they still going all the way down south after this? Yep, and they still have that last stop on the way. They'll check in on Andrea, make sure she gets anything she needs. I guess them being so overloaded on supplies is a good thing for everyone still alive, huh? Pity it means there are so few left. Yeah, that's way beyond our pay grade, though. James put an arm around Alice and leaned in, the 2 of them watching Jake and Sarah work with Wilford on a huge 17-hand Belgian. Oh, Hawkins said to tell you that we'll have another 2 days here, then we're heading back up north. They'll start taking the horses up in groups later today. 2 days is good. Alice smiled. We could use the break. Wanna take a walk? Get away from the noise? This place looks big enough to have some quiet spots. Alice chuckled, standing and taking James's hand in hers. Oh, it is. Come on. Alice and James wove through the throngs of people, vehicles, and animals, making their way down one of the side lanes on the property hand in hand, letting the silence slowly envelop them, until the only noise was that of the wind in the trees, the chitter of insects, and birdsong. Alice closed her eyes once more as they emerged from under the shade of the trees into the sun, its warmth joining with that which she felt on the inside. At long last she was at peace, reunited with her friends and loved ones, and in that she had finally found her way home.